All right, y'all. Let's go. Just make sure I can hear myself. Let's see. Test, test, test. Oh, that's when it doesn't sound clear. Let's see now. Yeah, so much better. Yeah, so much better. Okay, let's turn on that. What the hell is going on with this thing? Test. 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 Good. We're good.
Which way does this thing serve me? How could it be useful? If you're a bit more courageous, you can ask, in which way is this event evidence that my life works to my best, my desires are unfolding? Understand this. Electricity is neutral. It can either be used to burn someone on the electric chair or to warm someone in an electric blanket. It all depends on the interpretation of the one viewing. Let's explain this concept by giving
Everything's neutral.
Observe any object near you. Relax. Now, label it as ugly, negative, bad, stupid, dangerous. Keep your attention on the object and simply feel. See what aspects of the object you're noticing most. Next, label it positive, beautiful, interesting, useful, nice. Keep your attention with the object and feel. Notice what aspects of it you notice now.
5. Oh. Definitions, meanings, labels. DLM, MLD. Oh. Yep. That's an interesting perspective right there. Yep. Neutralization. All right, cool.
without any
I'll be right back.
definitions to go along with it. Living life without filters can be an even more exhilarating experience than living it with positive filters. It is because of our constant labeling of the world that we choose a clear perception of reality as energy. Automatic negative labels are, however, very detrimental to your reality. Let's assume that you've consciously created the reality of having a job that is right for you, and now you rest in that field of energy. The day of the job interview comes, and the human resources person tells you that you can't have the job and that they're not interested in you. Now, if you buy into this and label this situation as, well, I failed, I'm not getting the job I want, then indeed that's how reality will start unfolding. But if in that very situation you can remain calm and convinced that the job is yours, the person sitting across from you will either suddenly change his mind or you'll be offered another opportunity somewhere else. It's all your choice. There's no such thing as negative. Labeling something as negative is a habitual convention. Everything is neutral energy, and what this energy transforms into depends on our label. As a beginner of reality creation, one learns to put attention on the things one finds positive already, the things one labels positive. At an advanced stage of reality creation, you go one step further and learn to find the jewel in the. This is the opposite of victim consciousness. It is radically responsible and radically source and radically positive. Creative denial does not mean to suppress or ignore the negative, but secretly still believe in it. That would be psychological denial. Creative denial means confronting it and changing it into something beneficial, something that serves you, something for which there is some payoff. Everything your soul experiences, it experiences for a good reason. To assume otherwise is to assume that there is some evil force after you. Labeling something as bad implies that you did not create it.
I love you. Proud of you. Appreciate you. Grateful for you. Let's go get it. Let's go.
Most people don't want to believe they create their reality 100% is because that would mean admitting to mistakes.
Yep.
Because they label many of their experiences as negative. And why would I create something like that? When you start realizing that all these events you label as bad were created and experienced for a very good reason, for your growth, experience,
have an amazing day, baby.
then you'll have an easier time taking responsibility for them. And
responsibility. That's the word. The whens, the hows. From Attack on Titan. I gotta find that track later. Okay, Google, turn off light. If it's gonna rain later, well, I'll take my chances. Alexa, how much rain is supposed to fall today?
Rain is expected around 9 a.m.
That doesn't tell me anything. That doesn't tell me anything. That didn't tell me squat. Let's have a little sip of water before we go. Cool. It's supposed to be warm today, but raining. Bah. Okay. So, I managed to get the parallel universes of self last night from Frederick E. Dodson. I've been listening to it all night. Now, of course, that's the subconscious listening to it. Did it rain last night, or yeah, well, definitely did. Was definitely moist out here. All right, so let's get right to it. The whens. When? When is this thing going to happen for me? When is this thing going to happen for me? When am I leaving Toronto? When am I going to be in San Diego? When am I going to be making my trillions, my billions, my millions? When am I going to be making money again? When? When, right? When am I going to be with my partner? When am I going to have my healing resort? When am I going to have this? When am I going to have that? These are the questions that the third dimensional thinking mind is always looking to ask. When? The when and the how. Yesterday, it was the how. Today is the when. When is it going to be able to accomplish this thing? When? And because other humans, right? You're comparing yourself to other humans because they've attained a level of success that you desire to attain, but you're not there yet in the physical. You start to question yourself. Well, maybe I'm not good enough. Maybe it's only for them and it's not for me. Maybe I'm not meant to have this thing. These are questions that my third dimensional thinking mind, the third dimensional thinking mind that resides with me, asks a lot. But it doesn't ask it in words, it asks it in an emotion. Right, so it keeps asking these questions. Well, when is this going to happen? Is this for me? Is this for me? Is this for me? Is this not for me? Right? And then we create labels, meanings. Those are the two other words. Definitions, associations, feeling alignments to everything that we see, right? Yesterday I saw a new word called, or by new I mean remembered a word that I forgot. Vujade. Seeing everything and like wonder, like, wow, that tree is awesome. Or like, wow, look at that, you know? And really feeling the awe and the wonderment of what it really is like to, you know, be walking as if everything is new, like I had never walked here before, seeing it with a fresh pair of eyes. So in the parallel universe of self, definitely have to read the book. He talks about how, you know, we put labels on everything. There's labels upon labels upon labels. And it either is important or not important, and we either label it good or bad. But imagine we neutralize these labels. And I think tomorrow I might be calling it labels. We'll see. Meanings, labels, definitions. I know I've already made one called definitions. Just got to remember to call it that tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I will walk through this street. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna walk through this street. And so we label these whens, like, when am I gonna be rich, right? We label as like, I'm not there yet. Because when implies future. When implies that you don't have it now. When implies that you're not there yet, right? The moment you hear the word when, right? When are you going to do this thing? When are you going to do this? You know how many times when I was growing up as a teen or as a 20-year-old, my parents kept saying, well, when are you going to do this? When are you going to do that? What are you doing? When are you getting a job? Well, I worked from the age of 15. I took a 1-year pause because I was like, I don't know what the fuck to do. That was in 2008. I worked from 15 all the way up until I was, 24? And I had a 1-year pause, and then from there, I worked from 2009 straight to 2009 to 2022. 2022. I don't know how many years that is. Let me see. That's definitely over 10. So here's the thing. Here's what the third dimensional thinking mind is doing right now. It's like, well, you only worked that much, and other people have worked like 60 years. Right? And we make these labels, and then we attribute like, oh, I didn't work as much as someone. Maybe I should work more. And then we start comparing. It's a whole, there's so many layers that I'm about to dive into with this. This is probably one of the more important conversations. I mean, all of them are very, very important, but I think this one might be one of the most important conversations to have. The whens. When am I going to be here? When am I going to do this thing? How am I going to do this thing? Right? The whens and the hows. We have the rational mind, the logical mind, the thinking mind, the finite mind, the third dimensional thinking mind, as I like to call it. Right? When are we going to do this? When are we going to have this? When? Lots of whens. When will I have a mansion? When will I have my car? When will I have my girl? When will I have this? Well, to counteract the when, you must already know that you have it now. And live as if, no, not as if, live as it now. You see, that if also creates a little bit of a future projection. Live as if. No, live as it now. That's more definitive. So you see, like, every word that we speak has a label associated, like a label, a meaning, a definition, an association, all attributed to it. What we mark as important, it creates emotion, because all labels and meanings and associations and definitions create these emotions, these feelings that make us feel a certain way. Yesterday, majority of people were gone by the time I was watching some stuff on Instagram. There was a couple great reels. Actually, all the reels I saw were phenomenal. You know, I'm proud of my brothers and sisters around the world for making their reels and putting themselves out there. So there was one with Bashar, and there was a lady who says, Bashar, for those of you who don't know who Bashar is, he's a channeled entity through Daryl Anka, who's been doing it for about 40 years. So Bashar was speaking to this lady, and this lady said, Bashar, I don't have self-trust, or I lack trust. Listen to this carefully. I lack trust in people. He's like, no, you don't. She's like, what do you mean? I'm going to kind of paraphrase. It won't be word for word. He's like, no, you don't. You don't lack trust in people. And you don't lack trust. Hey, Bubba. You don't lack trust. And I'll tell you why you don't lack trust. Because you trust your mistrust of trusting. Paradox. That's how the mind works. It's a paradox. Your mind, your third dimensional thinking mind, it's a paradox. It operates only one direction. Yes or no, right or wrong, good or bad, up or down. It can't be both. It works in a more linear fashion. So like, people say, well, I doubt this thing's gonna work for me. Okay, so you doubt that, reality is working out for you. What if I told you that you actually trust your doubt that reality is not gonna work out for you? I know, that's a mind fuck, isn't it? You trust your doubt that reality isn't working out for you because you've created emotional charge, like intensity behind this mistrust, this doubt. You can doubt your doubts. That's a paradox as well, doubting your doubts. But the third dimensional thinking mind is extremely sneaky. It is absolutely sneaky. And this morning, I was in the bathroom for a moment. And I'm like, well, actually, it was while I just turned on the live stream. And I turned on the live stream, and I basically was starting to do my stretches and stuff. So I had done all that. I had done all my stretches and whatnot. And because I've done all my stretches, right? When I did all my stretches, after I did all my stretches, I basically had this thought come through my head. But I was like, this thought doesn't belong to me, because no thoughts belong to anybody. Because the thought was like, well, I'm still in this city. This city sucks. I don't like Toronto. Toronto's terrible. It's not terrible. It's just neutral. So every time I think of Toronto, it's very, it has this emotional charged intensity of it's cold, it's full of just ugh, right? And of course, what the subconscious entertains as highly emotional, it will keep recreating that. Hence why I'm still here. And it's a funny thing, we have to feel the thing that we desire to have first before we can physically experience it. That's where a lot of, mistakes, not mistakes, but that's where a lot of misalignment happens with all of us. We desire to experience something, so we are waiting for reality to prove it to us, but in reality, we have to prove it to ourselves so that reality can then show it to us. That's the paradox of it all. So these labels, when, how, like when, right? The thing is, you can have it now. You can. Notice I said you can, not that you probably, you can, because that you can is a choice. Because you get to make a choice, whether you desire it now or you don't. Because you want to physically feel these things. It's bringing you a certain level of feeling. Now here's the thing. Something that you make extremely important, this is the paradox as well. The universe will push it away. Because importance creates space. Because there's this importance that, like, it's important to me that I live in San Diego. It's important to me that I'm there. And the more I have, like, potentially feeling a feeling of like I don't have it, because if it's important, that means you want it. I mean, if you want something, you don't have it. And if you don't have it, that means you are lacking it. And the universe will see that and will just keep mirroring back, keep mirroring back over and over that you don't have it, because you have not given it to yourself. And because of that, you end up playing this game, this game over and over and over and over again. That you don't have it. If you're wondering why I'm doing that, I wanted to test my strength with just one arm. Cool. So making something important creates space. Now here's the thing. You're probably wondering, well, I just felt this feeling of lack. Is my manifestation ruined? No. It's only ruined if you think and consider it ruined. You just get right back on the frequency. You just reattune yourself. It's just that simple. Reattune yourself. Let's say you had 15 minutes of being pissed off at something and you feel bad, you feel guilty. The universe, unless you create importance on that, the universe will mirror back more of what you are feeling, and thus it's a trap. This is why the greats have mastered their mind. Now here's the thing. As Nero would call some people degenerates, I would never call anybody a degenerate. But some people who are far less aware than you are, than I am, are living their desired reality right now. Well, why is that? Because it comes down to one thing. They know, and they're very confident, and they have conviction. They may not know how to explain how they know how to do what they're doing, but they definitely know how to do what they're doing, because they attributed certain labels and meanings to what they desire, that it's like unquestionable, undeniable. It's factual for them that they can have whatever. That nothing is out of their reach. So that's why they have it. That's why there's that saying, there's people that are far less talented than you having what you desire. And you're so smart and so intelligent, but you don't have what you desire. That's another paradox right there. There's a lot of intelligent people, a lot of smart, like, people who have all the wisdom. They're aware, they're super aware, but they don't have what they have. And there are people who aren't aware and have what they have. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm not saying that's for every person in the world. That's for some. And it's like, it pisses off the person that like who has done all this deep inner work, but they still aren't where they are. That's how I felt for years, not being where I desire to be. Like, I'm like, that person hasn't even done any work and they have all that? That's bullshit. The fuck, universe? Like, that's so unfair. Like, I've done all this shit, right? I've done all, listen to how my words are. I've done all this shit, and you giving it to other people, that's bullshit. They don't deserve it. So those words, right, that I just spoke, they are heavy. They have emotion behind it, right? They have emotion behind those words. And because they have the emotion behind those words, right, we start to feel like, well, that's, the universe doesn't love me, it doesn't want to help me. And even as I speak that, I felt the heaviness still too. The universe doesn't love me, it doesn't want me to succeed, it wants me to struggle and suffer and just fail. No. This is what the third dimensional character, the mind, has created. You are the infinite. You created these labels. It's a paradox. There are times where, like, you know, shit gets annoying, right? Like yesterday, for example, I was upstairs in the living room. I don't go up in the living room much. But I was upstairs in the living room and my dad came. And the way he looked at me, he's like, what's all that? I'm like, what are you talking about? This is just my cables. And the way he looked at me was like of disdain. I'm like, the fuck is your problem? All I'm doing is just talking with like crazy cat. It's not like I can't do what I desire to do. I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do. You can't tell me shit. So of course that created some heaviness inside of me last night. But I'm like, you know what? No, I'm not gonna even entertain this. I'm just gonna go downstairs in my room and close the door and just continue to chat and play and have fun. That's what I did, right? So in that moment when I was getting a little like pissed off with my dad, and he asked me, do I want something to eat? I'm like, no, I already ate. Right? I said this once before, that the world would be better off without my parents. They need to go back now. They either need to go back or I have to leave. And I would rather take the latter and leave. I personally do not want to see them again after I leave. And if I do, may it be like 15 years. I came here for my own dreams and goals, right? So here's the thing about all that. That's labels that I've associated. Labels, meanings, all of that. Look at all those heavy feelings. Purging, right? Because we created these labels and these meanings and attributed things like that, of that nature, right? Right? So this is where like, well, when am I gonna get out of here? When am I gonna get out of here? Right? The more you keep asking the when, the more you keep pushing it away, because you're pushing shit away every time you ask when. You must have it now. That's why last night I was like, I already am where I am. I already have what I desire to have. And I will not settle for anything less than what I deserve. You bet your ass I'm gonna have what I have. I'm gonna have what I'm gonna have, and not going to. See, because you see, that word going to implies you don't have it, right? And if you don't have something, that means you are lacking it, but you're not lacking anything because you already have it right now. Every person has everything right here, right now. They ain't missing anything. They're not missing anything inside of them. Everybody has all the answers within inside of them, but they just have to remember who they are and not think that they're lacking something. For years, I was thinking I was lacking something. I was inadequate. This is a big one. Inadequacy. It cripples a lot of humans. Inadequacy. Feeling inadequate. Not feeling enough. Feeling like they have to chase, acquire, and become something. You don't got to chase, become, or acquire anything. You already are it now. No one's got to chase anything. No one's got to chase anything. No one's got to chase. No one has to acquire. No one has to become anything, because you already are it right here, right now. But inadequacy, that was a heavy one for me. That was last year. I was into gene keys again, and the shadow of inadequacy, which is gene key 48. That's one of the most heaviest, most difficult, most crippling shadows of them all. Inadequacy. Inadequacy. $44.44. I saw 88%. Very nice. But the shadow of inadequacy. I had the shadow of control and the shadow of inadequacy. The two most heaviest shadows that you could possibly have. Because in the gene key world, there's a shadow of inadequacy. There's 64 different shadows, there's 64 different gifts, and then there's 64 different like cities. You are everything, even if I have all gene keys inside of me. It's all part of my hologenetic profile. But I've allowed the gene keys to self-destruct. I no longer require the gene keys. I put myself on a way high pedestal that when someone when someone is even coming at me and they're like, there's a reel yesterday with I don't like calling him master, because he's not a master, in my opinion. There are no masters. Everybody is just is. But his name is Shinyu or Shuyin. He's a monk, and a woman was like, I feel like I have a great life, but there's like this fear of judgment. So he paused, he took a breath, he put down his cup of hot water or whatever he was drinking, and he spoke to her, and he said, you must put yourself so high that when others talk to you or they make judgments, they can't understand you because you are so high up, and that they will be looking from a mountain cliff above while you're way in the sky, and you can see everything for what it is. That's the whole living in this world but not of this world, raising yourself to a higher dimension. His way was more humanistic, and I have risen myself to fifth and beyond, where all these third dimensional things is irrelevant. The character still gets caught up with some third dimensional things, and I'm making sure this character knows to stop with this third dimensional nonsense. Like, it's irrelevant. Don't even entertain things. But here's the thing too, all right? Raising yourself to a higher level can create a paradox within yourself. If you want to hear the paradox, here's the paradox. Sure, you put yourself extremely high on a pedestal. You put yourself so high that no one can even reach you. And that may be great, because like nothing can stop you. Nothing can affect you. But then, right, you might still have this feeling of like, well, I put myself so high now. Right now, people are gonna just judge me. And then like the people that I love, right, the ones that I desire to love me, right, they will see me in this way, and then you will maybe make associations of like, like I feel terrible now, like feeling guilty. Fuck that. I don't care how high I put myself. For me personally, I came here to do one thing and one thing only, and that's to serve and help people to break past their self-imposed limitations that they've imposed on themselves. Because I've done it for so many years, and I refuse to see others to suffer. That's my purpose, to see people winning, living their best life, being in the now, knowing that they're capable of anything. They have the power in their hands in every present moment to live their best life. The universe prepared me. I prepared myself this entire time for the journey to what's about to unfold. So whether people love me or hate me, I really don't care anymore. I stopped caring. I stopped entertaining third dimensional bullshit. I put myself so high that even my mom and my dad can't really tell me anything anymore. Like, I don't even want to call them that. Like, I mean, they are my brother and my sister, theoretically. Yes, she went through the pain of bringing me through, right? She went through the pain of bringing me through into this world, and I'm forever grateful for that. But at the same merit, right? I know they're all one thing with me, but at the same time, I came here to do what I came here to do. And I will not be stopped by anything or anyone. And I will not be around those who are keeping with their lack and their limitations. I'm not here for anyone else's self-imposed limitations. So see, there are labels and meanings that we attribute to all these things. And all these things have a frequency. And the frequency has an emotion behind it. And the subconscious mind sees things as emotions. So the goal is to neutralize everything. Make everything neutralized. Like nothing is above you or below you, it just is. No person is above you or below you, it just is. This thing about being a billionaire or a trillionaire is not above you either, it just is. Like the whens are just is too. The whens are just is. But it may not feel like that in the beginning because you've attributed it with your definitions, your meanings, your labels, your associations. 4 words. Meanings. Let's start with A. Associations, definitions, labels, and meanings. ALDM, Maybe I can make an acronym out of this. Mold. Dahlem. Lambda. Eldom. Sounds like a place in a video game, like a city. Eldom. The city of Eldom. ALDM. So the thing is, like, you and everyone have created labels, associations, meanings, and definitions to words and these things. The question is, can you neutralize it now? Can you make it neutralized? Can you make it neutral? Because like your when, these are all intertwined. Your whens are like, when am I going to be rich? When am I going to have the partner? When am I going to have the business? When am I going to have the career? When am I going to have a job? When am I going to make money? When am I going to live in a certain place? When am I going to be successful? When am I? These are all labels, associations, definitions, and meanings that you've attributed. And because each of those have a frequency, and if you are feeling like you're pushing it away when you say when, because every time you say the word when, it implies future. When. And because of that, what's going to happen is you create that frequency, and that frequency is kind of like energetic glue of like, I don't have it yet when you say when. Everything is a paradox. Everything it's twisted. So when you say when, like even saying act, like live as if, see the word if there, that also has a label, a meaning. Context, I should also add the word context and nuance to this. 6 words: nuances, context, definitions, meanings, labels, associations. Every word has all of those. And you must be aware of how you're using the word, in what way you're using the word in every present moment. I cannot emphasize this enough, because you are literally revealing or dismantling your reality in every present moment. It may not feel like that, like right now. Am I dismantling as I'm walking? Well, in my inner world, I definitely am. I'm not actually in Toronto in my inner world. In my physical, yeah, I'm still physically here. And that's where we get tripped up. We think that the physical is more real than the mental. Everything starts first mentally before it existed physically. Nothing exists physically without it first existing mentally. But we all take the physical as it being more real than the mental. The mental is actually more real than the physical. Reality is a paradox. It's an illusion. It's also real at the same time. It's a contradiction. So what I was saying was act or live as if. Listen to those words carefully. Live as if it's done already. There's a slight little future in there. Live as if it's done already. If implies not definitive. So, what would you do? Live as it's done now. You take out that word if. That one little word if. has shifted everything. Live as it now. Live as it now. Not live as if. Live as it. IT. So this is how the mind continues to future project, because our third dimensional thinking mind only thinks in past and future. It does not like this thing called a now, because it wants to see the physical aspect completed. When I say want, remember, want comes from a place of lack, depending on your definition of want. I can definitely change the definition of want to being more desiring, of having, because every word technically is a paradox. And you can also change each word and its meanings in an instant. But because you have emotionally charged intensity to these words, you have an experience with these words, right? You're like, but that's not possible. Anything is possible. I can change the word learning, I just don't use it. Learning to me is like weak sauce. I use remembering. The word remembering is far more powerful than the word learning, 100%. Morning, brother. The third dimensional thinking mind really does not like this idea of the now, because it wants to see it. It wants to tangibly hold it. It wants to physically possess it. It wants to physically experience it. It wants to be able to open its eyes and see it as real. Because we created these labels of everything, like this is the pavement and I'm walking on it, so it's hard and it has things. You could change the label of this pavement and not call it pavement and neutralize it and say it's actually soft. And that's another label, that's another meaning. You can just say it just is. We're about to head to the trail. There's the planet flying over us. That's not a plane, that's a planet. I could change the meaning of that plane to just planet. That's a planet flying over us. There goes a planet. Every word, everything you say has a nuance, a definition, an association, a context, a label, a meaning, and technically I should add a feeling. Well, associations kind of imply feeling, but word associations, labels create meaning, meanings create feelings, feelings create a frequency, frequency is an emotion, and it starts with an emotion. See the link? We are in the trail. It's a little warmer today, but my hands are still cold. It's you know, there's nothing different with that. You have the power in every present moment to shift those words, to change your labels, to change your meanings, to shift the emotions that are behind each word. And that's for any language. It's not just for English. That goes for every language in all of reality. You have that power. Morning. You have that power in every present moment to shift to a different version. You have that power in every present moment to change your life. You have that power in every present moment to alter your state of being. So you're going to say, well, you might ask, how? How do I do that? The how. The mind, the third dimensional thinking mind, likes logic. It likes logic. It likes hows and whens and hows. When am I going to have this? How am I going to do this? How am I, when, how, when, how, when, how. You're going to have to do your best to undo that. The whens and the hows. Does a child ever ask when and how? No, they just operate in the now. They live as if it's already done. Before they have it, they already have it. Look at a child's imagination when they're playing, for example. A child, when they're playing, if you observe them carefully, you'll see how they are just like in the flow. They're in a constant theta state of in the flow, in the now. They are conjuring up all kinds of imaginary things, like, they're talking with maybe imaginary friend, right? They see like they're if they have some toys available, that their toys are like real life, like it has an entity with it, like it's a living, breathing entity, like they're teddy bears, like they're stuffed animals, they're plush toys, maybe they're action figures, maybe they're cars, right? They are just in this constant like wonderment. They're in vujade. They're in vujade. Everything is just wow. Constant wonderment. But us as adults, we lost that. Well, let me rephrase that. We didn't lose it. We simply discarded it. Exactly. Good to see you, sister. Vujade, not deja vu. Vujade. Seeing everything for the first time, even though you've seen it before, but seeing it with new eyes every day. Like, wow, I'm walking in this cool trail. I've never seen it before. I know I have, but like seeing it from a new set of eyes. Having the wonderment of being in the now. That's how children operate. They're playing everything. They are not in this like, ugh, that toy again, right? Maybe they'll be done playing with the toy and they'll pick up another toy, right? But they don't make that scuffing like, ugh, that toy again, right? They just like drop it and they go play with their other toy. Yeah, exactly. All of us have that capability. And I was saying, like, we didn't lose it. We just discarded it because we chose to abandon that version of ourselves so that we could be accepted by the adults in our life, so that we could be a part of something, because we'd be considered like weird or childish or some version of like I'm not meant to do this stuff. But I'm done playing that game. I actually finished playing that game forever. Look, there's a bubble in the water there, like a little beaver. It was peeking its head up for a moment. Nice. I'm gonna quickly do my back bend. Battery's at 63%, so won't be able to spend too much time here, but get my hands a little warmed up. Do my back bend. Yep. And so, I just finished my back bend. And so, we discarded this version of us for being smart and intellectual because we wanted to be around other people and be considered and be approved and validated and accepted. And basically, this is going to be a very powerful word, and I don't say this word often, but I'm going to say it. We've forsaken ourselves. I forget which scene it was in a movie or a TV show, but someone said, when did you all forsake yourself? And the look on everybody's faces. Oh, no, it wasn't Rocky. It was I have to remember the show or the movie. It's going to come to my mind shortly. But everybody forsake themselves so that they could pretend to be something that they actually were never supposed to be. They're supposed to be the them that they're meant to be. So they put on a facade. And because they put on this facade, they forsake themselves. Meaning they discarded the true version of themselves, the imaginative, because somebody said that imagination's for children. You must be realistic. You must be realistic. You must be realistic. Ooh, I just noticed there's some like green stuff underneath my shoe. Huh. All good. Yeah. And so, adults, not children, adults have forsaken themselves. And because of that, they betrayed who they actually are. And because they betrayed who they actually are, they're not living their happiest life. They're being something that they never were supposed to be. But it's okay. Because guess what? In every present moment, I said that you have the power to return to who you are. Let go of all your things. But it doesn't seem easy because of the emotional glue that the energetic glue that we've created based on these words and these labels and these associations and the contexts and the meanings and the definitions that we've attributed to these words in our experience. Now, have we? Hello there. Good to see you as well. I stepped on some green, looks like poop in my shoe, so I'm like, it's whatever. It's on my rock that I usually am like standing on. It's all good. Yeah. Hello, sister. Good to see you. As I already shared. Phone battery's at what? 57% now? Yep, 57%. We'll stay here a minute or two more before I gotta roll. That's why, like, the word when is a very, well, depending on your definition of the word when, it could be a very powerful word, but it could also be a very destructive word. And most people, when they use the word when, they use it in a very destructive way. They're destroying their reality in every present moment when they say, when am I going to have this When am I going to be where I desire to be? I know, because I've said it many times. When, when, when am I going to have this? When am I going to be there? When am I going to be rich? When am I going to have the partner of my dreams? When am I going to be in San Diego? When am I going to leave Toronto? When am I? And that creates a thing called putting it in the future. Because you created importance, and the universe does not give a flying shit about importance. It desires for you to already have it. Hence why all those Bible verses talk about the kingdom within. All right, one more minute here and then we're gonna roll. It talks about the kingdom within. But we keep, then this is why the third dimensional thinking mind loves the fact that if it can't see it in the physical, that means it's not real. Because it keeps thinking that it has to see it to believe it. It has to know it to see it now. And it's undoing and not becoming, but unlearning or unrealizing this stuff that is not actually accurate. I mean, reality is both real and not real at the same time. It's an illusion, but it's real. But it's an illusion, but it's real. It's an illusion. And then the mind goes through this chaotic process that's like, well, what is it then? It can't be both. It can't be both. Sure it can. Who said that it can't be both? The third dimensional realm in society. Thank you, water. I appreciate you. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, water. Ooh. Little muddy. All good. Later, water. All right, let's see. Use you whens, or use the whens for wins. I like that. Wow, when I did, I became so, or when I did, I become so amazing. Or when did become so amazing? There we go. When did I become so amazing? That's true. I butchered the way you said it, but I got the gist of it. Morning, bro. Excellent. Yourself? Good. All great?
Yep.
Good stuff. Another warmer day? Yeah. Yeah. Let it stay like this. I don't want to see any more snow. I'm done with that. Yeah. All right, brother. Have a great day. You too. Wow, when did I become so amazing? Yeah. So that's another way of reframing the when. That's why, like, you know, every word has a paradox. I should also add that as well. So let's add, every word has an association, every word has a definition, every word has a label, every word has a meaning, every word has a context, every word has a feeling that gets generated. That's basically part of the associations, but we'll add that. Every word has a paradox, and every word has a nuance as well. Because how you use the word, there's a nuance to it. Last night, S came on. I haven't seen S in a while. She came on after the stream technically ended. We were chatting for a little bit. She read a book called, I think it was called The Game, or The Rules of the Game. It was about how guys like pick up girls. How guys use the art of seduction to pick up girls with their words and their tactics. I'm like, It's interesting that you're reading that book, sister. I'm like, is this for work, or are you just like, you want to see how men operate from their heads? The third dimensional human. And then we were talking about backhanded compliments. I'm like, all right, what's an example of a backhanded compliment? So she gave one, and then I asked ChatGPT for some. And then we went a little bit deeper with ChatGPT. But basically, you know, a backhanded compliment, for those who are unfamiliar, is like, the classic one is like, wow, you look nice today. Did you do something with your hair? And there's these subtle cues with the words. Or like, another one is, wow, I'm surprised you were able to do that. There's like a hidden meaning. Our language is very coded with words, the nuances. And if you don't pay attention to what someone is saying, and it's hard when it's through text, right? So like texting is, you know, that's where a lot of problems happen. A lot of problems arise through texting. That's why I won't get into a texting battle with anybody like I used to. If you have something to say, and I'm not on the stream, of course, give me a call, right? Or in general, if people have things to say, don't make a fucking like 12 paragraph essay. Get on a call and talk. And let it out. Express what has to be expressed. Texting is the worst form of communication. Because most people are not familiar with the words. That's the problem. They're unfamiliar with the words that they're saying. They're just unconsciously like mental vomiting out into text form. Most people, we all got caught up in this at some point. We're supposed to use texting for things like, hey, I'm going to the grocery store. Would you like me to get anything for you? Quick things like that. Or, hey, I'm running a little late. Texting etiquettes. They forgot the texting etiquettes. They have now created it as the only way of communicating. Because most people in 2025, the humans of 2025, hi sister, good to see you. Most humans in 2025 cannot talk for the life of them. They have a lot to say. They're like keyboard warriors. They are keyboard warriors, but then when it comes to being in person, they are unable to speak. They are unable to talk and share what they actually desire to express because they're afraid. That's why, you know, saying the word when can be either detrimental and destructive to your reality or very powerful, like Regina gave the example. Wow, when did I become so amazing? I'm so good at blank. Insert, like, I'm so good at speaking. Wow, when did I become so amazing at speaking? There's so many different layers. There's so many different tangents I can go down right now with what I just said, with all of what about the whens and the words and the paradoxes and the nuances and the context and the associations and the feelings and all that. There's so many ways to just, you know, go through all that. I know my thing that I came here to do was to bring awareness. That's the main word, awareness. Remember, we all practice love and authenticity. Ooh. The wind's picking up a little bit. Yeah. Oh, this was a great example. Oh my God. Yesterday I was on Instagram, earlier in the day before Crazy Cat came and hanged out with me in the later evening time. There was a reel talking about an airplane. So we just saw that airplane fly over us. And us on the ground who are watching that airplane are thinking it's a smooth ride. Like everybody's having a grand old time in the air with that plane. But the people up in the plane are thinking, this is the worst flight ever. Like, it's so bumpy, the turbulence is so bad. Like, they feel like the plane's gonna break and fall. So they're in fear. But yet we are on the ground making the assumption that they are having a time of their life up there. So the moral of that story was, we can't make assumptions of how others are because we never know what someone's going through. It's a perspective, right? We can't tell if someone is facing something difficult in their life. We just don't know. So we have to have grace. Morning. We must have grace for them. And not have judgment while and it's really letting go of judgment. Because we don't know what someone's going through. They may have all the money in the world, and we might be like, yeah, that person's fucking rich, they have it all. But then maybe deep down inside, they're actually alone. By alone, like they're lonely or they're depressed, that they feel ostracized because they have all that money. Because, when society has made it this thing where if someone's extremely rich, that means it's not for the masses, and thus, because you're not part of the masses anymore, because now you've reached a level of like wealth, you now have become an anomaly and you can't be relatable. And I was talking about all this yesterday, being relatable. I was helping Isla with this because we do some crazy shit just to stay relatable to other people. We'll literally self-sabotage our success just to stay and conform so that we could be around other people who are playing small because we love them so much and we don't want to be different and we don't want to be ostracized from them. Because that's what it is. But we never know what someone's actually going through. They may have the glitz and the glam on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and TikTok. But in reality, they might be actually going through something extremely difficult. That's why like that plane story was actually quite powerful. It's basically having compassion and just allowing everybody to just feel seen, heard, and no judgment. That was my core message from like 2022, 2023, and 2024. 2025, it's still part of it, but it's not the main thing as much. I mean, it's still definitely necessary, but it really is for me to bring awareness in the sense of like how your mind actually operates. Most psychologists still operate from the third. Actually, 95% still operate from a third dimensional perspective. So they'll give you third dimensional psychology tactics. But in reality, when I look at a psychologist and they're still talking about things and still adhering to time, that it's going to take you X years to heal. It's going to take you a long time to heal. There's a phase, of course. Every human, there is many phases. There are sub-phases in those phases as well, too. But really, There is no time. You can be healed right now, in an instant. The mind, the third dimensional thinking mind, does not like that though. It wants to, like, I have to go through a hard journey. I have to. Because if I don't have a hard journey, then nobody can relate to me. And if no one relates to me, then I feel alone and ostracized. And then you create this energetic glue within yourself that's going to bound you with your subconscious mind to thinking you're going to have to keep healing, and it has to be hard because you want to be relatable. I did that for years. I wanted to be relatable. Yeah, now I have a story. But I will not continue to perpetuate the I spent 30 years of hate instead of 20. Let's say I still hated people. Or it took me 40 years to be successful, like another 40 years. No, I'm successful now. And not compare my success with anyone else's success, because everyone's version and definition of success is different. Some will say, like, well, me having a family, me living on a farm, me, being able to have financial freedom and travel, me being a multi-trillionaire, it's all different to every person. Success is very subjective. And that's the other thing I should say. Every word is also very subjective. Subjective and relative. Shall we add 2 more words to words? Sure. Subjective and relative. Every word is subjective and relative. But at the same time, every word just is as well. So let's throw that paradox in. Hence why I said the words are paradoxical. Every word can be paradoxical depending on how you use it through context and nuances. There's so many tangents I could go down right now. So many. It's wild. But you know the funny thing too is, language is complicated, but it's also simple. All in the same breath. You get to decide and choose how you use your words. You can make them more complicated and obfuscate them, or you can keep them simplified and easy. Power is in your hands in every present moment. And I was talking about, our voice is an instrument. It's powerful. It can dismantle, disintegrate, dissolve, and destroy in one breath. I used the one breath analogy because Crazy Cat was singing one of Billie Eilish's songs that's like a minute, all in one breath. But you can also create, reveal, form, transform, all in the same breath. For example, like if you hear a loud popping sound, your body is going to react. Unless you can't hear it, your body's going to react. You're like, what the fuck is that? It could be like a gunshot. It could be a car backfiring. Something could have popped. Something could have exploded, right? That loud popping sound, crashing sound, like you're hearing a horn honking, it'll startle you because it's catching you off guard, right? Your body, those are those instinctual fears. Those are, even though it's technically also illusionary, but those are the instinctual fears. But every word is just like that car backfiring or a gunshot sound. It can be. That's how powerful our voice really is. And if you know how to use it effectively, you can really do some incredible things or very destructive things, some very gnarly things just with words. Like if you look in the world right now, well, I don't watch news and I don't subscribe to all of what's happening. I'm not ignorant or oblivious to what's actually happening. I know what's happening. I just don't focus on that because I focus on me. And if I can change my inner world, not if, as I'm changing my inner world, and as I have changed the inner world, not just changing, but changed the inner world, my outer world has changed. I don't focus on like problems. Problems don't exist to me. Anyways, world events for a moment. How are they creating problems in the world? They're using words. They're not just taking an action, they're speaking words, and it's creating emotional charge, intensity, like feelings within people. When you hear certain people talking and saying XYZ about XYZ or ABC. I didn't have to bring my umbrella. You know, every time I bring my umbrella, it doesn't rain. And then when I don't bring it, it rains. Such a paradox that is. There's still some leaves on that tree over there. Yeah. This song, like the one breath, is called 30th. Okay, cool. Ooh, speaking of, since we're talking about songs right now, right? When we're all listening to songs, right? I think I heard this in a reel as well on Instagram yesterday, that when we're listening to songs, are we listening for the end of the song, or are we going through the journey of listening to the song? This is basically to refer it to life, right? Are we, if all artists created the song to just end in a second, there'd just be one loud bang. There'd be no point to songs. But every song, this was like a really good one when I heard it. But every song is an experience. It's an adventure that we get to listen through, go through, and hear. Like for me, I hear beat more than words, because like I've always been attuned to more sound than words. But when people are speaking, I hear words obviously, and feelings of the words. Yeah. Every song is like is going through a journey, and that's like going through the journey of life. We're so like gung ho on the destination. So if every one of us was like, if we're all so gung ho on the destination, then all artists who've made songs would have also been gung ho on the destination and not the journey of the song. And thus, every song would have either not existed, or it would have just ended within a second after it was created. And because when we're listening to songs, we're not listening to the end in mind of the song. We're listening to be in the present moment of the song. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, sister. And making the song is another process all into itself, right? That's its journey all into its own, right? The artist who's making the song does have an end in mind. There is a reason why they created the song, and there's an end in mind with what they desire to encapsulate for the listener, and to have them, like the message or the meaning or the reason behind the song, right? And that's a journey in itself. So though they have the destination in mind, they themselves are also going through that journey of getting to that end in mind, but they are focusing on the journey and not the destination. But most of us have to also, this is the paradox here, most of us are also not living from the state of the end in mind and living from our goals already done. So there's another paradox right there. All right, so like, that's why I was saying, live as it's already done, instead of living from, like, most people are seeing their goal outside of them, and they're seeing it as like, not separate, but like a distance away from them, and then not living from the goal already done. So like, for example, Nero brings up the shoe analogy. Like, people are looking at the shoe from the window instead of like wearing the shoes for like several weeks or a month, and it's become normalized. There's a process, like when you get a new shoes, like you want to make sure you take care of it, and you love it up, you baby it up, but then after a while you start to wear it all over the place, and it's like it becomes normal because like you've already had the shoe. Like this shoe, this yellow shoe I've had since 2015. I put it away in the closet. I came to realize the shoe was actually damaged, but I still wore it. But like when I first had this shoe, I babied the hell out of my shoe. I treated it with so much love. Now I don't really care because I've already had it for many years. Let me see what you shared. Yeah, because to make a song, you write a poem or just write and then put some beat. Exactly. Whew. And that's another journey in itself. Like making the words flow and having it phonetically sound good to yourself and the listener. There's lots that goes into and a song is a story in itself. It's telling a story. Because humans, how they communicate is through story. Storytelling is very powerful. If you can tell a story, and I'm a very powerful storyteller, you can tell a story, and not if, when you tell a story, others get hooked. There's informative speaking, and then there's storytelling. And it's having the best of both worlds. There's so many nuances to everything. My hands are like ice block, well, not my hand, my fingertips. It's my fingertips that I should have like fire on my fingertips. We'll be out of the trail shortly. The temperature will be warmer as I get out of the trail. Yeah. Glad I'm going down this route, because like after I heard that reel yesterday, when are we going through a journey, or are we ending, or when we're listening to a song, are we just focus on the destination of the song? I was like, that's pretty powerful. I love my Instagram algorithm right now. It is balls to the wall awesome. It's just like bar for bar, just very impactful, and it's exactly what I require to hear in every present moment. I'll be running up backwards shortly. My phone battery is at 21%. It's supposed to rain. I do feel a little sprinkle here and there. Oof. Oop, there's the low battery percentage. The first of two, but I'll make it back. If the phone does, you know what, the whole circling and shit, well, sometimes the internet signal loses connection, like the data, and I'm like, what the hell? I'm right by the house and it loses it. So I have to like swipe down, turn off data, hold it for 5 seconds, like turn the switch off of the data connection for 5 seconds, turn it back on, then click connect on the stream again, and then it works. So if that happens too, I'll be back, but it should be fine. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. So this is me running backwards. These are my daily things I do. The last little bit is usually a demanding part because I have to go up and then another set of up. Oh, okay, we did it. Damn. We're gonna go this way. Yeah, it's raining now. Light rain. Well, it did say it was going to start raining at 9 o'clock. So, but it's not heavy rain for me to have to open up the umbrella yet. Man. All right, legs are getting back to normal. What's the point of having a Corvette if the beast is always staying covered up? Like, you know, I get, you know, for the winter time, not to drive that car. That's why, like, you know, for me, this house here has so many cars, it's crazy. They have that blue car, that van, Audi, they have a motorcycle. And I came to the realization that I'm gonna have a lot of cars. Like 6 or 7. By the way, Trent the Traveler he finished his, he 98% finished his new travel van, and it's pretty badass. Like, I'm like, damn, son. Like, he's got all the power he ever requires, and it can last for days. There. I unstuck it if it was stuck. Very, very light rain. Very, 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 very light rain right now. I'm definitely gonna be reading Parallel Realities by Frederick Dobson, or Parallel Universes of Self. It's a really good book. Jeez. My hands are like, they're like done like dinner. They're done like dinner. This is actually beautiful though. Like the light rain that's happening. Sort of like misty rain with the sun kind of shining as well. It's nice. I like it. It's definitely a vibe though. We always know that the sun is always around, it's just hiding in the clouds. But like right now, this is nice. I like it. I like it a lot. Ooh, my thumbs are like, I can't feel my thumbs. I can't, on my right hand, I can't feel my thumbs and my index to my middle finger. They're done like dinner right now. It's quiet. I like when the neighborhood's quiet. It's peaceful. That's what I desire in my, of course in my penthouse it's gonna be a little bit louder because, you know, I'm right by like an area where there's lots of people. Theoretically, where I live though in San Diego in the penthouse, during rush hour time, it's a little busy there, but you know, most people are just, they're heading to Seaport Village. Some people are taking photos by the statue downstairs in the at the front of the building, like I used to do. And I got to tell people like, yeah, you know, would you like me to take a photo of you all? Hey, that would be great. You know, I have a story to share with those people. I'm like, you know, it was several years ago. I was like where you are, and I desired to live here, take a photo. Taking a photo of like this, and I'm like, but now I have it, and it's awesome. It's quite the journey. Whew. Phone battery at 11%. So we'll more likely have to do our play out inside today. This might be a semi-indoor day. Not fully, but semi-indoor day. But we'll see. All right. I'll cool beans. Oh, 10% battery. It's okay. Morning. Good morning. I'm gonna make it. I'm going to make it. Well, we're officially out, or not fully out, but like we have been streaming for about 2 hours now. Makes sense. We started around 7:14. I like starting the streams early, but ooh, they have a new car. Very nice. Mustang. Yellow Mustang. It's looking nice. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. %. So sometimes when I make it back to the house, the internet like cuts out just before I make it. It looks like it's gonna hold strong potentially. Yep. I made it back. Nice. Very good. I made it back. Okay. I made it back. All right, let me get you all plugged in. Hands are so cold. Nope, it's not charging. What the hell? Why is it not charging? One sec, y'all. Hello? What the fuck are you? There we go. Jeez. Technology. Technology's weird like that. Okay. Okay, cool. Have to vacuum again. What is this? Let me see what's going on with the weather today. Let's see what's going on with the weather today. What we got? It's gonna be sunny. Oof, this is next Saturday. Next Saturday is gonna be You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Ask that girl out, start that business, walk up and introduce yourself, talk to strangers. Stop living in a world of what if and start living in the realm of I am. Train your brain to take action. Yes, I agree. Assumption is creation. Assumption is creation because you perceive what you automatically assume. And perception is creation, so assume the best. I agree with that. Shaman Lizzie. Assume the best, always. What we got going on here? Okay, let's see what we got going on. What is this?
could your voice sound if you were speaking from the diaphragm at all times? Is there really a simple way to do this when everybody else's videos seem to make it so complicated? In this video, I'll show you how you can sound your best by speaking from the diaphragm with a simple trick that nobody else seems to be teaching. I'll also prove to you that anyone can do this one thing to have a more beautiful, resonated, stronger voice instantly, and how and when to use it so that you can sound and feel effortlessly great whenever you really, really want to. First, let's address the elephant in the room, which is, who the hell am I, and how do I dare to call into question all the experts that say speaking from the diaphragm requires 7 complicated steps and years of practice? How would I know anything that they don't? Really just years of struggle to overcome my weird voice issues. It all started when I accidentally almost killed myself at the age of 3 by sucking on the spout of a teapot with boiling water.
This is interesting.
Which made my relationship with my voice rather traumatic, especially since doctors told my parents I had boiled my vocal cords and wouldn't be able to speak again if I survived. So yeah, when I learned to speak again, I had a few issues. One was fear of breathing in, which is kind of crucial when you're speaking or trying to. So when I had the mad idea to want to become an actor later, even got into drama school, you could say I had to dig a little deeper than most to find a solution to my voice issues. And I tried everything and nothing worked until I accidentally stumbled onto this bizarre trick to literally speak from the diaphragm on command. And yes, this trick is so simple, it's almost laughable. You'll see what I did there in a minute. In fact, let's do a little demonstration of this right now. Okay, let's do it together.
Okay. I want to check something. Let's see what's going on.
How good could your voice sound if you were speaking?
How do you speak clearly without overthinking every single word?
I'll be right back. I'll be right back, y'all. Let me go use the bathroom quickly, y'all. I'll be right back. Uno momento. Put you all back on the tripod for now. Put you all on the tripod until we go back outside, until it dries up a little. Got some cleaning outside to do. I was thinking I had the microphone on. We have some cleaning outside to do in a bit, but I'm gonna eat first. I'm wondering if I should just get to my play out now. No, I'm gonna eat first. Let's see. Look at my holes in my pants, you can see it. Look at my holes in my pants, you can see it. Crazy. Crazy, wild.
Single word. You know that moment when you're talking
9 habits for
halfway through your
clear
sentence,
speaking.
even know what point you're trying to make? My name's Vin. I've coached millions of people to improve their communication skills. And the 9 habits that I'm going to share with you in this video, it's going to help you become a clearer speaker.
Habit 1.
It's the same reason why paragraphs exists in writing. Look at this paragraph on screen, for example, versus this paragraph. Which one looks more digestible?
That one.
Now that we've had a look at this visually with the paragraphs, I want to give you an example auditory-wise. Watch what happens if I just keep talking without pauses and I create no spaces within what I'm saying and I just keep going. Everything starts to just blend in together. And do you notice how when there's no separation and there's no pauses, after a while, everything I say just becomes mumbo-jumbo and nothing really sticks? Only when I do that example, in that exact way, you understand that without pauses, your ideas blur together.
It's true.
With them, though, they land. And here's the beautiful irony.
It's all about pausing.
People who pause more are perceived as being more confident.
It's true.
Less. Now, if you pair delivery habit
That's
1
so
with
true.
this next delivery habit 2,
Pausing
you've
is
got
confidence.
a powerful combo. Slow down to highlight. Often most people, they speak at one speed, one tempo, one rhythm. And often the rhythm is fast. This is one of the biggest problems growing up in the Vietnamese and Chinese culture. My default speaking rate is extremely fast, and old habits die hard. So the moment I am nervous, just 10% nervous, I am off to the races. I thought that if I learn to speak really quickly, that means I can share lots of information per minute, and that means that I'm going to better have more impact. And I didn't realize that speaking like that reduces and dilutes impact instead.
Yes, it
When
does.
you speak really fast all the time, nothing stands out. It all just blurs together. It's like you're reading a book and then you're just highlighting the whole thing. Let me show you this example here.
So
You
true.
tell me, which one hits harder? I just want to remind you that your voice matters and your communication skills is one of the most important skills that you develop in this life. Your voice, it matters. Communication.
Number 2, obviously.
It's not just
I love
a
Vin.
skill. It's a superpower.
He's one of my
you tell me,
favorite
did you feel the difference?
mirrors
Did you
for
notice how
speaking.
when I combined slowing down my speech with a pause, oh, it's just beautiful.
Beautiful.
And I'm not saying always speak like that.
I love it.
I'm saying speak like that when you want the point to land, when you want to be more impactful with your words.
Exactly.
Now as we move
Spot
on
on.
to delivery habit 3, most people ramble a lot, and that's because they
I've
haven't
done
learned
it a lot.
how to use declarative
I've done that a lot.
And again here, I want to remind you that these are all skills that you could learn. You are not stuck with your communication skills. These are just habits, and you can change habits.
Absolutely.
And often when it comes to rambling,
What you tell yourself is what you get. And if you tell yourself you can change, you can change.
You're literally thinking while you're speaking. That's rambling. So when you learn how to make declarative statements, it helps you reduce the ramble. These are just
That's
short,
true.
concise, to the point sentences that have a full stop to them. So I was thinking maybe we could, potentially look at
Speaking, very, very powerful. It's important. So, yeah.
It's kind of important to maybe consider the timing of the launch too, because it could possibly affect our engagement level and how we engage. Oh, I used to talk and it was a mess. And the worst thing is, it makes you sound unsure, even when you are sure and you know your stuff. Now I want
Yeah.
to contrast what you just heard with this next example where I'm going to use declarative statement. Timing and consistency with our social media content will directly impact engagement. Boom! How much better was that? I basically had the same message. It just came across 10 times more clear and coherent. Great delivery isn't just about what you say. It's how you control your delivery and energy when you say it. The pause creates space for your ideas to land. Slowing down acts like a verbal highlighter, signaling that something important is being communicated. And declarative statements remove the guesswork. It replaces hesitation with clarity and conviction. Together, all these three delivery habits transforms your voice from being background noise into something that people want to hear. Now let's get into group 2, vocal habits. When we're thinking about vocal habits, let me ask you a few things to kick things off. Do you ever feel like your throat gets sore after you are speaking for an extended period of time? Do you ever feel extremely
No.
fatigued after a presentation?
No.
And do you ever lose your voice? Or do you ever feel like your voice doesn't sound strong and your voice
The weak
feels
voice
weak?
part,
And you
yes.
think to yourself, what's happening with my voice? Why is it being like this? Well, if you relate to any of the things that I just said, you need to understand vocal habit number 1. Warm up your voice before you use it. Your
La
voice
la
is
la
a
la
muscle
la
system.
la la la.
And just like any muscle, if you go straight from cold to full exertion, then you're going to strain it and it's going to underperform. But here's the thing, vocal warm-ups, they feel awkward and you sound weird while you're doing it.
Yep.
And it takes a lot of effort. And also because nobody else around you is doing it. Because no one does it around you, you end up skipping it and you don't do it too. Here's my go-to warm-up. If there's only one thing I can do, this is what I do. Lip trills. The first thing is, for a full minute on
Lip
just one
trills.
note, I do a lip trill. So I do this. Yeah, do that for a minute. Now, if you struggle to do this, don't worry, your lips and your mouth is not broken. All you got to do if you struggle to do this is take your 2 index fingers, push your cheeks in, and then try. Some people can do it without, some people need. Breathe, obviously, as often as you need to. The second part of the exercise. Now,
That's awesome. I like that.
wow, that was a really long example. Can you guess what song it is?
Yeah.
Only the best song to be written by the best boy band ever. So then you lip trill your favorite song, and then the last one. This is the last lip trill exercise for you to warm up.
Lip.
Lip trills in short bursts, and do that for a minute. So essentially, what you're doing is you're going.
This is interesting.
Set your breath support, and it also helps you reduce vocal tension. And just remember, do this
I love
out
it.
of sight. Don't do this in the middle of the work meeting. Don't do this while you're in the interview room. Do this while you're in the car. And as you start to do this more and more before you need your voice, you'll notice your voice getting clearer. Projection. Have less vocal fatigue. Let's move on to vocal habit number 2. Now, this is going to sound a little bit strange, but this habit is going to protect your voice when you are not speaking.
We're going to be practicing our voice.
We have massive chunks of the day where we're just sitting.
So Vingan, one of my favorite mirrors. I don't speak about him much.
Either be
Mr. here. He is my favorite vocal mirror, like speaking mirror, because he explains things in such a way that allows it to land, and it's digestible. And it's funny because like he was just talking about people rambling on, and I know sometimes when I'm on my trail walk or sometimes when I get in a flow, I ramble on. And I don't do the pauses like I'm doing right now. And I'm being very intentional with doing my pauses so that the words land. Because he said that people who ramble on, even when you are sure of what you are saying, it makes you look less confident. And I was like, That's a bar. And I'm so grateful that I'm watching this video, because I mean, I've went through a speaking course and I'm familiar with all these things, but this is a good reminder of like, these are things that I should be doing. And he did something called lip trills. So lip trills are basically, and he does that for a minute. And he said there's a trick. If you can't do it without it, put your thumb, put your like your fingers by your cheeks and do this. And he also had one where he can sing your favorite song with lip trills. Right? So like, you do that more and more and you practice more and more. That alone is helping my voice to feel on top, on fire. It's interesting. The almighty pause. I've talked about the almighty pause. Like, I can speak as loud as I desire to, and then do the lower voice, and then the almighty pause. And then I will continue to speak and share this example and do another pause. Of course, like, this is when you use it when you're supposed to be using it, when you're speaking, like when you're sharing a point. You don't speak like that, like when you're on the phone. Hi, my name is Orion, and I am an amazing and talented speaker. And I can articulate my voice in all kinds of ways. And you are feeling my words. Like, you're not going to be doing that on the phone. Let's just be real. It's hilarious. So he was like, I don't want to have to overthink when I'm speaking, because he used to do that. And I used to do that too. I used to overthink, like, what am I going to say next? What am I going to say next? Like, because of the live stream, I've found myself not even thinking while I speak, because I just know. But I'm being more conscious now about and aware of like where to drop the pauses to make the point that I'm making more impactful. Because when you have a pause, so this is for anybody who desires to speak, and this is, you can use this in your day-to-day. The more you practice the pauses, and all about breathing as well. Like, the first video was talking about breathing from your diaphragm and laughing. That's more of like an evil laugh. But you know, you practice a little bit of laughing. Like, I don't practice warming up my voice in the morning. I get straight into it. So sometimes I slur my words, as you can tell. But these little simple, not techniques, these little practices can help and change your life. Now, right now I'm using more of an inside voice because my dad is sleeping. I have an inside voice right now as I'm speaking. I'll be back outside shortly. I'm gonna grab something to eat and we're gonna get our play out done. But this is fascinating. I'm glad that this video popped up. So speak 10 times clearer.
How you breathe during those moments can either be protecting your vocal instrument
To protect or destroy.
or damaging it. A lot of people, without realizing, while they're not using their voice, they're defaulting to mouth breathing, which dries out your throat and your vocal cords. It leads to shallow breathing, and you often feel more fatigued as a result of mouth breathing. Whereas if you start to train and develop a new habit, and you always default to nose breathing, The benefits are just crazy. We
Yep.
take over 20,000 breaths a day. So if you can just learn this one simple habit, replace mouth breathing with nose breathing, it's going to optimize how you feel. It's going to
It's true.
optimize your health
100%.
dramatically, and it compounds fast. When you breathe with your nose, one, it humidifies the air. Two, it keeps your throat and vocal cords hydrated and moist. Three, it improves oxygen efficiency by 20%.
It's true.
Four, it also activates your parasympathetic nervous system, which helps you relax and feel more calm. And five, when you breathe through your nose, it filters out all the bad stuff. That's why we all have hair on the inside of our nose. So you shouldn't wax it. Don't wax it. I've seen those waxing videos. Why would you do it? It looks so painful.
Oh.
I bet this is something you've never thought about. You just thought, oh, breathing is just breathing. Whether I breathe through my
Damn,
mouth or my
son.
nose, it's the same thing. So this is an important habit check. Just check. What's your default breathing method? Is it through your mouth or through your nose? And now moving directly into vocal habit number 3, use more volume when you speak. Now keep in mind, I'm not talking about shouting. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about speaking with more presence, with more vitality, with volume that fills the space. When you speak in a healthy volume, you're not
What?
just sharing information, you're transferring.
What the hell?
Every time you speak, your vocal cords, they vibrate. And those vibrations, they travel through the air, they hit other people's ears. And it tells them something before your words even land. Do you know what they say? They say, I'm alive, I care, and I believe in what I'm saying. People don't just hear what you're saying, they feel it.
Yes, they
Volume
do.
isn't just about being heard, it's about being felt.
Yes.
People subconsciously link vocal strength to personal
That's a
truth.
bar.
When your voice is small, they assume your ideas are small too.
Exactly.
But when your voice carries, so does your conviction. A lot of
Bar.
people tend to think that speaking louder is being too much, when what's actually too common is playing too small.
Yep.
If
Playing
you
way
don't
too small.
Speak up, people can't connect. They can't connect with your voice. They can't connect with your energy. They can't connect with you. All right, let's move on to group number 3, cognitive habits. Cognitive habit number 1. If you want to sound more clear, if you want to sound smarter, and you want to sound more confident, finish one thought at a time.
Yes,
When
this
you
is where.
don't finish a thought before starting the next one, your listener has to mentally chase you, and most of the time they actually won't chase you, they'll just zone out. Imagine I did this. So I think we should run the marketing campaign next week. And I also thought, did you see what the team said about the conversion rates on the landing page? Sorry. The other thing is, did you also watch the football game last night? It was a crazy game. What a wild night. And actually, sorry, let's stay on topic and talk about the football game at lunch, because that's where we should talk about football, not in the middle of a team meeting. Oh, by the way, did you want to head out for lunch today, or do you want to eat in? Because I think we also need to rethink the budget that we're spending on the marketing campaign as well. Oh, far out. Making this video just makes me feel bad, because I used to do every single one of these things.
We all
wrong.
did.
And did you notice in that example of me just rambling there? No structure, no clarity. Your brain is multitasking mid-sentence. It's trying to
I do
say
that a lot.
something while also thinking of the
I'm
next
aware of
thing,
that.
and that creates fragmented speech.
Yeah.
And it sounds unsure, scattered, and messy, even if your ideas are brilliant, and that's the painful part.
Yes.
Master communicators do this instead. They start a thought,
They finish
it,
the same thought,
then they
pause, and then they move on to the next one.
idea.
Yep.
Here's the example. Listen, team, we should launch the campaign next week. Let's make sure the whole team is aligned on that as a goal. Everyone also raised a good point about the landing page. Let's put in a plan for conversion rate optimization. And I also want to ask you all for a big favor. We might have to do a working lunch today. Is everyone cool with that? Is everyone okay with that? Those were the same ideas, but now that they're structured, it's digestible, it's more persuasive. And let me ask you this. Have you ever had a great idea, but halfway through explaining it, you could see people getting confused? Look, we've all been there. You're not the problem. Your structure is.
Exactly.
That's why I want to show you a simple 3-step framework to make you a better communicator. And that's cognitive habit number 2. Learn to use frameworks. Let's use an example here together.
This is
Let's say you were
CCC.
talking to your boss about releasing an online course with a tight timeline for the business, and often with
Okay. I love it. I love it so much. He's making me aware, and I love it. I freaking love it so much. It's wild. Morning.
And often without frameworks, this is how we would do it. This is how you do it, right? You do it like this. Hey boss, I'm so sorry about this, but I was looking at where we are with this current project and what has to be done by the editing team. And the marketing team agrees with me because I've talked to them about it, and I've also talked to the general manager. And they said that if I don't tell you this, I mean, I need to tell you this, we're going to need more people on the project, because if we don't get extra support, I don't think we're going to be able to hit the deadline. And we will disappoint a lot of customers because we sent out
I love
6
that.
promotional emails saying that it's going to be ready in 4 weeks. And if it's not ready in 4 weeks, what's that going to do to our branding? Oh man, I said it and it was hard to listen to. And I was the one talking. So here's a simple framework, and it's called CCC. And it stands for context, core, and connect.
Yep.
And what this framework does is it allows you to turn complex ideas and explain them in a way that actually makes sense and in a way that's
Simplified.
Here's how it works. Context. Set the scene. Give people the why before the what. Most people rush towards the what, their content. Don't. Give them context first. Then you move to the core. Deliver the main idea. Keep it clear, keep it simple. And there should only be one main idea here. And then connect. Show them
Jesus,
why
help me
it
remember
matters
more of
to
what I-
them, the relevance.
More of what I
For
already
example,
know.
If you bring that all together, here's how it works. Hey boss, as you know, we're about to release the new online course and the timing is tight. Look, we're going to need extra editors if you want to meet the deadline. This is going to allow us to finish on time and without burning the team out, and at the same time, protect the brand. That's the power of frameworks. You stop over-explaining, you stop losing people, and you go from rambling to resonating. And beautiful communication is when you're able
Rambling to
be
resonating, I love it.
concise and coherent. And look, if you're new around here and you want to learn more frameworks, because after learning CCC, you're like, wow, I love frameworks, then I teach 3 of the most powerful frameworks in the world of communication inside a free 2-hour masterclass that I've recorded for you. And if you want access to that, just click the link below in the description or click the link in the pinned comment down below. When you learn these frameworks in this free masterclass that I recorded for you, you are going to learn how to answer questions on the spot in the moment. What?
I love that. But I've already went through that. CCC. Awesome. That's a good video, by the way.
You are going to learn how to answer questions on the spot, in the moment, while under pressure. You're going to love it. Go check it out. And now let's get on to the final cognitive habit. If you learn how to use this final cognitive habit, you're going to be able to explain complex ideas with absolute ease. I remember this one time my mum was trying to explain to my dad how compounding interest works. Mum was the book smart one, Dad wasn't. And this is how Mum explained it to Dad, okay? Okay, honey, you're ready to learn, okay? The compounding interest is the exponential growth where the interest start to accrue, not only on the principal, but also on the previously accumulated interest. Huh? You understand, honey? Yeah, so stupid. It's so ridiculous, right? Because while I was listening to my mum, I didn't understand it. My dad didn't understand it. So do you know what my mum did? She said the exact same thing. She just said it slower. And just by saying the exact same thing slower, she expected him to get it. Yeah, my dad and I, we still didn't get it. So the next time someone doesn't get what you're saying, instead of just explaining it slower or harder, explain it differently with an analogy.
Yep.
Analogies
That's what I do.
are shortcuts to understanding. They take something complex and they tie it to something simple.
All right, I'm the master of analogies.
That's what makes them powerful. It connects the unknown to the known. Now let's go back to the example of my mum trying to explain compounding interest to my dad. Instead of using that overly complex definition, she should have just used the classic snowball analogy. Compounding interest is like rolling a snowball downhill. At first, it's really small, but as it rolls, it picks up more snow. And the bigger it gets, the faster it grows.
Yep.
The earlier you start rolling, investing, the bigger your snowball becomes. And it's actually scary how big the snowball can get. And if you start rolling, investing early, soon the snowball rolls faster than you can run. That's way easier to digest, right? And because my mum was always the more educated one in the family, she would always educate my dad and me and her sisters. And because of that, my dad was able to buy his dream car when I was young. My dad, yes, he had a dream sports car. He owned a Nissan 300Z. Oh my God, it was one of the most sexiest cars I've ever seen in my life. And yes, that right there you see is me trying to get in his sports car and take it for a spin. Get back on point, Finn. When you use analogies, you tap into visual memory, emotional resonance, and real-world logic all at once.
Yes, you do.
Analogies do three things. First, they make your message stick. 2, they make complex ideas simple. And 3, they make you relatable and more memorable. So if you want to be remembered, stop explaining and start connecting the complex and the unknown with the familiar and the known. These known habits have completely changed the way I communicate.
I love
more
it.
Importantly, how I connect with others. The better you speak, the more of your true self the world gets to meet. And if you've ever doubted the power of your voice, let me leave you with this beautiful quote by Maya Angelou, who says, people will forget what you've said. People will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you made
Them feel.
So go practice. Go get better. Not to impress anyone, but rather to connect more deeply. Because when you speak more clearly, with more clarity, with more confidence, and with more care, guess what? People start to listen. And if you're still craving more communication lessons, if this has not quenched your thirst, then keep going. Dive deeper. Click this video here and see how deep this rabbit hole actually goes. I warn you, once you jump down this next rabbit hole, you may never get out.
It's true.
There are only 3 ingredients you need to be a great storyteller. Nice editing, Peter. A lot of the times people overcomplicate storytelling. They think that you need a wild, once-in-a-lifetime experience or that you have to be naturally charismatic. You don't. You just need 3 simple ingredients to be more memorable and more influential. And research backs this up. In a Stanford study, students who turned fat away. Let's start with the 3 biggest misconceptions that people have. Starting with number 1. You need crazy life experiences to tell good stories, and my life just isn't that interesting. You see, that's where you're wrong. You think stories are about events, not meaning. If you haven't climbed the mountain and survived a disaster or lived through movie moments, you tend to assume you've got nothing to share. And as a result, you don't even attempt to tell stories. So you miss the opportunities to connect through everyday moments, which are far more relatable than the grand adventures. And the irony is, what makes a story powerful
It's
isn't
like
what
how
happened. It's the perspective you bring and the way you frame it. Let me give you an example. Yeah, I've got a bit of a confession to make. I've been a pretty bad dog owner lately. Since the kids have come along, my fur kids have been neglected to the max. Thankfully, my dogs, Link and Zelda, they forgive so easily, and sometimes I think they're more patient than human beings. We don't really deserve dogs, do we? So I made a decision, right? I need to wake up at 4 a.m. to walk them to play fetch with their favorite bright orange ball, and I wrote a big number 4 on the orange ball as a public commitment to my wife and my kids that I was going to wake up at 4 a.m. to take them out every morning. And I know it sounds silly, but I have to do things like that to keep me motivated. And yes, I know that 4 a.m. is really early in the morning too. But with 2 kids, that's the only time
I love it. Specificity.
Let's dive into the 3 ingredients on how to be a great storyteller. Number 1,
Be specific.
You've probably heard people say, be specific.
Be specific. Ingredient number
That's
2.
what bad storytellers say. With this next skill, you take them there. Number 2, reporting versus reliving a story. Most people think they're actually telling and reliving stories, but in actual reality, they're reporting stories. And there's a huge difference. Reporting is information. Reliving is transformation. Let me show you. Last night, I walked on stage. I was nervous.
Live 5 years like no one.
Yeah, it's true, it's accurate, but it's also flat. You're basically giving people the Wikipedia version of your life. Now let me give you the version where I relive the exact same story. I step onto the stage, and the spotlights are so bright, I can't even see the front row. I was so nervous, my hands were shaking so hard, the notes were rattling like crazy, and the imposter syndrome in my head was saying, "You don't belong in this room, Vin, with all these amazing people." And every single face in the audience, they're staring right back at me. Even though I was nervous, I still delivered my talk scared. Do you feel the difference? You're not just hearing what happened, you're in it with me.
I love it.
You can see it, hear it, and you can feel it yourself.
Yes,
You
sir.
almost heard the paper rattling, didn't you? When you relive a story, something happens in your body. Your voice changes, your face changes, even your gestures, they shift. Why? Because you're reliving it yourself as you tell the story. And the audience doesn't just understand what you went through, they actually experience it. That's the magic. Reporting informs, reliving makes them feel like they lived it with you. So how do you get better at this? Let me share with you 3 quick tips. First, use the 5 senses or 6 senses like I spoke about before. What did you see, hear, smell, taste, or touch?
What's up?
And feel in that moment?
Soul fam, good to see you. Oh. Yeah, I mean, well, I won't be eating in front of you all. I mean, if that bothers you, mute the mic, because I'm not doing that. Some people actually like the ASMR stuff. You know me, I don't do what other people tell me to do. But I appreciate your concern, but I will keep doing what I'm doing. But thank you for that. But in the future, even though future is irrelevant, what was I gonna say? I won't be eating in front of you because I'll just be on talking and then I'll be off. So you won't have to deal with that. So just remember, I don't take orders, even though that's not an order, that's a suggestion. I appreciate it, but I will keep doing what I'm doing. Just mute my mic. just mute myself. Or just mute me when I'm eating. That's it. Let's see. Continue.
And feel in that moment. One vivid detail is all you need. Second, change your tense. Don't say, I was
Gotcha.
standing there nervous. Instead, say, I'm standing there. My palms are sweating. My chest is tight. Using present tense in your stories is how you relive it. Third, let your body join in on the story. If your hands are shaking, shake your hands. Let it actually shake while you're telling the story. Now I know.
Looking at
what
videos
I can relive the story.
with a very powerful speaking mirror. His name is Vin Gan. He is probably the best speaking expert, in my opinion, that I've ever run into. So it's good that I'm being mindful, because like the next phase of the journey is just to speak with clarity. There won't be much of, excuse me, there won't be much of, you won't get much of anything else. So you all should be actually taking these last moments in and enjoying this like behind the scenes stuff, because you ain't getting any more of this soon enough. It's coming. So the food, the annoyance of me chewing my food, you ain't getting that anymore. You ain't getting the walks anymore, potentially. You ain't getting the playouts. You ain't getting nothing. You're only gonna get me speaking. So enjoy it while it lasts, because the time is ticking. Time is ticking. So just letting you know, letting all of you know, time's ticking. Time is ticking for all that. I might still take you all on a walk though. We'll see. We'll see what happens with that. But everything else, it ends. I'll come back on this channel and do all that random stuff. But the other channel, you ain't getting none of that. On, deliver my point, jump off. I'm not answering any questions. I'm simply going to share a fact. You take it or leave it, and then that's it. It's how I'm going to be operating, because the universe desires me to drive home points now, because it's necessary. So enjoy the last little bit of like all of this, because it's ending soon. Soon, we don't know. Soon could be a month. It could be another year. It could be 3 days from now. It could be 24 hours. It could be, it could be whenever. But all that's coming to an end. Yep. Yep. And by the way, if, not if, when I win the lottery, I'll disappear. I won't be streaming. I'll be just living my life and be like, yeah, you know, it was nice to help people, but now it's time for me to just be the new phase of my journey. Nah, I'm still gonna help people. I know I am. I didn't come here to not help people. I came here to help people. And by helping, I mean helping everyone to remember their own remembrance by them bringing their own awareness so that they can live their best life. I'm gonna go outside shortly and get the play out in. Gotta take advantage of the sun. I should go outside in a moment. Yeah. It's gonna be interesting. It will be interesting. I did a whole year. Tuesday. Time's ticking. The beginning of the end is happening. The end is near, as they call it. Or I still live stream for another year, or I just keep going. But knowing how the channel is going right now, this channel is not. This channel specifically is. It has to come to a halt. I'll do all the random stuff on this channel, or I might go on TikTok. Go entertain people on TikTok and see how that is. It'd be interesting, since now I can go live on TikTok. From what I checked, let me just go double check.
What's this right here?
Oh, Marvin, you're not going to believe this. This shit is crazy.
Yep, I can go live. Practice mode. Practice mode is available. This is only available to you. You'll have 30 seconds or more to explore live features. When you see a countdown, you can choose to stay in this mode or go live immediately when it happens. Happy practicing. Allow. What the hell is it doing? So this is live, huh? Well, at least they removed all that. But that's like upside down. I wish there was a camera over there. Not now. I wish there was a camera there and there on this tablet. Because like I have to look there to the side to make it look like I'm looking at everybody, but it's weird. That's why the phone is required. It looks like they still do the reverse backwards thing as well. I'm not going to be doing TikTok live streaming though anytime soon. It's good to know that I can actually go live now. It's pretty good. Cool. Leave. You have to download an app. Apply for access. I don't even know what the hell that is.
What's this right here?
Oh, Marvin, you're not going to believe.
People started following me, but yet I don't. I'm not even on TikTok. Who is this?
Let's try this again.
Let's not. Let's fill out the form and you answer my questions.
Breaking news, a local police officer in Washington state was immediately suspended this morning.
See, TikTok is weird. The algorithm is weird. Like that. Question, how to fix someone? Answer, you can't. That's funny. That's funny. Well, we'll see. I don't know. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. Like I said, the universe opened up TikTok live stream for me. It'd be interesting. I don't know what is copyright from what isn't copyright, right? Because like music and all that stuff. Like I don't know their rules. Everything would be a trial, a test, a phase. I might start TikTok next year. I have, well, an idea just came through. An hour on YouTube and an hour on TikTok. That way I target both platforms still. So the same things that I'll share on one platform, I will then go on the other platform and kind of have, you know, have a similar like conversation. Okay, so we're getting ideas now. That's good. All I know is things are about to change. Things are about to change. And I'm going to blast through a lot of resistance from people. I'm not there to make friends. I don't care if anybody connects or not. I'm just here to deliver a message so that you, everyone, can get back to the true version of themselves and live their best life so I can go home. I've been here longer than I'm supposed to be. Let's go outside. Let's go outside. I'm gonna take advantage of the sun. Yeah, I've been here longer than I'm supposed to be. In terms of the planet. I'm supposed to have gone off of this planet a long time ago. But here we are still kind of lingering. But yeah. We're going to go outside. I do have to do a little bit of sweeping. Huh, not by a little, a lot of sweeping. Crazy. Yeah, so that's probably an idea. Because, you know, the universe blocked me from TikTok. Like, I checked throughout the year and I was still... So, there is a reason why blocked. And I didn't go and, you know, reach anything like that to get myself unblocked. And originally I was supposed to be on TikTok anyways over YouTube, because I did say that I desired to be on TikTok. But Olga was like, "No, you're supposed to be on YouTube." right? Of course, here we are. I was meant to be on YouTube to uncover a lot of things and meet a certain amount of souls. And we did. Let's take advantage of the sun right now. I appreciate you sharing the chewing thing though. But you know, it's funny because like a lot of people enjoyed the ASMR. You can't please everybody. That's the problem, right? Some actually like the chewing. Some enjoy that crunchy sound. Some don't. So what do? Right? So, and I've been eating ever since. So the fact that you brought it up was I'm glad that you mute me while I'm eating. That's fine if that bothers you. That's okay. Remember, we all have our own preferences of what we like and don't like. But you know, I can't please everybody, and I'm not here to please everybody. I'm here to do what I came here to do, and I won't. The thing is, you know, the one thing I always tell everybody is don't let anybody tell you otherwise. And I know that was just a suggestion, and I'm just letting you know that we're cool, but I also do whatever I choose to. Otherwise, I would already have changed that by now. But, you know, of course, who knows how the live streams are really going to turn out in the future, because there could be more intimate time with me, like where there's going to be whole sets of family, whole new set of people, right? And they desire to hang out and have a meal, right? So, but I'm glad you brought that up so that I'm aware. But I won't mute myself. I can move the mic a little bit further, but at the same time, you know, kind of want to just keep this raw and unfiltered, because me having to do something else is basically me not following what I am supposed to be doing and kind of not being my authentic self. I used to have this subconscious thing about chewing food in front of people and eating in front of people. I don't care about that now. I remember when the girls were like, "Can you chew that apple?" I'm like, "Chew that apple? Like, what kind of craziness are y'all into?" Because they love the ASMR. Cool. This is clean. Keeping this nice and clean and purged. Like the back here is always just crazy. Behind the barbecue, so much leaves just get thrown over there. And then it gets collected. See, my live streams have changed throughout this year. I went from just speaking to then doing my playouts. Well, I did my playouts really in the beginning. Then I went from speaking and doing the playouts to traveling, connecting with fam, getting intimate, to doing random stuff, to only go back to what I was supposed to be doing, and that's just the speaking. And maybe the playouts potentially, if there's a demand for that. But no one's actually really doing the playouts with me, except for that one sister whose name shall remain a secret, because she doesn't come on the streams. She doesn't care about all that. She didn't care about the talking. She always said that to me. She's like, I don't really care about your talking. I don't care about all this personal development stuff. All I care about is the movement. I'm like, then why are you on my channel then? Go find, like, here's the link to Caroline Gervin and Tiff and Dan. She's like, well, I like how you explain things when it comes to moving your body. So I'm like, oh, well, sure. But yeah. There. Gave it a clean. It's as clean as it's gonna get for now. Of course, it's a losing battle because the winds are just blowing, so the leaves just keep coming back, you know? Yeah, I know. Doesn't mean it's over. You make that sound like it's over, but it's not over. It's just don't know what's going to transpire. The universe only just gave me, like, okay, the fact that TikTok is now accessible, so there's that option. And of course, the other channel, being able to live stream on that one, since I don't want to make content. Content is annoying. Speak for about an hour. Speak for an hour a day, maybe. And then the rest of the day, just do whatever I feel called to do. We'll see though. Or I just keep streaming on this channel and see and just aim to say that this channel will have millions of subscribers. But I do know that, you know, Claudia, she says, you got to get rid of that superhero of love stuff. And at first I was like, no, that's who I am. I am the superhero of love. That's who I am. But the thing is, like, that persona now doesn't feel like who I am anymore. I am all about love, but not in the love that the spiritual people do. And by spiritual, I mean the people who keep saying, like, the spiritual dogma shit. Because now spirituality has become its own religion. And I refuse to be put in a box that tells people that you have to be drinking green smoothies and you have to have crystals and you have to have these weird piercings and tattoos and look kind of weird. Having all these, like, moon symbols and all this other shit to make yourself looking more spiritual. I mean, if it floats your boat and you're happy with doing that kind of stuff to your body, hey, there's no judgment. But if you're doing it to make yourself more spiritual, I have news for you. You ain't more spiritual. You just are. Right? I see that all the time. I see a bunch of women specifically who put all this spiritual stuff and we're all these spiritual things. Newsflash. And same with some dudes. I see these piercings and all this stuff. Newsflash, if you're liking it and it's cool and you feel great, amazing. But if you're doing it to be more spiritual, I have news for you. You ain't more spiritual. That might trigger the shit out of some people, and I really don't give a fuck if that triggers. That's the whole point. That's why, like, the spiritual community is now to me. I just can't stand it. Even though it's all one thing anyways. See, more leaves just came flowing back. It's a losing battle, but it gives me something to do while I'm outside. But yeah, the spiritual community just blah. Look at me changing throughout a year, who was all spiritual, all like namaste and all this other shit. And now I'm not even into that stuff. Love and light and namaste. I'm a 99th dimensional being who sees all the fool Tom Dickery on this planet. All the fucking Tom Dickeries. You know, bro, there's no, did Facebook, is that auto censored? Or is that you putting the censor on? Because I have no idea. Does YouTube put the auto censor on the text with those like blank 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 words, or is that you doing that? I know the words you're saying, but are those purposely made by you, or is that YouTube doing that, like automatically, just out of curiosity? Since I don't really type much in my own stream. There's a reason why I'm bringing that up. In the meantime, I'm gonna get my playout open. Okay, so my question is, why are you doing it? Why don't you just write it out? It's just a word. Just write it out. Doesn't help me. In fact, I have to like play guessing games. That's more obfuscation, if anything. So in my opinion, that's obfuscation. So you think it's helping with imagination. I think it's creating obfuscation. That's my personal opinion. That's why I'm like, I was just wondering if YouTube was automatically doing that, or is that you personally doing that? I mean, it doesn't really matter. Keep doing whatever you choose to at this point. But like, that's just obfuscation in my opinion. That's fair. I mean, keep doing what you choose to. But in my opinion, not my belief, because I don't believe in shit. I know that for me, it just creates more obfuscations. I won't put blank blank blank. I'll literally tell it as it is in the chat. Like, fuck you and fuck this and fuck that. I'll type out the word, or I'll type out the piece of shit, or POS for short. But anyways, I was just curious to see if that was you or a YouTube thing, because nobody really swears on the live stream. Or I haven't seen anybody like drop an F-bomb. Like they say like F, like EFF, but I've never seen anybody type the F word out. Right? So like I was wondering if that was a YouTube thing. So thank you for letting me know that it's a you thing. And your perspective. It's funny how we all operate so differently. Okay, so I'm gonna open up my playout. All right, people, we're gonna be doing cardio in a moment. No excuse for this one because there is no equipment. Your body is your equipment. So if you're like, yeah, and you're not here to feel guilty if you don't do it. It's all good if you don't desire to do it. But if you do desire to do it, make sure you know that you're going to be using your body. Your body's important. So we're not doing that one because that one is short and it's only and has abs. So that takes away a little bit of it. I think this one will be good. Yep, this one will be good. Let's see. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I can see that because YouTube could be like, oh, this person's dropping F-bombs and they're being hostile. Because yeah, YouTube is also very picky. So okay, I see it from that aspect too. Because you know when Destiny was when she was sharing Drake songs, right? YouTube thought it was a spam, and that's how the whole problem with the shadow ban happened. It started at that moment. It wasn't her fault. She didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know how that's how it worked. But like, she was just dropping Drake songs, and because it was Drake songs, right? And it wasn't any bad. It was just she's just dropping songs that she loved. She was just sharing with the people in the chat like the songs that she likes. Nothing wrong with that. But YouTube decided to go fuck me like that. And we know it got fucked because somebody put me on a campaign during this early summer before I had my my mental breakdown / dark night of the soul, and the channel exploded again for a week. So I know that definitely YouTube fucked me over. So they can't tell me that they didn't fuck me over. But at the same time, it is what it is at this point. So, yeah. Yeah. So, you know, when there's some new souls coming on, like yesterday there was a person said, can you flex? I'm like, I'm not going to flex. It's like, I can flex, but I'm not going to. Right? They're like, they said, hey, and I'm like, what's up? And then, you know, they asked some stupid shit like, can you flex? I'm like, just get out of here. Yeah, like when, you know, YouTube's still showing some stragglers. You know, yesterday as well, Indominus and the other Aryan showed up around the same time, which was interesting. I did say that I was going to see Indominus at some point. Sure enough, I saw her. Had a little bit of time to speak with her, but not as much because she was on the metro heading home. But yeah, you know, she came on, but like, that's what I mean. It's stragglers. The channel it kind of works, but it kind of doesn't. So yeah, here we are. All right, it's time for us to get rolling. No more talking. It's time to do it. Time to do the thing. 30 minutes. Let me see what the layout is. Okay, cool. I love this type. 40 seconds of play, 20 seconds of rest. There is no repeat. And then finisher, we have 30 seconds, 4x movements, no rest in between that. So that is what we got going on today. And we're going to get right into it because taking advantage of the sun. Oops. Didn't want to do that. Yeah, but the chat, that's what happened. That's what happened. I was playing Dead by Daylight, and it was in the evening time, and we were hanging out. All of us were just chilling. There was like 20 of us hanging out in the evening time, and all of a sudden, I see my likes going down. They were plummeting. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And I don't blame her, because I just didn't know that's how that worked. So I see, now I know why, like, because I thought the F-bombing, like the F words, was YouTube doing that. So now I know. Okay, let's roll. They're gonna give us a, nope, we're getting straight into it. We're starting with prisoner squats, across crunch. Lost my balance there for a moment. Yeah. That's basically what happened. So here we are. Push-up with shoulder taps are next. Make sure when you do shoulder taps that you're not really twisting your body too much, so you can keep your stance for your push-ups, like your legs a little wider. You do 2 push-ups, come back up, do 2 shoulder taps, go back down, do 2 push-ups. 1, 2, 1, 2. Push up. 1, 2, 1, 2. There is no repeat, so we're just doing this like this set of movements one time. I should be facing the other way. The sun is there. Let's go. Well, it's not 100% definitive yet on that, but the fact that I have the ability to stream there now means that I think the universe would like me to go there, potentially. I don't really want to go, I don't really desire to be on TikTok, to be quite honest though. But we'll see what happens. You know what's funny? Because what if YouTube was the practice grounds for the true live streaming of TikTok? And Instagram and Facebook were just the catalyst for YouTube. Who knows? I have no idea at this point. Reverse lunge, front kick to the left. We're using the left leg now. Kind of wish I had my black beard still, but it's all good. Because now, I ain't gonna be nobody can mess around with me. I'm gonna be practicing more of my being intentional with my words, like as I speak, with the pauses, and not be rambling on much. Thank you to Vin. Everything happens and shows up for the right reason. I actually don't have TikTok on my phone. I took that shit off. It's on my tablet though. Theoretically, what can happen when I get the second phone is do a dual stream. One on Instagram, or not Instagram, one on TikTok and one on YouTube simultaneously. So that means that would save me, that'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm doing mountain climbers. Two phones, 2 streams simultaneously at the same time. That means I would stream for an hour. Hour and a half. Won't take it too long. We're doing 3 squats and then a jump. So 1, 2, 3, jump. 1, 2, 3, jump. I would just have to get a second phone though, since iPhones can't multitask, which sucks. It's ridiculous how Apple gets away with what they do with their operating system and people don't, they just accept it. It's ridiculous. Like I can do so much on my tablet and my phone can't even do at the same time. Doing bicycle crunches, y'all. So this has some abs in it. And just because we're doing abs doesn't mean we're not doing abs afterwards. These don't count. Anytime abs or push-ups or squats show up in the main playout, they don't count towards any of the other stuff. This is like bonus. Yeah, I'm having the idea that I'm going to be doing 2 phone setup, 2 simultaneous streams. That's going to be interesting, which will require some new setup, like a bracket that holds 2 phones at once. Hell, maybe even a 3rd stream at the same time. But Instagram and Facebook are a waste of my time to stream on those platforms. It's only to people I already know, and you know, they have their own rules and regulations. What kind of music can be used and what can't be used and all that other shit. I have to test TikTok though. All right. Squat to cross punch. Yeah, exactly. It would be ideal if I could, I mean, the goal would have been cool if I had StreamYards again. And StreamYards, I think, can do vertical streaming now, and it can stream to multiple platforms at once, which is awesome. But the problem is, does it actually do vertical streaming? Because when you're horizontal, right? When you are horizontal, like on your computer, then when you go on a vertical stream that's horizontal, it doesn't show up well. And more people are vertically streaming now. Except for Twitch. Twitch uses horizontal streaming. There are YouTubers who do horizontal streaming, and it works. But like when you're on a live stream, like on your phone, like it doesn't show up well. You'd have to turn your phone sideways. So there's a lot of weird ass limitations that I'm looking to see how I can overcome them. Not that I have to overcome anything, because you know there's nothing to overcome. It's just walking the path. But dealing with the semi-technical limitations that might be there. All right, so we're doing cross mountain climbers. The sun is hiding behind a thick layer of cloud there now, so it doesn't matter which way I face. Oh, came right back out. See, spoke too soon. I'm gonna face this way. So cross climbers is bringing your knee to your opposite elbow. Right knee to left elbow and left knee to right elbow. I'm sure our brother Nero will be releasing his video today, along with our sister Katie. We'll see what Mr. has to say. Pike shoulder taps are next. So we're gonna be in a pike position and doing shoulder taps. TikTok would be interesting though, because there's a little bit of a different mindset on TikTok as well. Different culture there. My socks. Tucking in my tights. All right, we're doing lateral squat walk with a jump. To be honest, this doesn't do anything for me. This exercise here does nothing, in my opinion, for me. But this is what they're doing, so. Because I can sit in a squat, in a much deeper squat for longer periods of time. So like doing this doesn't do nothing for me. They're doing speed skaters now. You know, truthfully, I don't want to stop doing any of my anything that I'm doing on my live streams. I just desire more people to be on. That's it. I want thousands of people. I desire thousands of people to be on. Hundreds of thousands of people to be on. That's all. It's the damn reach that is annoying right now. I'm not reaching as many as I should. I came here to reach millions and billions of people. But I know there's a plan in place. We're doing plank jacks, by the way. I came here to fulfill my destiny. I'm at that level. But you know, the universe had to do what it had to do throughout this year's live stream, right? Tricep push-ups, y'all, also known as narrow push-ups. You're bringing your arms in closer. So it should look like this. All right, so we're doing staggered squat walk, and then you're walking forward and then backwards. Just so y'all know, we're already 50% done. We're already halfway done. So didn't feel like we only did this for like, felt like we only did this for 5 minutes. It's because I'm also talking. And the talking is also allowing me to, you know, not consider how much time I'm doing my moves. I'm grateful for Vin for helping me and reminding me about nose breathing again, the importance of it for speaking specifically. Because the whole point is, like, you know, there's no point sharing what I have to share if I'm just rambling on and doesn't make the impact. But I know that my voice is so powerful, even if I ramble on. Even if I go on tangents and I don't finish my first thought. High knees is next. Let's go. Side lunges to knee drive to the right. So you're gonna go to the right and then bring your right knee up. So for whenever this new phase of streaming happens, whenever, because I still feel like I'm gonna be streaming on this channel for a little bit longer. Unless said otherwise, it'll be just me doing my playouts first thing in the morning, my walks, and then yeah, just taking my walks out and then coming back and then streaming. Just making sure that I still take my gimbal out, because I can foresee something happening potentially where if I start taking my walks without my phone and my gimbal, then there could be a new habit that gets formed where like I get uncomfortable with bringing out my phone again, and that's the last thing I desire. So, but that's if I can also just say screw it and do it and know that I can easily go back to streaming outside if I really desire to. So we'll see. Curtsy lunge squat to the right. Only your right leg is moving here. So squat, curtsy lunge, squat, curtsy lunge. Today is lower body mobility training, so this is good. I also might start waking up even earlier, like 4:30, 4 o'clock. Do my play out early, get that done, and then like stream in the evening times or afternoon, like early afternoon, taking advantage of the lighting. Well, I know in San Diego that'll change. But in Toronto for now, we'll see. I don't really know. I don't want to start planning shit. Let it just be off the cuff. I don't want to bound myself to like rules and impose any like limitation. So let it just be whatever it's supposed to be at this point. If I'm still supposed to be streaming 12 hours, then so be it. Blast off push-ups are next. The leaves are just falling down, and these trees don't even belong to us. Well, it doesn't belong to this house, and yet it's coming from whatever tree on the leaves, or whatever tree was on the roof. Like, it's so weird how the leaves are on this roof. There's not really a big tree that can reach the roof unless it flies in the air and lands on our roof. Should create a fucking dome for this house. An invisible dome that nothing like that impedes. Burpee jacks. So doing 2 jumping jacks with a burpee. Oh, he's doing the push-up burpee. 1, 2. And for me, burpees are easy and they're fun because I do them every day. First thing in the morning. I do 11 of them. %, plank to toe taps. So you're touching your toes with your opposite hand. So left hand, right toe, right hand, left toe. So plank, touch, plank, touch, plank, touch, touch, plank, 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 touch. You get the drill. I sent my my Flower of Life, the original version of the Flower of Life, that I didn't add more stuff to Alina, and she's like, "Wow, I can really feel the depth of the Flower of Life here, more than ever." I'm like, "Yeah, because that's what it is. Flower of Life is everything. It's all of life." Now, of course, she also said, "Well, if it had no limits, you could probably fill in more words." I'm like, "You're absolutely right. There's so many more words to fill in." There also could be multiple versions of that. One could be more metaphysics. One can be based on personality, like characteristics, feelings, like the feeling wheel. Left side. Hello leaves, welcome back here. I'm gonna clean you up after I'm done my play out fully. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I'm supposed to do, that's what we're supposed to be doing. All right, universe, that is me. Let's go. Next phase of this journey. The Jesus phase begins now. You didn't have me watch The Chosen for accidents. You had me download and be aware of it last year, but you didn't have me watch it last year. You had me watch it this year, during the quieter times of the stream. Power jacks, y'all. So you're doing a jumping jack and then a power jack. Push-up burpees are next. 11:11 happened two minutes ago. The soul saw it, the eyes didn't, but that's okay. I've seen 11:11 how many times? You know what happens sometimes? The mind is like, but I didn't see it. That means I'm losing my spiritual power. You ain't losing spiritual power. You're only losing spiritual power if you tell yourself you are. You're never losing power. You're never losing anything. It's all a paradox. Finisher. You can bet your ass that we probably have another burpee to do. So first is push-ups. Second is air squats. These are not my warm-up stuff. Third is sprint in place, and then fourth is burpee. I told you. I told you. 30 seconds each. Let's go. Ooh, that wind is wild. Squats. This is perfect because we'll be doing all this after we're doing the main quest and the side quest. Okay, sprint in place, and then we have one more after this, and that's burpees. Chest push-up burpees is the same as regular burpees in my opinion. We're doing good, y'all. I'm gonna restart that track that's playing right now. Congratulations, y'all. We did the thing. Look at all the leaves that just came here. This is how it gets collected under the table. God dang, like, it's because it's all on the grass too, so it's just blowing. All right. All right, the ab exercise already popped up. Let's get straight to it. This is actually perfect. The track hasn't picked up yet. Let's go. 10 minutes. $50 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest. This is called total abs, starting with leg switch. Make sure your lower back's on the mat. Put your hands underneath your butt for lower back support. If you can't, keep it flat. If you can keep it to the side. Breathe through your nose, out through your mouth. If you're having a hard time through your nose, because it's clogged like mine's right now. Well, it's not fully clogged, but semi-clogged. Breathe from your mouth. We'll do all the stretching and all that afterwards. Reverse crunch with leg opener. I would put your hands underneath your butt for this one. Bring your knees to your chest. Extend the leg out and then do that. Once I get the main quest and the side quest done, like, you know, all the other stuff that I usually do, they're basically bonus, but I just do them because, like, I enjoy doing my mobility training and my push-ups and my squats, not because I have to, it's because I choose to now. I gain more energy. Well, I can gain energy whether I move or I don't move, but I like using this as my way of summoning energy. Because what you tell yourself is what you can expect. So if you say you don't move your body, but you have infinite energy, and that's what you get. You get infinite energy without moving your body. Don't let reality fool you, y'all. Humanity has played this weird ass game where you think everything's physical. No, it's holographic. I know this more than ever now. There's too many, you can call them signs or synchronicities that has shown me otherwise. From authors, people who's speaking, sharing, they can't be going crazy like I am, and they have the level of success where I am in my inner world, so they just have it in their physical. So, like, we can't be wrong. It just is. Like yesterday I saw Tim Grover talking about, you know, positive thinking versus delusional, right? I was about to comment, but I'm like, you know what? There's no point, because he's not operating from a third or from a fifth dimensional plane. I know the type, and it'd be a waste of my words to leave it in comments, because I was gonna say, you know, your definition of delusional is third dimensional. Your delusional is what I call the third dimensional realistic. And the real delusional is what I call the fifth dimensional realistic. It's backwards, essentially. Hey, hello, leaves. They just falling down. One almost landed on my face there. They're just landing. Look at all the trillions of dollars they're landing here right now. Trillions of dollars. What is money? It's only paper that is not even actually paper. It's just pieces of paper that have technically no value. We only give it the value. That word, value. I think I made a live stream on value. So we're doing cross crunch right now. Butterfly crunches are next. So keep your hands behind your head. Bring your feet together. All right, leaves, just fall all down so I can just like purge you all in one fell swoop. Blow off the roof and the gutters and all the shit, and let me yeah. What's next? Single leg extensions. So with this one, there's an extra hack here. So when you're bringing your legs forward, you can bring your face and your torso up forward. And then when your leg goes back to neutral, you bring yourself back down. That gives your upper body a little bit, your upper core is a little bit more of engagement. So you got a little bit more squeeze out of the juice here, as they would say. Because you can just do this, but you're not gonna get as much core engagement unless you do that, where you're moving your torso, like your neck forward, because it forces your core to engage more. Oblique heel taps are next. So with this one, you can't reach this is your obliques. If you can't reach your heels by doing this, then bring your feet together and reach between your toes and your heels, this spot in the middle of your foot, and do this. But for the rest of us, bring your feet out and really squeeze your obliques. The wind's pretty powerful today. Holy shit. And that's how all the leaves get collected, just by that one gust of wind. That one gust of wind just brought a whole pile of leaves here. How awesome. We're doing plank knee tucks. It's okay, I'll be purging in a moment. See, in San Diego, you know, if they don't really have like any other trees besides palms, like they do have the fall, and they do have leaves that do fall from the trees, but it's not as often. At the healing resort, there'll be evergreen trees, there'll be palm trees, and there'll be trees that don't shed throughout the year. I'm making sure of that. Spider crunches are next. You're going to be on your forearms. You're bringing your knees to your corresponding elbow. Left knee to left elbow, right knee to right elbow. This is targeting your obliques. So squeeze your obliques. When you're bringing your knees to your elbows, suck in your gut as well while you're in the plank position. Almost there, y'all. Hair went in my mouth. Very good, y'all. The hair was still in my mouth. Very good. We're gonna do our ab stretch. The 4 types of human behaviors and how to effectively communicate with each in business and in life. It's funny, Vin was talking about the 4 types of behaviors. Surrounded by idiots. Wow. Task-oriented, interesting. Might be another book I have to, I mean, I know the human psychology pretty well. All right. So here's what we're gonna do again. Sweep, then stretch. It's just gonna keep coming down though, so. Like I said, losing battle, but it's all good. The last thing I desire is to be like sitting under a bunch of leaves, under the table. We should have like a fucking like fence guard here or something by this patio that doesn't allow anything. Look at all that. Look at all that. Look at all that. Like I said, it gives me something to do while I'm out here, besides talking and sharing and all that. Okay, couple more on this side. Hey, where are you going? Go back, go back. They're blowing this way now. The 4 types of behaviors. I should see if they have the audiobook on YouTube. Surrounded by idiots. I wouldn't call it that. I'd call it Surrounded by Third Dimensional Humans. Surrounded by Third Dimensional Humans by Orion Phoenix Stellar. Narrated by Orion Phoenix Stellar. Publications, The 99 Dimensional Fleet. Copyright. There is no copyright. Forward. This book is for those who want to... So Super Saiyan 3 is playing right now. This book is for those who know that they're a multi-dimensional being and not adhering to a thing called time. Time is a measurement that we use to navigate on the planet, but it is not real. We created this thing called time, which is an illusion. Technically, there's supposed to be 13 months instead of 12. There's technically 13 zodiacs, not 12. There's 13 periods for a woman's menstrual cycle in a year, not 12. The number 13 is not an unlucky number. It just threw off the balance of like, it didn't have it wasn't an even number. And of course, if we had 13 months, every month will have 28 days. It'd be exact. There wouldn't be like, Sunday would be always a 1st, the 8th, the 15th, and the 25th, I think? No. Forget. Every Friday would be a 6th, a 13th, a 20th. No, a 20, no, 20, yeah, 20th. And, yeah. So it'd be fascinating. So this book is for those who do not adhere to time. And also, this book is for those who are going to actually implement into their life and stop using shitty ass words. Yes, I called you out right off the bat in this book. For those of you who are using weak ass words, I'm gonna call you out on your bullshit in this book. Still using shitty, weak ass words? Well, I'm about to take you for a ride. This book is going to stir shit up inside of you. You're gonna think that I'm wrong, but everything's a paradox. That's the first thing I want to remind you all, that this is a realm of paradox. Nothing's real, but all things are real at the same time. Let your mind get adjusted to paradoxes. Let your mind get adjusted to paradoxes, because that's exactly what's going to be said in that book. Should I write the book, of course. But the book is one page. My book is every day. It's on a video. It's in a video format. If you haven't guessed it already, it's called a live stream. I share the stories. Yeah. The wind's gonna keep happening. I'm gonna keep doing this for hours. Never actually, it's like going to the beach and attempting to sweep up the water from the sand from the ocean. That's what this is what this will remind me of because of the wind. I just don't want to make it like underneath the table is annoying because like I don't like sitting with like crap underneath the table. It feels like disgusting to me. Hey, Win, can you like go somewhere else? Like leave Toronto and go elsewhere that requires the wind? Thanks. See, I come back and there's more leaves. It's a not winning battle. And because it keeps falling from the roof as well too, doesn't help. But I'm enjoying it. It allows me to keep moving my body. All right, time to stretch. It looks so clean. And the cleaning motivates, inspires me as well too, because it fuels me to do more and be more. The third one always gets my back. There, nice and clean. Again. All right. Do some arm circles. Crisscross. You did good, y'all. Ever since I've been doing those things with the weights, it's actually been good for my shoulders. I really am enjoying like swinging the weights. I'm gonna go get them. Even though today is lower body mobility training, I'll still do some with my shoulders because they're pretty good. I really like it. I really enjoy swinging. Doesn't have to be heavy, not like fully heavy. These are 10 pounds. And this targets not only the shoulders, but the core, the hips, the ankles. I know why I got these weights. They were to be used like this. It's better if I had the clubs, because I can swing it in a certain way, but I can add like this to it. It's pretty good. Very good. Grateful for buying those for $5. $5, y'all. That was $5 this summer. That, my boxing gloves. Haven't worn my boxing gloves in forever. All right. We're gonna go grab our walker. And I should have grabbed the resistant band as well too. Oh, before we do anything, leg circles. I'm adding these ones as well. Something to remember that. This is good for your hips. Neck circles. The spot that most people forget to do, the neck. They do all the other stuff, but they forget their neck, and I forget to do the neck too, so it's a good reminder. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna put back on parallel realities or parallel universes. But before I do that, I was going to check to see. Let's see what Vin also was saying.
Now I know what you're thinking. I can relive the story. I can share all the specific details of a story. But why would anybody care? It's because you need the final ingredient, which is number 3. Share the meaning of the story.
Yep.
Now here's
sharing the
part
meaning.
that most people miss. A story isn't powerful just because you relive it. It's powerful because of the meaning you share.
And there's the 4 types of people he was talking about.
Life really is like a dance.
Oh my God, Jessica, I gotta tell you something. This morning, I thought it was gonna rain, so I brought an umbrella. It didn't rain, so I carried an umbrella the whole
I love his
day.
videos.
So, why are you telling me this?
Because it's funny.
Terrible storyteller, right? But damn, he's got one hell of a jawline. The meaning is what makes the story useful. It's what transforms your story into a gift for the audience who's listening. Without it, you're just telling campfire tales. With it, you're now teaching, inspiring, and shifting someone's perspective. Here's how I think about it. The story is the doorway, but the meaning is what you lead people into.
That's a
once
bar.
they've walked through the door.
That's a bar.
You say
That's a bar.
magical words. The reason I'm telling you
The story is the doorway, but it's the meaning that helps people walk through the door. That's a bar. That's a bar. I like that. I love it.
relevance.
Relevancy.
The most important part of storytelling is the meaning. You guys want to give it a go?
Yeah, sure. I guess my story is on stage fright, and I suppose the meaning is about being courageous. Is that right?
Dan, that's more than right. That's beautiful.
My story is about being locked in a safe for 4 days, and I think the meaning is that I'm very lucky to have a boss like Vin. Is that right?
It's more than right, Peter. That's actually the correct answer. All right, so my story about carrying a umbrella around all day, the meaning of that is, I don't think anybody in the office likes me. I don't think anybody listens to me when I storytell. I don't have any friends.
That's funny.
What? Let me add an
That's
extra lesson.
funny.
The link you make from the story to the lesson, it needs to make sense. This is why the best storytellers, they don't stop after the end of the story, after the punchline. They deliver the punchline, then they deliver the point, then they deliver the relevance, the lesson.
Yep.
Because your audience doesn't just want to know what happened to you, they want to know, well, what does it mean for them?
Yeah.
That's how
The
stories
stories are meant for
They
y'all,
remember how
not
it
just for me.
applies to their own lives. And that association is what makes it extremely memorable. And the final part, when storytelling works best and when it actually gets in the way. Here's a simple rule that I follow. If I've got 15 minutes or more with you, and I want to be memorable and influential, I'm sharing a story. Let me give you an example of this. Here during this Q&A, one of my students asked me a very deep and meaningful question. Have a listen to this.
I have a question about your entrepreneurial journey.
Sure.
There's a saying, it's kind of got a biblical context to it.
Sure.
What gets you out of Egypt doesn't take you to paradise. Meaning sometimes you might need to get yourself out of somewhere you don't want to be before you can pursue chasing a dream or going somewhere you want to be.
Yes.
Could you please reflect on that in terms of your journey?
Do you notice the way he asked me?
Is
I
it
could
raining?
tell
It's raining.
that This question meant a lot to this student of mine. And I could have literally just
raining.
gave a really short answer and just say, yes, I have a church where. Next question. But I didn't want to do that. This was a moment I knew that if I answered this well and I told a story and made the lesson memorable, I can change this young man's life. I can inspire.
And you did.
So here's what I did instead of giving a short answer. The place that I didn't want to be was living in the discomfort of not knowing what I should do with my life.
Yep.
I hated that. But that was so necessary. Because I think often people don't realize that simply speaking out of my area of expertise here, okay, so we're just friends and this is venturing into a fairly deep space. Sitting in the discomfort of my early 20s, of not knowing what I'm going to do for the rest of my life, being presented with security, a path that most take, a script that most will write in their life. Because
Yep.
it's a default script society has told me to write.
Taking a job.
This is blank pages and you can go and explore and write whatever story you want to write. Sitting in that space was me in Egypt. It was so difficult. I knew that I had to do some of this to be able to gradually do this.
Yep.
My heart wanted to immediately go and explore, but reality required me to work in a takeaway store first. I do this all the time. When I come back from big gigs, right, I will always drive back to the takeaway store that I worked at, order a meal, sit in the food court and eat it. Because I used to cook that meal. I used to deep fry hot chips and I used to stand in front of an oil all day, my face filled with acne because I did that. I did that for years. I worked at a petrol station at night so I could make more money because they paid more money for the nighttime hours. So I worked at a petrol station in Semaphore in Adelaide. So I'd work all day, 9 till 5 at a takeaway store. And then after that, I would go to the petrol station, get there at 6
Ooh, okay.
$12 at night. That's what I did. And then there were times when I'd
Okay.
To go to nightclubs.
We gotta go inside.
Because I would try to
We gotta go inside for now. It's starting to rain heavy. It's like a storm out here. I want to pause this video for a sec. We gotta go inside. Well, not have to, but it's advantageous that we go inside. Come on. Come on, Cable. I'll put you back all up on the tripod in a moment, or I'll just leave you there. It's easier. It wasn't supposed to rain even more. It's okay. It'll probably stop raining. Well, it's a good thing I finished before the table got wet too. Oh. It's the type of rain that is... Well, it's not heavy rain. It's just windy rain. My chair got soaked. That sucks. It's okay, it'll dry. Well, this is like I said, it's gonna be probably like a semi-indoor day. Cables galore. Now that we are in, well, isn't it wonderful that we finished our at least the main set of training? It's wonderful. Otherwise, we'd be having to pause and come back inside. Cool. Let's see. Gotta remember to use the inside voice now. I like what Vin is saying in his story here. So I'm gonna kind of go back so you can hear his Egypt story.
Memorable. And the final part. When storytelling works best and when it actually gets in the way. Here's a simple rule that I follow. If I've got 15 minutes or more with you, and I want to be memorable and influential, I'm sharing a story. Let me give you an example of this. Here during this Q&A, one of my students asked me a very deep and meaningful question. Have a listen to this.
I have a question about your...
It's the one with Egypt.
There's a saying, it's kind of got a biblical context to it.
Sure.
What gets you out of Egypt doesn't take you to paradise. Meaning sometimes you might need to get yourself out of somewhere you don't want to be before you can pursue chasing a dream or going somewhere you want to be.
Yep.
Yes.
Could you please reflect on that in terms of your journey?
Do you notice the way he asked me? I could tell that this question meant a lot to this student of mine. And I could have literally just gave a really short answer and just say, yes, I had to change who I am. Next question. But I didn't want to do that. This was a moment I knew that if I answered this well and I told a story and made the lesson memorable, I can change this young man's life.
Yep.
I can inspire him. So here's what I did instead of giving a short answer.
That's the reason why I share what I share in a way in the story.
Was living in the discomfort of not knowing what I should do with my life. I hated that. But that was so necessary. Because I think often people don't realize that, and please, speaking out of my area of expertise here, okay, so we're just friends and this is venturing into a fairly deep space. Sitting in the discomfort of my early 20s, of not knowing what I'm going to do for the rest of my life, being presented with security, a path that most take, a script that most will write in their life because it's a default script society has told me to write.
Yep.
Versus blank pages, and you can go and explore and write whatever story you want to write.
I love this.
That space was me in Egypt. It was so difficult. I knew
that I had to do some of this to be able to gradually do this. My heart wanted to immediately go and explore, but reality required me to work in a takeaway store first.
Yep.
I do this all the time. When I come back from big gigs, right, I will always drive back to the takeaway store that I worked at, order a meal, sit in the food court and eat it. Because I used to cook that meal. I used to deep fry hot chips, and I used to stand in front of an oil all day, my face filled with acne because I did that. I did that for years. I worked at a petrol station at night so I could make more money.
I know that feeling.
Because they paid more money for the nighttime hours. I worked at a petrol station in Semaphore in Adelaide. So I'd work all day, 9 till 5 at a takeaway store. And then after that, I would go to the petrol station, get there at 6, and I'd work till about 12 at night, because that's when I close. And then there were times when I'd then have to go to nightclubs to do magic, because I would try to do magic to keep people in line, and I arranged with the club owners, if I can keep more people in line for you, you'll make more money, because when the line's too long, people leave. I'll be the magician in line for you, right? So I started doing all this and started getting paid. I hated being around drunk people. I don't drink. I suffered in that path so I can create enough of a runway so I can buy blank pages to then go write my story. But I had to go get money to buy the blank pages. I wasn't gifted blank pages. So then I got my blank pages and I started writing. And then you know what happened, Rav? Ran out of money to buy more blank pages before I found my way.
Yep. That's what happened.
Back to making money to buy blank pages. Notice the difference? Wasn't sharing a story like that way more impactful? And I know for a fact, because I did that, I didn't just impact that young man, I inspired a lot of people in that room on that day. Now, if you've got significantly less than 15 minutes and you're in a situation like this...
Vin, can we deliver by Friday? Yes or no?
Once upon a time, there was a turtle named Yes, and then there was a hare named No. It's not the story you're thinking of. Trust me, you don't know this one. And then basically, the turtle is really slow and consistent, and the hare's really... Sometimes the most influential thing you can do is give a straight and precise answer. Other times, it's to tell a story. And mastery is knowing which moment you're in.
Exactly.
Before I share something with you,
situational awareness.
that's really important to me. I need to put away someone who's really important to me. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Let's make sure we lock that up as well. Can't afford to lose that guy. Perfect. Thank you. You, as you're sitting there watching this right now, your life is a story. Go live the story you want to tell. My team
Go live the story you want to tell.
tell a story where in 2026
That's a bar.
we can say, do you remember that time we went to Dubai for New Year's? And at the end of this year, we are going to live the story first so we can tell it in 2026. Don't forget, you are the one holding the pen. You are the author of your story. This is just one of 5 skills that I wish I learned in my 20s. And if you want to learn the other 4 skills, click this video here to continue the journey with me.
Of course, you know, rabbit hole. The 4 types of people.
There are 4 types of communicators that every single person can be categorized into. There are the reds, who are driven by power and results. The greens,
reds.
who are driven by peace and stability. The blues, who are driven by logic and structure. And then the yellows, who are driven by fun and connection. Understanding these 4 colors and types of people has allowed me to form a strong connection with 95% of the people that I've met as an international keynote speaker and communication coach, even if we have nothing in common. In this video, what you're going to learn is, first of all, what color are you? The second thing, the problem each
All
color
the
faces.
colors.
And then the third thing is, well, how do you talk to each of the different colors? If you don't
That's funny.
learn this, you'll keep wondering
That's
why
funny how
talking to
he
some
named people
feels
colors.
while talking to others feels impossible. But imagine being able
Okay,
to walk
we gotta
into
get
any
rolling
room
with our
and
stuff.
instantly get a read on someone, to know what drives them,
That's
what
wild.
they are afraid of, and how to speak their language so that you can connect with them. And it starts with, firstly, knowing what color you are. I learned how to do this with the color system created by Thomas Erickson, who wrote the book Surrounded by Idiots. Now, this is an amazing book. If you get the time,
See?
definitely give it a read.
See, I think the universe wants me to read that book. These are the third dimensional humans.
We all have a default color we tend to speak. As I talk through these colors, I want you to think of the one that you are, and then I want you to think of which friend comes to mind for the other colors. This makes remembering all the colors really easy and sticky. First, we have red. Now, reds are bold, decisive, competitive, results-driven, and they're a little bit impatient. Then next we have the
Red.
yellows. They are social, enthusiastic, talkative, creative, optimistic. Then
I'm a
next
yellow.
we have the greens. They are calm, supportive, reliable. They don't
I'm a
make
green.
sudden changes, and they're extremely patient. Then finally, we've got the blues. The blues are precise, detail-oriented.
I'm a blue. See, I'm all. I'm everything. I'm everything. I'm every color. I'm every color. I'm all colors. We're all every color.
Question number one. Are you more introverted or extroverted?
I'm both.
If you're introverted, that means you're either a blue or a green. And if you're extroverted, that means you're either a red or a yellow. Next question. Am I more logical or emotional?
Both.
If you're more logical, then that means you're either a green or a red. And if you're more emotional, that means you're either a blue or a yellow. With these two questions already, you should be able to know which color you are. But you can ask a third question just in case. And the third question is, do I speak more deliberately or quickly? Now, if you're more deliberate, that means you're either a green or a blue. And if you speak more quickly, then that means you're a red or a yellow. And through the process of elimination, these questions are going to be able to help you work out which color you are. Now, use me as an example as you take
This is a third dimensional perspective right here.
or extroverted. I'm extroverted.
He's more
Yes,
extroverted.
you got it right. Which means I'm either a yellow or a red. Okay, so now we go to the next question. Now, do you think I'm a logical or am I an emotional person?
Logical.
If you guessed emotional, you're correct. Ding, ding, ding.
Oh.
Now, if I'm emotional, that means I'm either a blue or a yellow. So which color am I?
Yellow.
I'm a yellow. And no, that's not because I'm Asian. I'm yellow because of my profile. And after these two questions,
He can make that joke.
know what color you are too. But if you're still stuck and you're a little bit unsure, you can do one final check with that third question. So work out which one you are and then leave a comment below and tell me what your color is. Now, this is the core problem that we're addressing here. Most people communicate in their own color, assuming that everybody around them
This
communicates
right here.
the same way. When a red meets another red and they communicate with each other, they get along great. Whereas when a red's speaking to a green or a blue or a yellow, it feels frustrating. They clash, they disconnect, and then they don't respond the way they expect. Let's have a look at this situation here. You've got two reds about to connect. When you're a red, don't forget, it means you're direct, decisive, no fluff or outcome. And when these two reds are about to connect, watch what happens.
So when are you handing in the project and what issues are you facing?
I'm going to hand it in today at 5 p.m. and I'm facing 3 specific problems. 1, Peter's getting stuck in the weeds with the details. 2, Craig's being indecisive. And 3, I love these skits. They're fantastic for YouTube engagement because it's what makes the viewer like and subscribe.
God, I love talking to you.
God, I love talking to you. Do you see that? When you communicate in a direct and decisive way, Reds will love you because you're speaking their language. But here's the trap. When you speak to other colors, the blues and the greens and the yellows, they won't connect with you as much. They might even think of you as someone who's cold, abrasive.
Yep. The colors of people. This is good to help me remember this stuff.
All right, listen, I don't have that much time. I need to know what is our current return on ad spend and what is our net profit after OpEx. I have to show you the ad before we get to any of that because the ad we filmed was hilarious. You're gonna love it. You know what? I'm not just gonna show you.
This right here.
Guys, come in. Come in. Let's all watch the ad together. We're all gonna watch the ad together. We'll laugh together. Then we'll learn together.
His YouTube videos are spot on, amazing.
And that's the very important project.
Vin, shouldn't we get everyone else's opinion first?
No need. I already decided we're doing it.
But what if people do?
That's so red.
That doesn't sound very harmonious.
Are you serious? Harmony is great, but results are better. Morning, Pete.
Hey, Vin, I heard you went to the zoo on the weekend. Tell me everything.
Productive.
Oh, okay. Productive. How did the kids enjoy the zoo?
Like I said, Mission accomplished. Animals were seen. Snacks were consumed. Poisons neutralized. It was an efficient operation.
Right. But did you enjoy it? Like, how did it feel?
It felt done. Just like this conversation. Do you see?
Nice.
We tend to default to our own communication style, and it works great. But only when you are speaking
So
to
this
people
is.
just like you.
So it's interesting to see who's what color.
They judge you wrongfully.
Yes.
Show you how the other colors view you. So here we have Andy, who's my head of marketing, and he's also a red. And filming this B-roll for him is excruciating because he just wants to get back to work and get shit done. So if you're like Andy and you are also a red, you tend to overwhelm others with your fast, direct, outcome-driven style.
Yep.
You know, the greens, they see you as someone who's being pretty pushy. And the yellows, they look at you as being someone who's too serious. And
Yep.
the blues, well, they think you are reckless with details. Now, next on screen, we have a yellow who is me. And this is also the person who came up with the idea for this B-roll. And I love this. Look how much fun I'm having.
He put bars of like levels. It's like a video game character, like stats.
Credibility because of your high energy, your idea-filled communication style often feels unfocused to reds, chaotic to greens, a little too superficial for the blues who crave detail. Oh, and look on screen. Oh, that's our green. Oh, that's Dan. Dan's our head of ops. And you see, Dan, he didn't want to do this, but he's so non-confrontational and he just loves to keep the peace that he's doing it. That's why he looks so awkward. I mean, look at him. Let's zoom in a little. Look at him. Look how awkward he looks right now. He does not want to be here.
I've never really watched Vin on YouTube, so it's good to see Vin's videos on YouTube.
He's
Not
so
bad.
awkward. Now, if you're like Dan, you tend to avoid and resist conflict.
That's funny.
Which makes you seem indecisive to reds, boring to yellows, who want more excitement, and frustratingly non-committal to blues, who want
That's
specifics.
wild.
Oh, and here we have our beloved Smurf. Yep, that's the blue. Look at him. He is so detailed. He scripted out this entire video, wanted to get everything optimal. But you know what, Pete? I'm going to wing this next part, mate. I'm going to bloody wing the script. I don't even know what I'm going to say right now. That's why I'm going to now just talk for no reason. How do you like that algorithm, Blue, Pete? How do you like that, Pete? What's the algorithm going to do now? Hey, let's zoom into Pete. Let's zoom into his nose. Closer. Look at his nose. Look at that little cute nose. Look at that. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's zoom out something.
That's wild.
Zoom out to his hands. See, he doesn't even know where to put his hands. He doesn't know what he's going to do with his hands. What are you doing with your hands, Pete? Hey, awkward now? You meticulously technical monster. If you're like Pete and you're a blue, sometimes you overcomplicate things in life, like a YouTube video, and you forget to have fun, right? You have such a deep need for precision and detail, which feels too slow for reds. It feels overly critical for yellows, and it feels really nitpicky for greens who just
Speaking
want
to the
this.
colors.
That's why mastering this isn't just
Thank you for bringing something back into my awareness that I forgot.
to speak all the colors. And this, what I just shared with you right now, this was a huge realization for me. I'm a yellow, so naturally I'm pretty expressive, loud, and passionate. Whereas my wife, on the other hand, she's a red. She's strong, decisive, and laser focused on the results. And she values clarity, efficiency, and moving things forward. Not me pitching 12 brilliant ideas to her before she's even finished her morning coffee. Yeah, I can be a little much. Now here's where we used to clash a lot.
Communication styles.
I would communicate ideas fast, bouncing from idea to idea, expecting her to just get on board. But to her, it felt overwhelming. And
He's captivated my attention with his video. This is how good he is of a communicator. That's why I really, really love him. Now, I don't require anything else because I already know all this stuff, but it's nice to remember some of these things.
But not everyone is you. Not everyone is the same color as you.
It's true.
Now, I'm not telling you to change the essence of who you are. I'm telling you that if you want to be a more effective communicator, you need to learn how to adjust your delivery and speak in their communication style. So that
See?
you can connect better with
Communication
them.
style.
Imagine for a second, walking into
I said it just a few minutes ago.
talking to your boss, quickly being able to identify what color he or she is, then adjusting your communication style to connect with them better. What would that mean? Does it mean you have to talk with everyone? No!
That's a good question.
I do. I'm human, okay? My ability as an intellect. But let's just piggyback off of what I just said there. You see, I still do judge others, and I'm human, just like you. But the reason I'm more compassionate is because I now understand that there are 4 different levels. There are 4 different types of human beings in this life, and they speak different languages. By me understanding that now more and more, I'm able to be more empathetic. I'm able to be more understanding. And I'm able to judge people less. But you know what's even cooler? I speak all 3 languages now.
Me too.
I can speak red,
I can speak red, yellow, blue, green, everything, because I've done it all.
regardless of what color you are, I'm going to be able to connect with you more instead of judging.
Exactly. That's basically what the live stream has mirrored back to me.
Now, when it comes to red, make sure you are direct, you're decisive, you're confident, and make sure you use phrases while you're communicating that not only words, because it will help you become more clear, concise, and communicative. And I respect
Very good.
clarity and results. So stick with life and focus on
The colors of people, your color style.
all the background details before we decide what to do next.
Wow, look at all of these leaves just coming down. Gosh, dang it. Gah, gah. Did it stop raining? No, it's still raining.
I've recorded a free 2-hour training for you where we dive deeper into more.
I've already done this before.
So you can come across more clear and confident. Just click the link in the description to save your spot. Now, when you're talking to a yellow, be enthusiastic, be positive, be engaging. Don't say, let me give you a 5-hour tutorial on how to use this particular camera and then give you a 40-page PDF on how to get the most out of this camera. Instead of that, say, hey, just hit the record button, go have some fun. Go work it out as you go. You're going to love it. Why do this? Well, because they thrive on energy, ideas, and stories. Keep it light, keep it fun, keep it creative. Let them roam free. Leave the details to the blues. Now, when you're
The details for the blues.
be calm, be patient, and supportive. Don't say, we need to make this change right now. Say
I was very red in the beginning of my live stream journey. I was very red. And now that I'm aware of the colors, yeah, I'm like, I wonder what color this person is at now. Maybe that's a question you can ask yourself, whoever's here. What color are you at? Or are you at all colors?
Don't worry about the details, just trust me. Instead say, here's all the data, and here's the step-by-step plan that I've created from the data, and I want to give it to you so you can do a quick double check if you want. Do you notice the subtle change there for the blue? They care about accuracy and process. So come prepared, respect the details, and avoid exaggeration or anything like that. As you learn how to do this, you'll be able to connect with 95% of the people. And remember, this doesn't mean you're changing who you are. It means you're just learning how to adapt your communication style to their communication style.
This is a good video.
Meet people where they are and make the connection effortless. We often hear the phrase, be yourself. And yes, look, that is true to a certain extent. But if you want to truly connect with others, you also learn to be dynamic. Like
Exactly.
you adapt to the shape of the person you're poured into.
Bar. Be formless, shapeless. Bruce Lee.
See, even Bruce Lee says so. So thanks for that, Uncle.
Uncle.
We are all
Thanks, Unc.
There's a version of fun and playful.
Thanks, Unc. He just called Bruce Lee Unc. That's funny.
There's a version of you that's a conflict avoidant and always seeks peace. And then there's a version of you that just gets shit done. Random. We are all of them.
Yeah, we are all of them.
Just tend to default towards one. It doesn't mean you can't or shouldn't speak the other colors. It means you should learn them all. This is what I teach in my programs. The ability to be multilingual without losing your identity. To walk into any room and meet people where they are while still bringing the most powerful version of you, that's a superpower. So which color are you?
If you haven't, let me know. What color are you? Communication
I like
is
this.
the tide that lifts all boats. And when you master this skill, your entire life rises with it. Hey, let's keep learning together. If you want to dive deeper down the rabbit hole, hit this video right here.
Good video. We watched, what, 3 of his videos now for today? This is how people get sucked into the algorithm of YouTube, because what happens is, like, if it's something very engaging, you'll tend to click and watch the next video. This is how they keep you engaged. There's a psychological factor of something called know, like, and trust. You have to see somebody about 7 times, or you will have to have seen some of their contents for about, I think it was 7 hours. I think it's called the 7-7-10 rule. And if they're going to sell you something, like if you're engaged with them, you're more likely to buy. So, like, there's a know, like, and trust factor. It's like, this is a business aspect. So I'm well aware of the business components of all these things. Don't get it twisted. I'm just a speaker. I have very good business savvy skills. I know the ins and outs of this stuff. Marketing is annoying, but, like, I do know a bit of marketing. Just from, like, what I picked up, like, okay, so this is what they're doing, and, you know, and you can replicate success. You'll do it your own way, but you replicate it. You follow what works. Success leaves clues, basically. Anyways, see, these are those. That's what he was talking about earlier, about finish a thought and not jump to another thought. And then this is what I do sometimes. I jump, not sometimes, I do it quite often. I'm aware of that. I go to one thought, then I have another thought, because I don't want to forget that thought, because sometimes I say I'm going to forget that thought, so I want to get it out, and then I forget the first original thought. The know, like, and trust factor. You know, all of you had a know, like, and trust factor with me, whether you knew that or not. When you first came on the channel, back when you first saw me, there was a know, like, and trust factor. Some of you warmed up to me faster than others. Some of you didn't like me in the beginning. Some of you misinterpreted my words based on your preconceived notions. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Until you finally, like, took the time to, like, hear me out. The same thing is going to happen anywhere I go, no matter what streaming platform, no matter what stage I'm speaking on, no matter what avenue I go to speak. There's always someone who's going to judge, because they may think I'm like, for example, he just mentioned the colors. Imagine I'm walking, I'm a red, and there's like 10 of you yellows over there. And I'm like, you are all the creator. You can either be it or you don't. The choice is yours. That's a red. A yellow is more enthusiastic. You know, you have the power within yourself to be the master creator, the ultimate revealer, right? And say it with such energy and excitement. The greens are more harmonious. They're more chill. They're more relaxed. The yellows are very high energy. The greens are more like earthy energy, like calm energy. And the blues, they don't care about all the, they desire the details, if I remember correctly. So it's fascinating, because this is important as a speaker, and even if you're not a speaker by profession, you do speak. And this is how it can work with relationships to anything: your business partner, your friendships, your family dynamics, whether you're in a family or you're having your own family, your relationships with your partner, your significant other, he or she, knowing their style, their communication style. I'm pretty much all of them. I had to basically be all of them on the live stream because some required a little bit more a gentle approach. Some required a little bit more higher energy. Some of you had to get a little bit of a kick in your face or a kick in your pants for it to land. And then others required the details. More of a logical approach. I've had to put on all the hats, and I am so grateful that, you know, after a whole year of streaming, this has helped me immensely. That's why I said Vin just basically brought into my awareness what I was doing, being unaware of what I was doing, basically. And I'm grateful because, this is going to prepare me for the next phase. So, like, those questions he asked, like, are they more emotional or logical? Are they introverted or extroverted? Technically, if you're still operating from a third dimensional perspective, you're going to be either or. Some will transcend and go beyond, like, just the typical. Some people say, I'm an introverted extrovert. I'm an extroverted introvert. What? I know there's a spectrum, but you're just convoluting it. You are actually ambivert. You're everything. You are more comfortable with certain people who communicate in a certain style. And that's the beautiful thing that he has allowed me to now regain some of my speaking stuff that I haven't spoken about in a while. Back in 2023, actually. It's been 2 years since I've gone through a speaking course, but like it's not necessary now because I know how to speak and I know how to share, and I know how to impact, I know how to do all of it. Those 3 videos that I watch, I'm gonna watch another one of his videos because there's something else I wanna see. Because he talks about speak and grow rich, not think and grow rich. So I'm curious to see what this one's about. Speak and grow rich. He actually has the book cover of Think and Grow Rich, but he marked out speak instead of think. And of course, he has another video called Only 9 Minutes a Week, the laziest way to be a top 1% communicator.
This is the laziest way to becoming a brilliant communicator. In just 9 minutes a week. Like I'm saying, this is so lazy that if you don't do this, you're never going to improve the way you speak. The process I'm about to teach you, I've taken millions of students through.
I'm going to watch this one.
Just starting on their journey to CEOs of Fortune 500 companies to help them go from rambling to articulate, from being monotone to expressive, and from being shy to confident. And guess what? It works. This is my promise to you. If you go through this process that I'm about to take you through, just once, you immediately spot the unconscious habits that's causing you to sound unprofessional, untrustworthy, and maybe even unlikable. Then you're going to have a 12-week plan that you can follow to improve these exact behaviors. I know it sounds like a lot, but like I said, 9 minutes a week is all you need. And if you can't do that, then might as well just close this video and go watch a random cat video. Okay, now that we've got the committed people in the room, let's get started. This is what you're going to need. Your phone, a pen and paper, and your laptop or computer. This is a 4-step process to develop more self-awareness with the way you communicate.
Communication mirror, vocal review, visual review, verbal review.
Put it into a 12-week plan. Step number 1, the communication mirror. Every morning we wake up, we get changed, we inevitably look at ourselves in the mirror. We spend so much of our time focusing on our visual image, which is how we look and the way we dress. But when was the last time you looked into a communication mirror to focus on your image, how you sound and how you speak? You're going to hate this, but the first step of this process to develop more self-awareness is you recording a 5-minute video of yourself speaking to the camera. It has to be completely impromptu and unplanned. Go to ChatGPT and type in this prompt. Don't worry, I'll leave the prompt for you in the description. But here's the prompt I want you to type. I'm practicing impromptu speaking to improve my communication skills. Generate 10 open-ended questions that I can answer out loud for 5 minutes. The question should be suitable for beginners, not overly deep, abstract, or too philosophical. Focus on personal and professional themes only. Exclude philosophical, global, political topics. Be specific enough to trigger a clear story, example.
I haven't used ChatGPT in the typing manner in a long time.
Vary in tone. Include a mix of lightness, fun, and moderately serious prompts. Once you've generated a list of questions, take out your phone, go to the camera app, and make sure you're standing for this when you're recording it. So make sure you've got a position where it can capture your full body. Hit record and start answering the questions until you get around about 5 minutes worth of content. A quick little hack here, print out a photo of your best friend and stick a photo of them above your phone so it helps you feel more natural when you're talking. Naturally, you just start with the first question, you speak for as long as you can on that question, and when you run out of things to say, move to the next. Remember,
That's an interesting one. That's the interesting one he just said. Print out a picture of your friend.
Once you're done,
that's
stop
wild.
the recording and go do something else. Take your mind off the whole thing that you just went through. Leave it for
It's sunny again.
This micro step is critical.
It's okay.
When you review the footage right after the recording, you're still inside the performance. You're still emotionally attached. You're too self-conscious and focus on how it feels rather than how it landed. Your ego is still in the driver's seat.
Yep.
Thinking, why do I sound like that? Why does my hair look weird? Why isn't it as good as I thought? But after 24 hours, your brain shifts from defensive mode to observer mode. And now you're calmer, more objective, less reactive.
It's true.
And now finally, you can actually see what your audience would see when you're talking. But before we move to the next steps, I want to try an experiment on you. In a moment, I'm going to share with you a video with 3 students in the video, and they all take turns raising their hands. But I want you to specifically focus in on how many times 2 students raise their hands at the same time. Got the mission?
Got the mission.
How many times 2 students raise their hands at the same time? You ready?
Let's go.
Go for it. Ooh, how many times did you guess? How many times did it happen?
I want to see.
If you guessed 3, then you're correct. But did you notice the bright purple toy the man in the front row raised in his hand? Did you notice the purple toy? Probably didn't, did you?
Nope.
This is exactly what happens when you isolate your focus. You only see
You focus, yeah.
If I asked you to focus on the purple toy, then you would have seen the purple toy.
Exactly.
Because I asked you to focus on the hands raising at the same time between 2 people, that's all you were seeing. And why am I telling
That's
you
a bar.
this and doing this experiment on you? I'm sharing with you the importance of focus, and that's exactly what we're about to do.
What you put your focus on, that's what you will get.
Modalities of communication so that we can focus on one thing at a time. Let's zoom into the first communication modality we're doing here, the vocal review. Why do most people hate the sound of their voice? Especially when
I love the sound of my voice. I love the sound of my voice.
When you hear yourself through video,
Okay, let's do my push-ups.
that's how other people hear you, not how you hear you. Stick with me. When you hear yourself in your head, you're hearing yourself through the vibrations of your bones and muscles. Whereas when other people hear you, they hear you through the vibrations in the air. When you do an auditory review, like what we're doing now, this helps you hear yourself the way others hear you. So here's what you do. Take the video you just recorded on your phone, turn up the volume, press play, and turn the phone around so the screen is facing down. Don't watch yourself yet, just listen. And write down the answers to these following questions. How does my voice make me feel when I listen to it back? Does my vocal delivery match the message I'm trying to get across? When do I sound most believable and most disconnected? What happens to my pitch at the end of my sentences? Do I go up with it or do I go down with it?
Usually I go down.
Do I pause strategically or do I just fill every moment of silence with noise? And just
Sometimes I do that.
Write down a list of vocal behaviors that were distracting and a list of vocal behaviors that were engaging and good. All right, step 3. Now let's zoom in and dive into visual review. Now let me ask you a similar question I did at the start of step 2. Why do most people feel weird seeing themselves in photos and videos? In fact, why do most people not want to see themselves in photos and definitely not want to watch themselves
Nah,
back on video?
I don't have that problem.
It's because of this. All right, you got to follow me with this here, okay? When I look at myself on camera right now, this is not how I see myself. Because when you look in the mirror every morning, do you know how you see yourself? You see yourself flipped. So
Yeah,
let's flip
the
this
reverse.
This is how I normally see myself every day. So when I look at myself in the mirror, this is what I normally see. But then when I see myself on video, flip, I go, wait, what? That doesn't look like me. And you're probably thinking, Vin, you look exactly the same. But let me flip it quickly for you. Look, this is me flipping it from mirror, video, mirror, video, mirror, video, mirror, video, mirror, video. See that difference? It's because my face is not symmetrical. And if you go through your entire life,
That's so
used to
true.
seeing yourself like this on the mirror, and then you see yourself like this on camera, that subtle difference freaks you out. And the most beautiful thing about this process
It's
is
wild
that
how our brain.
do it, the more you start to adapt to see yourself the way the world sees you.
Bar.
After you get past that hurdle, this is what you do next. Turn your phone back around so you can see the screen. Turn the volume down to 0, make sure it's muted. Now press play and just look at yourself. And I want you to write down the answers to these questions. Where do I look when I'm thinking about what to say next?
Left or right?
What are my default hand gestures?
Right.
Do I use my face to express emotions? What are my visual tics that are distracting? Do I look confident or do I look apologetic with my body language? Again, I want you to write down a list of things that
That's
are
funny.
distracting, and also write down a list of things that you find really engaging that you do.
It's a good video.
Okay, this is really exciting now because this is the step before we take all of our learnings and observations and put it into a pragmatic
Rememberings,
plan. This
as
is
I
where
call it.
transformations happen. I want you to take your video and use any transcription tool online to turn your video into text. So now you can see what you said word for word, a completely different perspective. Make sure to tick the option where you keep your non-words and filler words in. Non-words are the sounds you make to fill the silence. Filler words are the words you use to fill the silence. And like so, do you know what I mean? No editing allowed while you're getting this transcript. Once you have the transcript, I want you to ask yourself the following questions as you review the transcript. Does each paragraph make one clear point, or am I trying to do too much in one go? Do I use short, clear words or long, complicated ones I wouldn't normally say in conversations? What are my non-words? What are my filler words? Bring these to the forefront.
Preparation.
Are there any words I repeat too often? Words like,
Like, I do it, and so like, and so like, I do that one, and so like, 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 and so like. I say that one a lot.
Use words and construct your sentences. Once you're done with your own review, I would then use AI to help you. So go to ChatGPT, upload the transcript with the following prompt. It's too long to read out right now, so I'll just leave it in the description for you down below. I got you. You'll start to see what you're doing well and where you can grow. And you'll notice things about your word choice that you've probably never noticed
The
before.
word
Let's
choices.
just do a quick recap on everything that we have. So far now, you're going to have a bunch of notes on your vocal qualities. Now you're also going to have a bunch of notes on your visual qualities. Now, with the help of AI, you've got a list of things for you to work on too.
I'm going to transform my speaking again in such a way it's going to be like night and day difference.
Do you know what it is? It's speaking on the spot when put under pressure. And
Yeah.
then when this happens,
I don't have that problem. That's a live stream.
causes them to ramble, and then they lose clarity when they
Every day, I'm always put on the spot. I'm always put on the spot.
And if you found that you were repeating yourself and you were rambling and you had these weird pauses because you couldn't translate your thoughts into words fast enough, then that's why you need to learn to speak using communication frameworks. Communication frameworks allow you to quickly organize your thoughts before you speak, so that when you are asked a question during a work meeting, you're not scrambling to try to find the right answers and you're stumbling over your words. You're ready. So if you want to learn my top 3 communication frameworks to speak in a more clear, concise and coherent way, make sure you click the link in the description or click the card up here, or you can also use the QR code to access my free 2-hour training on communication frameworks. This is going to transform the way you communicate. All right, here's the fun part, because now we've got a bunch of behaviors with our voice, a bunch of behaviors with our body, and a bunch of behaviors with our word choice. Now we're going to take all of that and build a 12-week plan. I want you to create a Google sheet like this, or just draw this table in your workbook, and I want you to do the following. For week 1, you need to pick one behavior you want to improve. And it can come from any bucket. It can come from
I like
the
that.
vocal, the visual, or the verbal bucket. Pick one behavior you want to improve. Let's say, for example, we pick a vocal one. We pick volume.
Volume.
Now, once you pick volume, I'm just going to create an example here. Say you're someone who speaks fairly quietly. You speak at a 2 out of 10, so you're very soft and quiet. And you notice
I'm only soft and quiet because of people in this house who keep complaining that like
look at me as being someone who has low levels of
who
self-confidence.
keep complaining I speak too loud. But when I'm outside, that volume goes.
To speaking with stronger volume. I want at least a 7 out of 10 when it comes to volume. That's the only thing you focus on that week. You're not allowed to focus on anything else, because when you focus on one thing, you are much more likely to improve that behavior.
It's true.
When you focus on 10 different things, nothing improves. And at the end of that week,
That's a limiting belief right there.
just volume. You need to now do a record and review session. So you record a video of yourself speaking on camera again for 5 minutes, just like you did at the top of this process. And then when you watch that back, you go, did I improve my base volume from a 2 to a 7? And if you did, happy days.
Happy days.
To improve. But more likely than not, because you've been speaking quietly for the last 10, 15, 20, 30 years of your life, you may find at the end of the first week, you're still speaking really quietly.
Yeah.
And if you're speaking really quietly, well, you know what? You're not allowed to advance forward with any new behaviors. You have to continue the second week working on
I like that.
And I know what you're thinking right now. What? Volume again, Vin? This is so boring. I can tell you right now, I've coached high-level CEOs of massive companies, and I put them through the exact same process. One of my students that I coached, one of my coaching clients, his name's Dave Long, the CEO of Orange Theory Fitness in America.
Ooh, I know Orange
put him through
Theory.
This process where for weeks and weeks,
He was volume.
just worked on volume.
Volume.
And you might be thinking, this is crazy, Vin. Well, the reason is because you've been repeating these behaviors for the last 15, 10, 20, 30 years of your life. To unlearn these behaviors takes time. Just by him changing his volume, I want you to watch
Human
this.
time.
This is how he started.
I'm excited, but I'm also nervous. My heart is racing. Before we begin, would you take a look at this? 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 Would you take a look at this?
You've got 2,500 people. They want energy. You've got to give it to them. You owe them that. All right? I'll be behind you. You've got to give us energy. You've got to give us energy. Volume, volume, volume.
And he's the CEO of Orange Fitness Theory.
Would you take a look at this? That breathtaking view reminds us of where we are as a brand.
But watch what happened after 4 weeks of working on volume. Look what we unlocked. Check this out.
Let's keep climbing. Who's coming with me? Woo! Orange Nation. Let's keep climbing. Who's coming with me? Who's coming with me? Who's coming with me? Let's keep climbing. Who's coming with me?
And the crazy thing in this example is that just with one vocal habit alone, yes or no, did he not completely transform?
He changed his life. Yeah. He changed his speaking capabilities.
So stick to this process, because now when you do the recorded review in week 4 and you look at it, you go, you know what? I did achieve the 7 out of 10. Now you have the permission to move on to the next behavior you want to improve with your communication skills. And that might come from, say, for example, the visual bucket. You might pick hand gestures.
Yep.
And
This is good.
One more example. In the hand gesture example, you notice with yourself that you always use the same gesture over and over and over. You always do this, and then you always have your hands in your pocket. So what you can do now is you make a goal. I want to expand my gesture vocabulary. So then in the next week, all you focus on is in every conversation, I'm going to focus on expanding my gesture vocabulary so that I can become more clear.
That's why Vin is where he's at.
And you get the gist from this point. You just keep going and going with hand gestures until you get your hand gestures to a point where you feel satisfied. And then the moment you feel satisfied with your hand gestures, you can move on to the next behavior. And you know when I told you it was a 12-week plan? Yeah.
It's not.
Improving your communication skills is not a 12-week plan.
It's not.
It's a lifelong journey that only takes 9 minutes a week. Do you know what the thing about this process is? When you go through the process that I've just shared with you, you're going to get a list of things to improve that's specific.
One more video of his and that's it. I want to see what he talks about Speak and Grow Rich.
The biggest danger with
I want to hear how he's going to talk about this.
Hey, this is the top 7 things you should improve. Hey, this is the top 10 things you should improve. But those general list of top 10 things might not
You know, his
apply
stuff
to
is going
you.
to start to show up on my feed a lot now.
To you. So by you going through this process, it creates a custom list of things that if you improve, you will experience transformation that's going to help you improve in your life. So stop scrolling through Instagram and YouTube. Even stop watching some of my videos. Go through this process and create a list that's for you, that will change you. In the years of me
Today's just a Vingan day.
one thing that students struggle with the most. The thing they struggle with the most, they tend to get this feedback from me, or you may be getting it back from AI, is that when you speak, your thoughts don't come across logically, nor does it come across clearly. And again, that's because you don't speak with frameworks. So if you do want to improve the way you speak and the structure of your speech, then I've recorded a free 2-hour training on communication.
This is how he gets you into his stuff.
Improving your communication frameworks, and that becomes one of the things you need to improve.
See, I don't want to have to be doing all of that stuff.
Then click the link below to access that training. Or you can click the card or scan the QR code. And just before we part ways, I want to share with you a quote that's going to inspire you so you get off your ass and start applying the knowledge you've learned here. Don't be so attached to who you are in the present that you don't give the future version of you a chance.
Bar.
I actually have nowhere to walk, actually. It was just so dramatic I needed to walk. See you in next week's video.
Nice. Good video. And of course now we have a bunch of videos that have popped up with speaking. Speak like a CEO. And now, let's see. Is this the full book?
Surrounded by Idiots by Thomas Erickson.
Somebody read this.
Introduction. The man who was surrounded by idiots.
Hold on.
He began to assess the pile itself. He measured the height of the mound with his hand. He paced how large the circumference was. I asked him what he was doing. He didn't answer, but mumbled numbers under his breath. 180 high, 5 meters in circumference.
This is the audiobook.
Gradient. After 30 seconds, he said that there were between 8.75 and 9.25 cubic meters of gravel in the driveway. I confided to him that it was actually 9 cubic meters, exactly. Dad asked rather skeptically how I knew that. I pointed. It's written on the truck, I said. Dad was mildly impressed. I asked if he wanted to count each piece of gravel individually. He didn't deem that to be necessary. For hours, he walked around the site and packed and pressed, raked the gravel, smoothing everything until he thought that everything was in order. He used a level plumb line, water, all the means at his disposal, so that nothing would go wrong. The gravel needed to be laid at an incline of exactly 1 centimeter per meter. Why, you ask? It says so in the book. Because he was a construction engineer, he knew the book by heart. 1 centimeter per meter. Exactly. Who knows what terrible consequences could result if you were careless about that? Consider the difference between 1 centimeter and roughly 1 centimeter. The former is precise, the latter is imprecise. Roughly 1 centimeter, it could be up 2 centimeters if things went bad. From a 1 centimeter to a 2 centimeter gradient. That's a difference of no less than 100%, a huge deviation. He's like that with everything. At home, if there are any technical questions about a television, a car, a microwave oven, or a cell phone, out comes the manual. He always replies, "It says here that..." Why do you think they wrote this stuff if it's not meant to be done that way? How do you reply to that? How do you argue with the instruction manual? It's impossible to find
The comment I
arguments
just
that
left
true
was a
believer
red
accept.
comment.
The great value of this approach is obvious. He will never be fooled. He will always get...
Okay. So, I will download that audiobook. The beautiful thing about me is that I have my technical skills. That's the one thing that has not been taken away from me. Like I have ways to download things and to my tablet without using my MacBook. Like I made my life so streamlined with my tablet. It's pretty cool. And speaking of which, now that that's downloading, I will also download the audiobook or the cool. Do 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 do. Cool. Download the book and the audio. Because I like to, for me, I like to read and listen at the same time. So it's pretty cool. Okay. Go back outside for a moment. Look at all these leaves. It's wild. Wow. All right, leaves. I know you want to play and you want to come out on the pavement, but you have to get your asses off of the pavement so that I can keep this place nice and clean. Those videos with Vin were awesome. Vin, thank you so much for all of the remembrance of the information that is inside of me, because it all exists, speaking louder. Are you all with me? Because, you know, for years I've been subconsciously having to reduce my volume of my voice because of people. No blame, but, you know, they're like, you talk too loud. Well, no longer will I be entertaining that shit. I'm aware of that, and now I undo that. I'm very expressive now. Some might find me obnoxious and annoying. I don't care if I'm obnoxious and annoying. I will continue to do and say what I have to say. I have people to serve. I didn't come here to live someone else's life. I came here to live my life. And they know exactly who I'm referring to. The people in this house. I came here to live my life. My life. And you bet your ass that I'm going to do that. That's why it is advantageous that I must leave. I don't know how that broke. That's crazy. All right, leaves. I don't know how you keep coming back here, but stay on the grass. Wild style, wild style. Spin it. I'm gonna bring you all back outside. It's temporary. Be indoors. Just the chair got a little wet. love it. Nice. This is where the losing battle comes into play, but it's fine. I'd rather keep it clean than having to, you know, probably in an hour's time, you're gonna see all the leaves come right back. It's funny. All right, I still have to finish my mobility training. I have to do my other side of my knee. I'm sure Nero's video will be out soon. We already downloaded the audiobook and the PDF version. Surrounded by Idiots. That's going to be a really good... Yeah, see, Speak and Grow Rich. They wanted me to see this video.
This classic right here, Think and Grow Rich, has changed millions of lives by teaching people how to think differently.
You've heard of the book Think and Grow Rich.
Think and Grow Rich. And what if I told you there's
I
another
have
way to
a
grow
copy of Think and Grow
not
Rich.
just with your thoughts, but with your words. Today, I'm introducing to you
Speak and Grow Rich.
This is my takes on timeless principles, but through the lens of communication. I've used these exact techniques to build a global speaking career. I've helped millions of people unlock their potential through improving their communication. And today, I'm going to give you the blueprint. We'll break down the 10 core lessons that if you apply one step at a time, it's going to help you grow rich, not just financially, but through the abundance of career opportunities, deeper relationships, and personal fulfillment, and lots of chicks. Not the kind you're thinking. I recently built a chicken coop and now have chickens. I'm obsessed. Starting with chapter 1. Have you ever walked out of a conversation thinking to yourself, what just happened? You said a bunch of things, they said a bunch of things, and then somehow nothing moved? This is what happens when we speak without clarity. At the core of what Napoleon teaches is the importance of purpose. And in the context of communication, it means learning to speak with clear intent. Just like Napoleon teaches that success starts with a clear goal, great communication starts with clear intention. It's
true.
knowing exactly what's the point of the conversation I'm about to have, and knowing what you want your words to do. Is your goal simply to connect with the other person? Is it to persuade them to buy Battlefield 6 so you can finally complete the SWAT 4? Or is it to inspire them to hit the gym? In every interaction you have,
Mine is to inspire and impact.
intent. If you don't know the exact outcome you want from the conversation, how will you even know what to say? This is why most people end up rambling. Start asking yourself this question before any meeting or any conversation. What do I want this person to think, feel, and do? Once you've built up this simple habit, you'll notice your communication being sharper. You'll speak with more clarity and more confidence and more impact. But speaking with clear intent isn't enough.
It isn't
You
enough.
have two people say the exact same thing. The first person, no one really listens to.
Yep.
But the second person, everyone's hanging on to every single word.
Bar.
See if you can notice the difference.
So why are you the perfect person for this role?
I don't believe I'm just the perfect person, for this role. I believe I was born for it.
So why are you the perfect person for this role?
Look, I don't just believe that I'm the perfect person for the role. I believe that I was born for this role. No, seriously, I was holding a sign, so it's true. I was born for the role. Okay. I know I was being a little bit dramatic, but hopefully you can see where I'm going with this. Person number 2 spoke with emotion. Person number 1 sounded like a robot.
Exactly.
See,
Speak with emotion.
Napoleon talks about the importance of desire. being the fuel behind every success. Well, in the world of communication, desire shows up with you speaking with emotion. And no, this doesn't mean you need to be loud or overly animated. I'm talking about speaking with conviction and bringing the
See, it all comes down to conviction. Let that be. This is the word that's been coming as a theme. Conviction. Conviction. Conviction.
I want you to think about someone in your life who communicates with emotion, someone that you feel excited every time they're around. Take a moment and really think of that person. Think of them. Get someone in your mind. Aren't they way more memorable when they speak as compared to someone who speaks with no emotion?
That would be me.
Don't they just feel easier to connect with? And don't
That would be me. That would also be me.
they feel their words so deeply. So if you want to be richer when it comes to influence, trust, and building deeper relationships, then you need to inject more emotion into your words. And the most practical way to do this is by using your facial expressions. If you're talking about something exciting, make your face happy. If you're sharing a story about that time you did something dangerous, express some fear in your face. Your face is the remote control that allows you to inject emotion into your voice. Yeah, that's actually a really good quote. I wonder who said this.
I did.
Seriously, I mean, I need to know who came up with this quote because it's fantastic. Let's have a quick search here. Oh, it's originally said by a gentleman named Vin Jay. What a bloody brilliant guy that man is, huh? Don't you think so? Handsome chap. All right, moving on to chapter 3. One of the most magnetic qualities a person can have isn't what they say, it's how they carry themselves when they say it. Napoleon Hill's third principle is faith. Believe in your vision.
Conviction.
Words and your mission. And in the world of communication, this translates to speaking with confidence. And I'll keep this lesson short and sweet because I've got a whole video about this on my channel already. And I'll link it right over there. Click it, bookmark it, save it, watch it later. Confidence isn't something you wait to feel. It's something you choose to show. When you look more confident and you sound more confident, it tricks your brain into thinking, I am more confident. So how do you look and sound more confident? The first thing is improve your posture. Stand tall with your shoulders down and back. Strong.
All about posture.
Looking down is a sign of a lack of confidence. Make more
Like this.
more often with the people you're speaking to. Use bigger hand gestures. Don't act small. Taking up more space signals comfort and authority. Increase your pitch variety.
Ah.
And more volume because it's powerful.
More volume.
Did you check out this jawline, man?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Just be careful not to push it too far.
Yeah.
Or you saw what happened.
Balance.
Do that enough times and your inner confidence will catch up. This is what earns you promotions and buy-in and deeper respect. But even confidence needs consistency. So let's talk about what makes your message stick. Have you ever heard someone say something so often it becomes a part of how you remember them? That's not an accident. That's what Napoleon calls auto-suggestion.
Auto-suggestion.
It means repetition.
Trillionaire. I am a trillionaire. I am a trillionaire.
Videos online, whether it be through Instagram, TikTok, or YouTube, where you are right now, you will notice that I don't always share content and lessons that are new. I share the same foundational principles of communication, and people who are world-class understand this. They understand why it's important. The best in the world don't fear repetition. I used to worry about sounding repetitive until I learned
Nope, it's all about
repetition is what leads to mastery.
yes. Even though technically you already are a master before the repetition.
The more you hear the same thing over and over, the more it sticks in your brain, which then leads to change and transformation.
It's windy again.
If you want to be known for something, you have to
It's about to rain again.
you have to say it often. So make a decision now and decide what you want to be remembered for. And then start embedding that message in your meetings, in your content, in your conversations. The more consistent you are, the more your voice starts to work for you, even when you're not in the room. Now, this next lesson is hands down one of the most powerful tools you can learn. So powerful, in fact, that I spend a whole day in my workshops just teaching this
Ooh, imagination.
Through imaginative thinking. In the world of communication, this is where storytelling steps in. When you storytell, you activate people's imagination. And you help them visualize the point and lesson, not just understand it. Most people don't tell stories, they report facts. Instead of telling you the difference, I'll show you the difference.
How was your trip to Malaysia?
Yeah, I ate lots of
Before reporting or story reporting.
We did some dancing and had a really good time. I got to take my son to the zoo, and the weather felt a little bit lucky, but overall had a good experience.
Again, how was your trip to Malaysia?
Malaysia.
This trip to Malaysia was really, really special. I mean, first of all, the food was unreal. So many flavors I've never tasted before. We even had cheese crab. I know, I can see it in your face already. But it works, trust me. And the most beautiful part of the trip was I got to attend my brother-in-law's wedding. And it was
Storytelling.
to shower him with love and abundance. You know, a lot of people don't know this about my brother-in-law, but with my brother-in-law, between him and my wife, they had to make a really hard decision when they were young, because my father-in-law only had enough money to send one child overseas, one child to university. And her brother, without hesitation, said, "Hey sis, you go, you're smarter than me, I'll stay back and look after mum and dad." And I get emotional just thinking about that kind of sacrifice, because that quiet act of love that he showed his sister changed the entire course of her life and mine. I would have never met my wife if it wasn't for the sacrifice that he made.
Ripples. Ripples. The ripples that his brother-in-law made.
We finally got the chance to give back.
I love that. I didn't know that about his brother-in-law.
Do you notice the difference? The first one, I'm just reporting the story, listing off facts about what happened. And the second one, I'm reliving the story. I'm helping you imagine what happened, and I'm showing the meaning behind it. Now, how does this make you
He's helping me.
rich in relationships? Because you're able to form deeper connections.
Everything's interconnected with speaking.
Connections extend beyond your personal life into your professional.
That's why I keep talking about the power of words and how you use them, and the fact that these are the ways that we communicate in our reality. And if we don't know how to communicate, it doesn't matter what you're doing.
And you can see transformations happen in the moment. Click that video over there. Go check that out. Chapter 6. One of the biggest reasons people struggle to communicate under pressure, whether it's answering a tough question on the spot or leading a meeting or sometimes even giving critical feedback, it's because their thoughts are messy. Not because they don't know what to say, but because they don't know how to say it and how to sequence it. Napoleon Hill calls this organized planning, turning desire into action. And in communication, this shows up as turning your thoughts into words and structure. The best speakers think in frameworks. That's why even under pressure, they stay sharp. And if you don't have structure, you're just rambling with a passion. Let me share with you one of my favorite frameworks to help you control
CCC.
and distill meaningful pieces of communication. This framework I'm about to share with you is called STAR, and STAR stands for Situation, Task, Action, Result. It's one of the simplest and most powerful structures for clear communication. Let me show you how it works with a real example. Peter, this is to exert dominance over you. We're meant to put a long-form video out per week, and a few weeks ago, we were missing a long form. Why were we missing a long form from a few weeks ago, Peter? What the hell's going on?
Okay, yes, so during that week, we planned to upload that storytelling video on Friday, but then you had to fly to Malaysia for your
He's actually on top of a ladder, exerting dominance by speaking down to him.
I tried to use older footage to fill in the gaps, but
So now he has to look up to speak to Vin.
so we decided to delay posting
That's funny.
below our usual standard. We missed that upload, but we've now adjusted the schedule to film 2 videos this week and create a 2-week buffer, so travel or emergencies don't cause delays again.
Makes sense. I was actually angry that you didn't post it, but I'm so glad you didn't, because it would have been below our usual standard. Well done, mate. And that's it. That's STAR. Simple, structured, powerful. Here's the secret.
I love it.
Most people ramble because they're thinking while they're speaking. STAR forces you to think before you speak, to sharpen your thoughts and ideas so it actually
It's like a knife.
answers you a big question. Don't just talk. STAR it.
Start.
Framework it. If you love this
Framework.
framework, there are even more amazing frameworks like PrEP, 3, 2, 1, and PARA. I don't have time to go through these frameworks right now, but I have recorded a free 2-hour training teaching you exactly step by step how to implement these frameworks in your conversations at work. To access the free training, just click the link in the description, or you can scan the QR code if you're watching from your lounge room, and then we'll deep dive and nerd out on the frameworks together. Now, when you speak with structure, you become a more effective communicator.
It's true.
No words go to waste, and every
No word does go to
sentence is
waste.
intentional. Start practicing right now with the STAR framework and the new ones you'll learn together on the training, and transform how others perceive you. Okay, if you've made it this far in
He's made acronyms like I did.
most people. Now stick with me here, because the last 3 lessons bring everything you've learned so far together.
Nice.
This next one is something I wish I knew in my early 20s.
I'm going to be downloading these videos and leaving them on my tablet.
I honestly thought I had to figure it all out on my own. But then I came across this idea in Think and Grow Rich, the mastermind group.
Yep.
This changed everything for me.
Masterminding. This is what the live stream is, a mastermind.
Surround yourself with people who are already on the path you want to be on.
Exactly.
And in the world of communication, this
That's what I was, but until people who are still operating from the third. That's why I had to leave myself away from mastermind groups, because they're still operating from a third dimensional perspective.
incredible storytellers and speakers, my voice, my identity.
Business mindset, yes.
I didn't even realize it was happening, but it was happening slowly each and every day. I just started absorbing the way that other people would use their voice, and I crafted their sentences and how they handle tough questions into the way I would communicate.
Yep,
Now,
that's what I do.
exactly what I did, but here's what
I do that all the time. That's my main reason why I speak.
3 to 5 people whose communication style you really admire.
Yours.
It could be a speaker, it could be a colleague, it could be someone online making YouTube videos.
Yep, you.
Try on their behaviors like you would try on outfits. Copy their posture. Copy their vocal tone. Hand gestures. And it's going to feel weird at first, but that's how you develop your range and style.
It's true.
And while you're
I've already done that all that though.
keep this in mind. When people are doing it for the first time, it feels weird. And then when it feels weird, don't label it as being fake and phony. Because the moment you label it as being fake and phony, you stop the exploration process.
Exactly.
Reframe that thinking to that weird thing.
It's a paradox.
Reframe it to, oh, it's just unfamiliar. That's
Exactly. It's all unfamiliar. And you're just making something that's unfamiliar and making it familiar again. Hence why I said you're remembering what you have forgotten and making it familiar again. I like that. It's not fake. It's just unfamiliar.
behaviors that you observe from all these great communicators.
I like that.
While you're driving to and from work, when you're at the checkout line in the grocery store, test it out on the checkout clerk. This is how you practice these new behaviors to see if they're right for you in noticed environments, until you iron out all the kinks and help the unfamiliar become more familiar. If you don't actually practice and apply the knowledge,
Exactly. Making the unfamiliar, making it familiar.
when you consciously decide to mimic and learn from the best, you shortcut the learning journey. Trust me.
Bar.
This will save you years of trial and error.
He just
Otherwise, most people default to
He just said exactly what I've been saying. I am at a point in the journey where I can literally shortcut this entire thing in an instant for you all. The reason why it may not feel like an instant is because of your memories, your expectations, your beliefs, your identity, and your, if I didn't already say experiences, your experiences. It's fascinating. You see, like, I went from someone who was unaware, basically, practically unaware of everything, to someone who was extremely aware. Now, of course, was I completely unaware of things? Of course not. I was aware of my body. I was aware of how I felt about myself. I was aware that I was telling myself I'm a piece of shit, and telling myself that I'm stupid and I'm an idiot for years. You know, now I put myself on a really, 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 really high pedestal, where now like nothing can stop me. Like I'm on a, you know, I see people who still attempt to insult me, and by all means you can do whatever you choose to. I'm just gonna look at it like, okay, whatever. Um, your little third dimensional remarks make no dent into my reality. I'm on the fifth. But it's fascinating that, you know, now that I've gained this level of awareness, it is so dumb easy. It is so fucking easy to get to this state of being, and it's like no effort whatsoever. What the hell's going on here? Oh, it's because of the wind. It's so dumb easy. I have to pause the video because it's so true. It's wild, in fact, how easy it is. I used to think that this shit was so difficult. Like, man, I have to learn all this stuff. Like, even taking in all the information Vin just said, like, throughout this morning, like the colors of the people and the communication styles, like the blue, red, yellow, and greens, the you know, the three tips of story, sharing it like a meaning, like the purpose, the intent behind it, right? The not rambling on, using to warm up my throat, and like do all that kind of stuff. It's easy. I don't tell myself this, oh my God, there's so much to remember. Man, this is overwhelming. This is so much information. Like I can't handle all this stuff. I used to tell myself all that time, like all these people who have all the businesses and accolades are like, man, like there's so much to go into like business and doing all these things and having to, you know, remember this thing and do this thing. Having to talk to this person and speak like this and move like this and operate like this and act like this and then speak to this person this way and that person this way, and like there's the and like, see? Reminding myself to do the almighty pause as well. And remembering while I'm speaking to not ramble on too much. To finish one thought before I start another thought. I would have told myself, man, there's so much. And I would have been like, there's no point to all this years ago. Now I look at it, okay. All right. Lifting my voice and speaking louder to dropping it a little bit more like a room temperature, like room volume, like room volume, outside volume, room volume, and knowing I can turn on the switch to speak louder with the higher elevation of my voice to going back to more room volume, and having the different types of, you know, verbal gestures, the expanding and not just like, you know, keeping my hands in my pocket and doing this thing and all this thing and all this and that. Right? Here's the almighty pause. But I would have told myself all this stuff was so complicated, so difficult, so hard, so much, so confusing. There's so much to remember, so much to learn. But because I am the creator, just like you are, just like everybody else is, it's easy. If you know that you're the creator, how can anything be hard? How can anything be not easy? How can anything be so much effort? How can you say that you don't know this stuff? In fact, the creator has all the answers. Because it comes from other creators that are you. And if they have it, then you have it too. They're just unlocking what's already inside of you and bringing it into your awareness so that your third dimensional thinking mind knows that you have it. That's the difference between, like, that's really the difference, is awareness. What Vin is doing on his YouTube videos is doing one thing, bringing that something that currently was unaware, that's in the library of all that is, or the wisdom well, or whatever you want to call it, bringing it up into the conscious mind so that the mind's like, oh, but because I've taken the mind, I'm like, listen carefully, mind. You are not learning, you are remembering. All of this already, all of this already existed inside of you. Once upon a time, you were an effective communicator. In fact, you ruled Egypt. I was a ruler of Egypt. I was King Ramses II. And King Ramses did not have a quiet voice. And he wasn't a timid guy. He's a very powerful soul. But of course, throughout my soul's incarnations, you know, we go through the process of forgetting so that we can have a new experience. But the new experience doesn't mean that you lost it. You simply are uncovering it and making what was unfamiliar, like he said, and making it back being familiar. That's why, like, the process of you driving a car. You may have never driven a car in this incarnation, but you definitely driven something that was like a car in other lifetimes. Could have been a horse. Could have been a flying craft, because in Atlantis there was a lot, that civilization was so advanced, but it was destroyed. And we are basically only now catching up to what Atlantis is, but Atlantis was so far ahead of its time. And I'm being intentional right now with how I'm speaking and using my gestures, walking around, slowing down, being more intentional with the words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm usually very intentional with the words that are coming out of my mouth. It's so simple. Everything that he shared, I already know how to do it. And guess what? You all know how to do it too. It is just that simple. The learning ends and the remembering begins. How many frameworks have I created in the last couple months? I had to go through a dark night of soul to remind myself that that's not who I am, so that I can experience that, so that you all could see what a dark night of soul is. For those who have never experienced one, which, by the way, all of you have experienced a dark night of soul. You just don't know that it was called that. Maybe you do. So that you could see, and I could see, that we are infinite beings. And when you're infinite, these are I'm known as auto-suggestion. The auto-suggestion is this for myself. I am infinite. I have more than enough. I am complete. And I'm a trillionaire. And I know more than enough. Now, your auto-suggestion of me will vastly differ. You probably might think, he's just a dude that lives with his parents. That's your auto-suggestion. Oh, he knows, he's aware. He's not as aware as me, but he's aware. That's fair. In your universe, you're El Supremo. You're El Capitan. Right? In my universe, I'm El Capitan. Simultaneously, we're both El Capitan. But you may have some auto-suggestions of yourself. Your defaults. Then, of course, he was talking about your default style of communicating. So, like, in the beginning when I was starting the live stream, I was very much a red. I was extremely red. In fact, I was damn more than just red. I was like crimson. Because I was like, you are the fucking creator. If you don't want to be the creator, then get out of here. Piss off. I didn't say it like that specifically. I basically said, if you don't want to be the creator, then get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't have time for your bullshit. Like, you are the creator. Now, I wasn't forcing that, but at the same time, I was very direct. Now that he brought up the colors of people, I know it sounds kind of weird. The communication color styles, I'm going to call it that. The communication color styles, or color communication styles. I think that sounds better. Color communication styles. Now that I'm re-aware, or now that I'm aware again, now I know how to handle said people. Now, of course, everybody has all the colors within them, but we default to a specific color. Now, how do I default? Honestly, for me, it's situational. I do find myself more yellow. That's kind of my default right now. But I am very detail oriented like the blues. I'm very harmonious like the greens. I'm very energetic like the yellows, and I'm very direct like the reds. So I have it all because I know how to speak, right? And we all have that. And the live stream, unconsciously, me being unconscious of this and unaware, was doing this to help me to see the communication styles, because ultimately when I'm speaking on stages or anywhere else I'm going to be speaking, there's going to be colors that I'm going to be speaking to. Some are going to resonate. Some are going to think I'm very outlandish. Some will think I'm talking blasphemy. Some will feel like he's too much. He's too direct. He's too arrogant. He's too pompous. He's too this. Some will say, oh, I like that guy. I like it. I like how he's speaking. And they resonate, right? Instead of rambling on, like he said, you go from rambling to resonate. I love that. That was a great one. The 2 R's, rambling or resonating. And of course, like, he also mentioned that people who are rambling on, even if you have an amazing idea to share, and it's brilliant, and it's intellectual, it's intelligent, it is spot on, but you ramble on, you come off as not confident. Some might see you as not confident. That was a good kick in the, or a punch in the gut, to remind myself to breathe through the nose and slow it down. Because we have this thing of like, we feel this weird tension of like, well, if I don't say anything, and there's this empty space for a moment. So I'm going to do one right now. And then I continue to talk, right? It's that empty space right there that we feel like people are going to just like, why is he stopping? I'm stopping so that you all can gather everything, because when we speak so fast, and I've done it, we've all done it, and I still do it at times. When I'm in the trail, there's a million things coming flying out of my mouth, right? Everything keeps flying out. But the thing is, because I feel like I'm going to forget what I want to say, so I want to get it out as fast as I possibly can and then get back to it. But it always comes back to a diamond nugget. So I have a creative way of going from one thing to the next and getting right back to where I was originally talking. I think that's sister. Yes, it is. I'll read what you both shared. But you see, my point to say is like taking everything that he shared. I already knew all this stuff. We all already have all this stuff within us. So like, there are people in the comments I read, like, man, there's like, they thank them, but they're like, I'm only this, or I'm like, I can't talk loud, or like, I'm not good at talking. And they keep telling themselves these things over and over and over. And I've told myself these things many, many times. It's ridiculous. You're the creator. When you know that you're the creator, how can you be limited? It's impossible. You literally shoot up through the roof. Nothing can stop you anymore. When you truly know and you have that inner conviction of the creator. And that word conviction is a very powerful word, if you allow it to be powerful. Let's see. Created a month, stayed in a very pricey area in Dubai. He's 18, so it's possible. He is guiding others how to create same, exactly. That's brilliant. I'm glad that he's doing that, because that's his birthright. It's everyone's birthright. I'm on the Jesus phase right now. This is the Jesus phase. I call it that because this is the carpenter phase, where he was in the shadows, just being a carpenter, preparing for the next phase, going out in the masses, being unapologetically, authentically yourself, myself. That's why unconditional love is no longer enough for me. It's being unapologetically authentic. Like unconditionally authentic, but unapologetically authentic. Yesterday, I was mentioning, I watched a reel on Instagram with his name is Master Shu Yin. He's the Asian monk dude. I don't call anybody master anymore, so I just call him Shu Yin. But there was a woman who was speaking with him, another sister, and he turned to her and he's like, and she asked, I still have this thing about people judging me and criticizing me. So he turned and he looked her, he put his cup down and he basically said, and some of you might have heard me say this earlier this morning, raise yourself higher to a point where they can't reach you, where nothing can affect you. He basically used the earth version of what I'm doing, the multi-dimensional version. I put myself in a whole other dimension that nobody can reach me. Nobody can reach me. Nobody can touch me now. I'm invincible. There's not a person who can outsmart me in this planet. I'm just being real. In your universes, you're supposed to be doing the same thing. Nobody can outsmart you. In my universe, nobody can outsmart me. Nobody can supersede me. That's why I put myself on a dimensional that is so high that doesn't actually exist. I reside in the 99th dimension. I'm not interested in just fifth. Yeah, I'm glad. He's just remembering all that he once was, that he still is. Because in his previous incarnation, he had evolved so much that when he died, he came back with the ability to not go through such hassle. But of course, he had to go through a challenge of being alone at 16. Now, did he get all the conditioning and programming of millennials and Gen X and baby boomers? No. He didn't get the conditioning of those, right? He didn't get the programming, but he had been on his own, and his mind is still being redeveloped. But he's got the wisdom. We all have that same wisdom, right? That's the one thing I want to help people to help them to remember, is that just because you see that person doing it, that doesn't mean you can't do it. You have the same wisdom. It's just nested inside of you. Basically, it literally puts you in the state of like you're at the same level. So no one's like this. In your inner world, yeah, you can be this, but on the physical plane, you're all this. So when you see someone on the physical plane doing the things that you think is cool, right? Like all the people he's helping, those souls should also know that they are capable of what he's able to do, because he is no different than them and they are no different from him, and vice versa. Just like us, we're no different from him, he's no different from us, because we're all one thing. It just comes down to awareness. I stopped the video because I when he said giving you the shortcut, I was like, brilliant. Yeah. We all have the challenges, and it makes sense, but he is creating from the present moment, because there's enough content out there, and he came to his realization at a very younger age. Age is but a number. Age is but, the thing is, we still are, to some degree, we're still adhering to this thing called age. Like, I don't see a 16-year-old less smarter than somebody who's in their 60s. Because age is just an illusion anyways. We're all in a physical vessel, and we either cultivated the awareness through other means, or the universe summoned that energy from within and brought it back into your awareness, or you created the game. So this age thing, like, you know, I can see him, he's an ageless soul. All souls are the same age. right? So like I'm glad, like even though the physical, right, like there's like from 0 to 7, like you're helpless. From 7 to 14, well, you're it's kind of helpless, but not quite. You start to build your own autonomy. From 14 to 21, like that's where he is right now. He's in that phase. You can be on your own because you have your autonomy, and from 21 and so on. But like that 0 to 7, right? He has his own. He had no choice but to be at the mercy of someone else's like whims, right? And just like any one of us. So like I said this to another sister, her name's Alina. I told her, I'm going to be the first, and I've said this to y'all, I'm going to be the very first human. If I ever come back, I am going to be the first ever human, ever, 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 ever. Listen carefully. The very first human ever who comes out of their mother's womb fully developed with everything, minus the teeth stuff, because, you know, I'll not be able to walk and do that, but I'll know how to do all that. By the time I'll be like, hi mom, hi dad. Technically, you're not my mom and dad. You're just another soul. This is how this works. I'm gonna come out of the womb already speaking. You watch. If I'm supposed to come back, that's how I'm coming back. Coming back already speaking. All right, can you cut this umbilical cord off of my body, please? Like, this is annoying. Can you please pull it off of me? Like, let's get this show on the road. The name that you're thinking of calling me, you're not calling me that. My name is Orion. Could you imagine? Right? Could you imagine for a moment? So a baby coming out just speaking? Wild. It's wild. But that's what I'm doing. If I'm to come back, of course. If I'm to come back on this earthly realm, this third dimensional planet, which, by the way, by the time I do come back, I expect that the humans will be more evolved, and they will be, because how can it not be? Like we're moving, we're going like this. Yes, it looks like some of it's going down like this, but we are actually shooting up because a lot of it's a lot of breaking of the old, right? But I will be the first human ever to speak as soon as they're born. I'm like, all right, this is how it works. I can't hold my head up right now. I'm not gonna wah, wah, wah. I know how this all works. I've been in a different body, and I'm gonna shock the hell out of them, of course. And the doctors are gonna be like, what the fuck is going on here? It's funny. No, she was on Instagram. Claudia is the psychic. Claudia is spelt with a C, and it's not spelt that way. It's a different way of spelling. Actually, no, Claudia is spelt with a K. What am I saying? But she has a J in her name. She's like Polish. She's a psychic from 2 years ago. No, 1 year ago. Alina saw my basketball. A lot of people basically see the basketball shot on Instagram, and they're like, and they reach out, and then they look at 1 or 2 of the other videos, the ones that I've pinned, like the Goku one and the one with Melissa, with the whole, you know, it's about unconditional love or whatever is pinned. So when they see the basketball one, so that basketball one, for whatever reason, is making waves. Like some people, I see a lot of people hitting the like button on that one. So that one's kind of picking up speed. I just took a basketball shot, you know? Anyways, chatted, and I was speaking with her, and I was telling her, like, I'm going to be the first human ever to come out of a mother's womb and start speaking right away. Because that's how powerful I am. Yeah, basically, like Lori and Katie. Lori and I reconnected. We actually had a phone call. It was good. She finally understood where I was coming from, because, you know, a lot of people have their own preconceived notions of me before they actually understand, because texting is a very terrible form of communication. I was telling everybody this earlier. Texting is the worst form of communication. There's too many there's too much, there's context, there's nuances, there's word associations, there's paradoxes, there's definitions, there's labels, there's meanings, there's experience. Look at how many things I just listed off for just the power of words. That's 9. Maybe I can add a 10th one, but I'll leave it at 9. Experience with words. Oh, technically feelings, but association and feelings kind of go one and the same. So if I don't say associations, I'll say feelings. But feelings is kind of given with the whole meaning and labels. That's why I came here as a vessel like Jesus. Yes, I did say that. And I will start to claim that more. Like Jesus and the Buddha and Krishna, to speak with such power to help people be aware of the simplest things that can change their life. And it is the power of words. And Vin is doing that right now with his YouTube channel and helping people across the world with his communication, coaching and all that. I'm here to bring awareness of the words and how you speak. And that these words are not just words that you use to communicate. These are words that you're living by. You can't think without words. Every time you think of a word, it summons a picture in your mind. Every time you are about to speak a word, that image of the word is coming in so that it's coming out. Thoughts can create things with emotion, but words are the ones that solidify it. Vin said something earlier. He said, it was something about, it was the storytelling piece. You can tell somebody a story and open the door, but it's the meaning behind the story that will allow people to walk through that door. That was a bar. It's the meaning that you give to your story that allows people to walk through the door that you opened. Because the story is just a story, it just opens the door. But then imagine like you listen to the story and it has meaning. It'll allow you to walk through the door. Yeah. Yeah. He's probably working. He came on Thursday. He's been on. I've chatted with him. He's probably working. He probably might have taken like a weekend, because sometimes he says he likes to go camping. So he does his thing. Yeah, exactly. You can use body language. You can, when you do this universally can either mean hello or goodbye. Like somebody you're seeing for the first time, you just do this. They may not be able to speak the language that you're currently speaking, but they definitely know what this means. They also know what this means. Right? Some even know what this means. Right? And you don't even have to say it. You can just like thumbs up, heart. Like you can do this. There's this one, the one where you're just walking around like this. This one seems very suspect, like being, like it seems like susceptible, not susceptible, that's not the word. Being a suspect. It's like, that feels like very suspect. That you're hiding some information behind us because your hands are behind your back. And I'm purposely doing that just to convey this point. Right? That's why I mean like when I'm speaking and I'm walking, you all can't see that I'm holding the gimbal while I'm walking, but you can hear me. You can't see me, but then when I'm back, whether I'm outside or I'm in here, you can see me and how I'm expressing myself. Even when I'm sitting down watching content and there's no one on, there's no one to talk to, I can talk to myself for hours. I've done it. I have no problem. I can keep riffing for hours and hours and hours. In fact, I'm supposed to go take a shower and finish one of my stretches, and I haven't even done that because I got so entrenched and entranced into my talking. And then you came on as well too. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Like Vin was sharing like someone who he has you know, there's being very, very loud and very, very expressive, and then quieting down a little bit. And, you know, it also comes down to like, yeah, my name is Orion, and I think, like he was talking about someone who got a position, like who's going to apply for a position for a role. He's like, yeah, my name's Orion, and I'm going to, I think I'm the best fit for your role, and, you know, I'm meant to do this thing, and yeah, and they talk like that. And then there's the other version, my name's Orion, and I feel like I'm the best fit for this position, and I can tell you why I'm the best fit. Two different, almost the same thing, two different variations, right? Just a simple shift from going down. It makes you look unconfident. Like you have like, there are people who do talk like this. I used to do this. I wouldn't be like this, obviously, but I'd be like more like, yeah, my name is Andre. I'm this weak, pathetic human who hates this world, and I hate all these people, and like I just want to be a better human right now. My name is Orion, and I'm the best damn god on this planet. You know why? Because this is my world. It belongs to me. It's fascinating though. And there's a reason why the communication video showed up today, because I know we're on the precipice of change. Like, I won't be streaming much on this channel soon. I don't know how much longer. I'm not going to technically end on Tuesday, but you never know, right? Plus the fact that my TikTok account, just so you know, they unbanned it. I can go live now. So maybe TikTok was the next phase of this journey. Who knows? But I do hear that I'm supposed to have 2 phones, be on the other channel. Technically, I should have 3 phones, be on all 3 channels, one on TikTok and this channel and the other channel, and have them all just like on a mount, and I'm live streaming and talking to all 3 all 3. 2 YouTubes, 1 TikTok. But the superhero love channel doesn't really, I mean, I would love to keep that one going, because I'm already almost at 619 videos, just so you know. I might stop at 619 videos. Maybe that's intentional, who knows? But it's, you know, the precipice of change is coming. But it's funny because I've checked throughout the year, even though I don't really go on TikTok anymore, I checked and I'm like, oh, I can go live now. My account was banned. I couldn't go live. I had no live feature. The feature was blocked for me. I couldn't do it. Clearly I can do it now. So clearly there must be a reason. But we'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. You know, Discord. That's the reason why, like, Discord is, there's always Discord or Instagram to still chat with people, WhatsApp as well, right? So like it's not like, and the thing is, look, even if I don't have anybody to chat with, how can I be alone? I have myself. I'm my own damn source of entertainment. There is no other soul who compares to me on this planet. And yes, I did say that. You can see if that's arrogant or not, or egotistical, but I am the best damn person on this planet, and I am the one who can have my own amazing conversations. I've done it for 20 years. What's another 20, right? Because like I don't have to rely on having to speak with people and having to be around people. I don't give a shit about community, really, to be honest. I can thrive on my own without community, and I can thrive with community. I'm the best of everything, right? Some people, they have to be around people. Others, they don't want to be around people, but I get to choose which way I get to go, and I can thrive on both. But the thing is, everybody can do that. We all have that power. Because if I can do it, then surely everyone else can too. I'm no different. That's what I'm here to remind everybody, that I'm no different and that everyone has the same ability. Like Jeff Bezos isn't better than any of us. Elon Musk isn't better. Donald Trump isn't better. Like the Prince of Saudi Arabia isn't. Like everyone is the same. Different positions, but the same. Thank you. And so are you. It's funny though, because if you had all met me 7 years ago, it's a polar opposite. Well, you've known me a couple years, and there's a massive difference. But there was a version of me who couldn't even talk to people. I hated people so much, but it's because I hated myself. I don't have that hate anymore, even though the third dimensional thinking mind likes to still entertain that idea at times. But I remember that that's not me, because that is the mind attempting to enter a back door, which I have to completely cement that back door, which I'm doing, and I'm doing it, and it's done right now. That door is completely cemented now. It doesn't exist. And when it attempts to find other ways to sneak in, I catch it. Because the mind isn't yours. Most people identify with their mind. Most people identify with their body. You're not your body and you're not your mind. They were given to you for you to use. That's why you don't reside in your body and you don't reside in your mind. You reside with the body, and the mind resides with you. And the body resides with you. But because everyone has created this identity, I am this, and I'm this, and I'm this. And Vin was talking about this in the mirror, like the mirror communication. He's like, you look at yourself in the mirror and it's a flipped version of you. So when people see you, they see what you don't see. It's distorted. It's not proportionate, he said. Right? That's why, like, you know, I would like if my YouTube live stream would have kept the same non-mirrored mode, right? Because like mirrored mode, like the Nike symbols backwards, like everything's technically in backwards order. Like if you were to use the front camera, you would see that this is in backwards order, like the words are mirrored. Whereas the back cameras, you see it perfectly. And I will have to eventually start using the back camera, but then I won't be looking at the chat. I'll use the tablet or the laptop to kind of monitor the chat if there's a question. It's very windy outside right now. But I require fresh air, so I can't be without my fresh air. I love my fresh air. I love it. That's one of my third dimensional requirements, having fresh air. Yeah. The time is now. Yeah. Yeah. We all can, and we all are doing it. That's why I require my team, because I'm no longer interested. I was here to do this thing with not just one person, but many people to make an impact in the world, and we make lots of money in the process. And that's not the main reason. It's about the impact. The money is the byproduct. I'm not focused on the money. It's about the impact. But I no longer am interested in those who are playing like this. Like, you have to be, like, I told anyone, like, if you're going to be in my life, you have to be operating at that level. Like, that's why you all still technically exist. Right? That's why only you all are still here. Where are the rest? Where are the rest? Right? Because they couldn't handle that. Because of my communication style, which I was very red. For those of you, again, the red is someone who's super direct. But I now know, or I'm aware of the color styles, the yellow, the blues, and the greens, right? I'm all colors, you're all colors, everybody's technically all colors, but most people default to a certain color style. And in the beginning, when I was starting this live stream journey and a little bit into the months earlier this year, I was very red. Yes, I had some greens, like that time with our sister on the phone, we all heard, and helping her. I was very green. Greens are very patient. I'm very blue, which is very detail oriented. I'm very able to explain things in such a manner that is so detail, like precise. But I'm also very red to explain, like, you are the fucking creator and I can light a fire under your ass and get you to move. That's what reds do. We light a fire under someone's ass and get them to move. And then of course I'm yellow. I'm very energetic. I have so much energy to give, right? But in the beginning, when I was starting this live stream, I was very red, extremely red. And that red wasn't perceived well because I forgot, right? I was unaware and I forgot that people have different communication styles. And remember, I'm also dealing with text. I can't see their faces. And there are also other variables like the mindset of people in Europe and the mindset of people in India and the mindset of people in Canada and the mindset of people in America and the mindset of South America, the mindset of Africans, the mindset of Australians, the mindset of Asia. Because they have been indoctrinated with their own like stuff. Like Europeans are very like, they're kind of like, that's not really true now, but like when you think of a European, they're very kind of like no emotion to some degree. That's changing, of course, but like, you know, they were more like, they got more masculine in them. They're like this. They're not more relaxed. They're very like this. And it's like this. But that's not true now because more Europeans are more, they're getting it. They're understanding this concept of being the creator and knowing that they're all things. Right? Same with anybody from India. But people from India are more relaxed. They're more chill. Right? North Americans, on the other hand, well, we're a bunch of everything. Like North Americans specifically, and I say North Americans because technically it shouldn't be called North America, it should just be called North and South. Anyways, North and South, there are people who are like, go, 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 rush, 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 I gotta dominate this person, you can't tell me, blah, 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 this and that, that and that. And then there's the love and light and namaste person. The love and light and namaste person. You got the Andrew Tates and the Aaron Dowdys. And not to use these two brothers, but this is the polar opposite. And then you have the Cody Sanchez's, and then you have the Gabrielle Bernsteins. I love Cody Sanchez, by the way, but Cody Sanchez and Gabrielle Bernstein. And I love Gabby as well, too. I use these names because, like, they're a well-figured, like, they're a very, okay, here's another one. You got the Jay Shettys, and you got the Eric Thomas. Or another one would be, oh my God, what's his name? Ugh, military man. You can't hurt me. Can't hurt me. Ah, his name is not coming in my head. It doesn't matter. That guy. Mr. I wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning. He's got the jars of fuck. That guy. Mr. Tam loves that dude a lot. I love him too. He's an amazing dude. He helped me get the grind and the hustle in the beginning. But we got the spectrums. And certain people will resonate with these spectrums. But in North America, specifically in North America, this is how I see North Americans. It's either one extreme or the other, and they have no balance. No balance whatsoever. Some are starting to understand what balance really is. But majority of North Americans don't have it. It's either one extreme or the other. You're either too much love and light and namaste, or you're hustling, you're grinding. And both ways work, don't get me wrong, but are you really being your true self when you're one or the other? Most I see are not their true self. They're putting on a facade because they're competing, not collaborating. They're being pushover, not being confident. You're the creator. Everyone's the creator. How can we not have the same things that each other have? It makes no sense. The creator didn't say one day, okay, you are only going to have this thing and you are going to have this thing. And you can never have what that person has and you can never have what that person has. I'm talking about traits. I'm talking about resources. I'm talking about feelings. Now, gifts are a different story. Some gifts are shut off from you because you came here for something else. I came here to speak. I didn't come here to play a musical instrument. Not in this lifetime. In other lifetimes, I've played a musical instrument. In this lifetime, I came here to speak and use this as my instrument. I didn't come here to draw. I mean, I made some stuff. I didn't come here to draw. I didn't come here to be an artist, to paint. Definition of artist can vastly differ. It could be a painter. It could be a songwriter. I didn't come here to be a songwriter or a singer, even though I can sing a little. I came here to speak. So the universe, God, you gave yourself that gift. And when you see other speakers, like an Eric Thomas or a William King Hollis or a Les Brown, because they are speaking too, that doesn't mean that it's just for them. It's for you too. Now, can you go and deviate and be an artist, like a pianist or a violinist or a baker or a chef? Of course you can, because you have those skills built into you as well. It's just that you chose to activate certain gifts before you came here. And those are your primary gifts. You have secondary gifts. We all have the same gifts within us. How can one of us not have, how can some have this thing and others don't have this thing? It makes no sense. If we're all the creator. The creator has everything. It makes no sense. But at the same time, it's a paradox because some people are stronger in certain aspects where others are not, but these are stronger in other aspects. Like, I'm very strong at communicating. I'm very strong at other things that others may currently not be at yet. So it's a paradox. It just is. So everything I just said is technically a contradiction to some degree, because this is how reality works. It's all a contradiction. So you get to choose which way you want to play and run with it. So I choose the one where I have it all. I'm not left or right. I'm in the middle. I have it all. I'm not just this or this. I have it all. If I want to be a chef, I'm a chef. If I desire to be a baker, I'm a baker. If I desire to be the world's greatest pianist, I'm the world's greatest pianist. If I desire to be the greatest speaker on this planet, which I am, then I will be the greatest speaker on this planet. If I desire to be the world's greatest weightlifter, I'll be the world's greatest weightlifter. If I desire to be the world's greatest basketball player, I can be the world's greatest basketball player. Because in your inner world, you're El Supremo. But we keep using this outside world to thinking other people are better than us. or comparing our skill level to someone else's skill level. And we have to stop that. That's got to end. Will it end though? No, it won't end. Some will look at other skills and aspire to be like them. Perfect. That's what you're supposed to use it as a beacon, as a source of fuel and inspiration. But then there's the other side of that. People look at other people and say, I can never be like that person because they're too good. Like Steph Curry, right? Steph Curry, he can just like, he can be like from that fence over there and the basketball net is to that fence and he will drain it. No problem. For me, I have to like, for right now, I have to like push to throw it up in the air. And it's not even guaranteed it's going to go in. With him, it's almost guaranteed it's going to go in. Why? Because he has so much confidence in himself. He just knows. He doesn't even have to look at the shot. He can even turn his back and he'll know it'll go in. Now, at that point, someone's going to compare themselves like, I can never be like Steph. Steph is like, he's not human. But you have that same ability too. You just don't believe that for yourself. You don't know that for yourself. But you do have it. We all do. The sun came back out again. I didn't even finish his video. It's 2 o'clock. I just realized that.
Consciously copying anyone and everyone in their environment, even the bad communicators.
Yeah.
I love this quote that feels quite fitting from Zig Ziglar, who says, don't become a wandering generality, become a meaningful specific.
Ooh, I like that.
Let that sink in. Now
Don't become a general, common generality, become a meaningful specific.
Chapter 8.
I like that. That's a nice quote.
Because this is the part where you actually have to do the work. Not just read the book, not just watch the video, you need to speak.
You have to practice.
Over and over and over again.
That's what I'm doing.
Napoleon calls this persistence, and in the world of communication, I call it reps.
Putting in the reps.
The only way to get better at speaking is to speak.
Yep.
You can't mindset your way into being a better communicator.
Exactly.
You have to practice.
You got to practice.
Videos and cringe at them. You have to speak in meetings and trip over your words.
My tablet just flipped over.
Every conversation you have is a rep. Every voice memo you send, every presentation, every story you tell at dinner, these are all reps.
All reps.
So don't wait until someone invites you to speak at their wedding.
Just speak.
Practicing your communication skills. You don't need a stage to get started.
Exactly.
Start by sending voice notes to your friends. Start with a daily 30-second practice video. Start talking to yourself. By yourself in the car.
Yeah. That's why the live stream has become my practice grounds.
You'll see improvement when you compare rep 1 to rep 30.
Oh yeah.
You'll see transformation.
Transformation has happened.
Until
Sure does.
the more prepared you'll be when the opportunity actually arrives. It's why Navy SEALs say you don't rise to the occasion, you sink to the level of training and preparation.
Yep.
And that preparation, that's what makes you rich when it matters the most. Chapter 9.
Chapter 9.
You tried pitching an idea and felt like you completely missed the mark. You had the perfect words, you maybe even had perfect delivery and perfect structure and told stories, but it felt like no one was listening or even cared. Why does this happen? Well, it's because you weren't tuned into the room. In Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon describes this as the brain having a transmitter and a receiver, constantly sending and receiving signals. And in the world of communication, this means learning to read the room.
Oh yeah.
For example, I want you to imagine this scenario that we totally didn't make up for the purpose of this video. Check this out.
Someone ran over him this morning.
So sorry about Rufus, man. Dude, you gave him the best life. Bro, that's freaking heartbreaking.
All right, Big Dog is here. Ow, ow, ow. So sorry I'm late, guys. I've been chasing my tail all morning, and then traffic was so rough. And you know what's even more crazy? While I was driving, something darted across the car and hit my car and made me nearly spill my coffee. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. All right, guys. I won't let the rough morning get to me. Let's start the day how we normally do. Pause in. Yeah, don't do this. Instead, the wisdom here is to meet people where they are.
Yeah.
Then slowly take them to where you want to go.
Yeah.
Now watch what happens when I become aware of his energy and I'm able to read the room, meet him where he is, and then take him to where I want to go. Hey, morning. What's going on, guys?
My dog just passed away.
Oh, man. I'm so sorry, brother. I know what it feels like to lose a pet. You know, they're like family, eh? Look, why don't we all just take 5 minutes and take a breather? Maybe you share some of your favorite memories of him, eh?
Yeah, I'd love that.
Wasn't that so much better?
Yes, it was.
By doing this, again, meeting them where they are, then taking them to where you want to go, you are now able to...
Always meeting people where they are.
Feel understood. Because when you're able to do this in conversation, your communication becomes magnetic regardless of the scenario or situation. Chapter 10. Okay, now you're at the top of the staircase, the final lesson. Have you ever watched someone speak and thought to yourself, damn it, how are they doing that without even thinking? They're not stuttering. They're
That's
not
funny.
pausing every 2 seconds. They're not being awkward with their gestures. Their ideas and their body language just seems to flow. That's what Napoleon Hill calls the sixth sense, your instinct, the gut feeling, the hunch. And in the world of communication, we call it unconscious competence.
Unconscious
To talk about this,
competence.
we need to learn about the 4 stages of learning. Stage number 1, it's called unconscious incompetence.
Yep.
You don't know what you don't know.
It's true.
Right? Peter just threw a ball at me. I completely missed
For
it.
those
I
of
didn't
you-
really react. And in this example,
This is
I
Vin.
didn't even know that I suck at catching. You don't know what you don't know.
That's Vin.
Stage 2, conscious incompetence. Now you know what you don't know. Peter just threw the ball at me and I went to catch it. Now, unfortunately, I'm aware that I suck. I know that I suck. But as I reflect on this journey in stage 2 of conscious incompetence, I'm going to start to understand, oh, I should actually look at Peter as he's throwing the ball to me. I'm going to be able to predict where the ball is going to go. I'm going to be able to place my hand where the ball is. Then I'm going to be able to catch it. So this is that first stage of learning where you start to feel the cognitive difficulty of acquiring
Cognitive
a new
dissonance,
skill.
as it's
Stage
called.
3 of learning, conscious competence. Oh,
Knowing how to
got it.
catch the ball.
This is when you finally understand everything to do with catching, but you still have to think about it, and it still feels really clunky while you're doing it. But you're doing it. You're doing it. You're on your way. You're getting better.
This is like
Which now
driving.
brings us to the final stage
Unconscious
of learning,
competence.
Stage number 4, unconscious competence. This is when you can automatically just catch the ball. This is mastery in action. This is when you've mastered the skill you've been practicing. And with this example of the tennis ball and catching, this also happens with your communication skills. Think about it. You'll get to a point on your communication journey where your tools, your frameworks, your delivery, your emotional range, your ability to storytell, it all just clicks into place. And instead of you trying to
mine.
remember everything, you just trust yourself. But this doesn't happen immediately. This only happens after hours and hours of deliberate practice, reflection, feedback, and course correction. If you're in this phase right now where everything feels clunky and you're overthinking every pause, every gesture, and every single word, just know this. You're most likely in stage 2 or stage 3 of learning, which means you're right where you need to be.
Exactly.
You are on the path towards mastery. Because if you just keep showing up, the unfamiliar gradually becomes familiar, and then one day, it becomes automatic. I want
Yes,
you to
it
think about
does.
this. It's like driving. At first,
See?
when you
Driving.
start the driving journey, you are hyper aware of every single little thing. The mirror, the pedals, the traffic lights, the
I've talked
blinker.
about this a lot.
But eventually, you stop thinking about how to drive, and you just think grocery store, and then your skills and abilities take you to the grocery store. It takes you
Exactly.
there. Then what happens when your communication too becomes masterful? You'll get to a point where you don't have to overthink any of the gestures, the frameworks, the storytelling, the questions. You just think to yourself, I want to have a deeper conversation. I need to have a difficult conversation with a team member. And once again, your skills and abilities will take you there naturally and effortlessly. And
Yep.
that's the moment you realize you've stopped performing. things only feel like you're performing when you're in stage 2 and stage 3 of learning. Once you hit stage 4, now you're just being. And that's where the real richness lies. It's in you being fully present, you being fully you, and you having the skill to express you. If you enjoyed this video and you've learned something valuable, give this video a like, consider subscribing to the channel and joining 4 million people who are aspiring to become masterful communicators. I can't wait to see you in the video next week. We've got a banger lined up next week.
I love it. And our brother Nero and Katie, they both released their videos. So this is awesome. All right. I'm going to put on an audiobook. Jess actually downloaded the book for me, but I'm like, I already have it. I already have it. All right, what did our brother leave here? Once you've done a lot of inner work, the absence of someone else's inner work becomes repulsive. I guess they're mirroring a former version of ourselves, and that's what is repulsive. Not them, but who we once were. That's a bar. Ooh, that's looking nice. Let's go back to...
Created and experienced for a very good reason, for your growth, experience, and learning. Then you'll have an easier time taking responsibility for them, and even making some use of them. It's in your evaluation that they are bad, that they are not allowed to serve some purpose. Talking badly about an ex-partner, a job, or earlier experiences shows that you do not appreciate the learning experience, which is why it will be repeated again in your life. Good and bad. A beautiful parable from ancient China makes the point of there is no inherent negative a bit more clear. There's a poor farmer and his son living on a farm back in the days when owning a horse meant a fortune. One day a horse comes grazing on the farmer's land. By local law, this meant that the horse belonged to him. His son was ecstatic with joy. The villagers all commented, "What a good fortune!" But the farmer remained calm and said, "Who knows what's good or bad?" A few days later, the horse disappeared, and the farmer's son was heartbroken. The villagers looked upon the farmer with pity, but the farmer remained calm and said, "Who knows what's
I'll be back."
bad?" On the next day, the horse returned with a herd of dozens of other horses. The son couldn't believe his luck. The villagers were stunned, congratulating him on his good fortune. But the farmer remained calm and said, Who knows what's good or bad? Another few days passed, and the farmer's son was riding on one of the wild horses when the horse threw him off, and he broke his leg. Agonizing, he cursed the horses and that they had even appeared in the first place. The father got a doctor and attended to his son. He held him and looked deep in his eye and said, "My dear son, who knows what's good or bad?" Only a week later, the country's army came through town to recruit all the men as soldiers. The only one they did not recruit for war was the son, because he had a broken leg. The sun represents our reactive self that is swept back and forth by desire and resistance, forever reacting to circumstances. The father represents the observer mode, source awareness that can determine itself what is good or bad, or make no determination whatsoever. Chapter 11. Imagination and Reality. Imagination would have the potential to create reality if it weren't for how we label imagination or what we believe about it. Early on, we are taught that imagination is only imagination and that it did not have much use or value. Okay, some will admit that it's important for art, economic inventions, and creativity. But compared to what imagination is really capable of, those are shallow remarks. The main problem is that we've been taught to differentiate between imagination and reality. Imagination has become a synonym for the unreal. This is quite tragic because imagination is not only real, it is the source of what most people call reality. The only reason imagination has lost its power is because we assign more solidity, reality, importance, significance, and validity to the physical world that our senses perceive. It is because we assign them this meaning that they appear to be more solid and real than imagination. Why have we taught ourselves this? Well, in order to be focused on this world to a greater extent, to protect us from losing focus of this world, and to protect us from our every thought becoming real instantly. This protection is valid and can be kept in place, but here we want to loosen it a bit to allow more experience to flood into our life. There's no difference between the physical matter surrounding you and imagination. There is no difference between an imagined rose and a real rose, except in your definition. It is this definition that has imagination appear as subtle energy and matter as densified energy. Anything you can imagine is real in some sense and on some plane. And as long as you keep your definitions of reality in place, your imagination will manifest on some other plane, not this one. When properly used, your imagination has the power to influence your everyday life in very specific ways. Imagination is not only a tool of reality manifestation, it's even more than that. It's a source of information that can reveal quite a lot about your personality, your abilities, and the next steps to take. Your imagination is there for a reason. Images in the mind don't just pop up for no good reason. Use the beautiful tool you've been given. Use imagination as a guidance tool. What is your imagination telling you? Act on it. What is it showing you? Learn from it. The easier it is for you to imagine something, the closer this something is to your current vibratory set point. The harder it is for you to imagine something, the further away it is from your current state and possibility. There is much to be learned from the last two statements. I'll not rob you of the journey of self-discovery by describing everything in detail. Please rewind and find out for yourself. Here's how imagination relates to the other modes of consciousness we've discussed up till now. Emotion. Imagination can create emotional energy vibration easily. Vice versa, certain imaginary images are activated by emotion. Practically, this means if you don't want something imaginary to manifest on the physical plane, then don't feel anything while imagining it. Reduce the emotional reaction. But if you do want to quicken a mental image into physical experience, then add emotions such as gratitude, excitement, euphoria, and love. Attention. The more attention you place on an imaginary image, the more importance, solidarity, and reality it gains. Conversely, the less attention you invest in it, the less reality it gains. Beliefs. Beliefs are created by adding attention, emotion, and a body sense to a mental image. Action. By copying what you see yourself doing in your imagination into physical reality, you can quicken a manifestation. Okay, so how about taking a week's vacation from the facts and instead trusting your imagination as real? How about being grateful for something before it really happens? Being grateful that it already has happened? What would happen to your life if you make the inner authority of daydreams more important than the outer authority of factual circumstances? Would that be an escapist attitude? No, it wouldn't, unless you labeled it that way. When you resist nothing, there is nothing to escape or distract yourself from. If you believe in your inner dreams, they soon override the authority of outer circumstances and then become outer circumstances themselves. Imagine a pleasant scenery, for example, an ocean beach. Allow it to intensify on the following imaginal modes. Visual. Have your picture be more colorful or see more about it. Give the ocean a deeper blue. Notice palm trees in the distance. Audio. Add sounds. Hear the rush of the waves. Turn up the volume. Reality. Add more reality to the image by adding dimensional depth, by intensifying your conviction that it is real, by smelling and tasting it, especially by touching and tactically feeling the objects. Let the sand run through your hand. Emotion. Finally, allow positive emotion to flow through you as you experience the picture. The whole point of this exercise is experiment with your imagination. Get to know it to the extent that you've built a relationship to your imagination. Wouldn't it be nice if? This is a beautiful technique to gradually train your mind into reaching for higher thoughts. The technique is to simply spend a few minutes or more, beginning every sentence with the words, "Wouldn't it be nice if?" Here, you simply speculate on what would be nice without any force or expectation that it really has to occur. You're not using this technique as a strategy to make something happen out there, but to just feel playful in the here and now. Little and big. Infinite self does not differentiate between little things and big things. Only the world self does. Thinking that something small is easier to manifest than something big is yet another label. It is a belief about how reality creation works, and you might want to release it because it's not especially helpful. Little things only seem to manifest more easily because we are not desperately pushing, needing, waiting for them to happen, but often approach them in a lighthearted and playful way. If you've been raised on this planet, then chances are you hold the belief about easy and hard. Try something out. If you've been trying to manifest something big for a while and it hasn't manifested, then apply the reality creation technique on something you consider easy or small. Notice how quickly it shows up in your life. That's certainly enjoyable, but it also reveals that you make a difference between small and big. The same quick efficiency can also apply to big things. Life is a dream. Reality creation teaches that the world out there is merely a reflection of the world in here, and therefore a dream, just like your night dreams or imagination dreams. When you dream at night, you often think the events, landscapes, things, and people are separate from you, the dreamer. Except when you are lucid dreaming, in which you not only know you are dreaming, but also notice you are creating the dream. Dreams seem to be something that you are not deliberately creating. After you wake up in the morning, you realize, oh, it was all a dream, and you understand that all things in the dream were part of your psyche, were all within you. But while immersed in the dream, the I in the dream views all events as separate. The awakened I notices that the entire dream and its contents to be a creation of its own consciousness. What seemed separate is all within me. And after awakening, you can look at the symbols of the dream to consider their meaning and find out what you were telling yourself at night. One part of the self is immersed in dream action and loses awareness of the overall self that knows it's only a dream and is observing the whole action from outside of the dream body. But both immersed self and observing self are always present. The two versions are the immersed one who is acting as the dream figure and the one who is observing the dream self, the lucid dreamer. And now the revelation. The exact same thing applies to your waking life. This means you can gain considerable benefit from viewing your daily waking life as a dream, another dream, and from the perspective of the night dreaming self it is. From that perspective, waking life is the dream and the dream life is real. But both are basically the same type of illusion on different levels of vibratory density. In everyday reality, we have an immersed viewpoint who is identified with some experience and an observing viewpoint that is not immersed and not limited to the body, not looking as an identity. The embodied viewpoint moves through the world of things, people, and circumstances that seem to be separate from it. But just as you awaken in a night dream, you can also awaken in the waking life and realize it's all happening within me. You can view the things in waking life just as you would view dream objects and events, as symbols or mirrors of consciousness. Every experience you have, and especially those that capture your attention or are emotionally charged in some way, are a tool for self-reflection and thus deeper fulfillment and alignment with the desired self-version. You can see waking life as the dream that it is. This requires you to be lucid in waking life, to take a step back out of immersion, gain perspective, be the witness, and perceive what an event means or how it corresponds to your inner self. Reality creation is not a one-way street, especially once you create something or claim something within. Infinity will start communicating with you and showing you symbols of coincidences in your daily life. Our beliefs' identity is how we talk to infinity, and the waking dream, or the events of daily life, is infinity's way of talking to us. Intuitive guidance, pointers, impulses, information, it's all there if you open your eyes. Only the stupid trivialize or ignore the guidance being offered. Reality creation is not just about sending wish lists into the universe, but about entering a lifelong dialogue with infinity. And this is where being silent comes into beneficial use yet once again. While you are immersed in the rush of events, you cannot read the deeper meaning of the events during your day. Daily life is a letter that higher self is sending to you. What you are experiencing is all about you. Wake up. Nothing happens independently of you. You understand that reality creating is actually reality co-creating, and start listening to what infinite self is saying in response to your creations. Imagination and parallel universes. Understanding parallel universes means understanding imagination as something very different than what we've been taught. It's a new understanding of what imagination is that will open many gates for you. Within reality creation, the distinction between real and unreal is not made. If any distinction is made, then it is between real and manifest. Something has to be real in a parallel universe already in order to manifest. Just because you're not perceiving it doesn't mean it's not real. There are many events taking place in this world right now that you do not perceive. That doesn't mean they're not real. There are many programs on TV you are not seeing at the moment. This does not mean that they are not being shown. To think of something as unreal just because your specific little viewpoint doesn't perceive it is quite presumptuous, actually. The world self experiences only a tiny percentage of all that is at a time. Imagination and desires are bleed-throughs from a parallel reality version of self who is already and really experiencing something. Someone else is already having that experience, and you are feeling that as a desire. In this sense, you can only desire something that is already yours. If it weren't, you wouldn't be feeling it. You couldn't be imagining it, and wouldn't even be aware of it. The only thing missing now is that you correspond with it one-on-one rather than slightly out of phase with it, which is what a desire is, being slightly out of phase with a certain reality. If you were too far removed from that reality, you wouldn't feel any desire for it. Even the most basic understanding of the many worlds model can fill you with anticipation and amazement for the infinite creativity of being. Every split-off reality, appearing with its own whole history and timeline and mood, and each of these realities splitting again from eternity to eternity. Do you know why the concept sparks so much excitement and interest? Because it's the next big thing. From our perspective, it's a future science. And after humanity has passed through some turmoil and games and gets bored of the struggle, they'll start turning their attention to the fun and vastness of being. When you practice reality creation, you shift into a parallel reality. The reason why, after you open your eyes, that your surroundings appear to be relatively the same is because you have a built-in protection system that keeps you from shock experiences. It would be possible to open your eyes after pure and see a completely different surrounding also, but that would be too much for the majority of the beings walking around at this date. The protection system allows for the newly chosen world to form slowly and gently around you, as not to short-circuit your nervous system. Some people, when using pure, experience sudden uncontrollable jolts of the muscles. These are the same muscular joints sometimes experienced when one is falling asleep. What do they mean? They indicate an abrupt or sudden shift in vibration energy, a sudden shift in state of being. In my experience, they are all right to have, but if you don't wish to experience them, go easy and slow down. Still, understand that when you reopen your eyes after having immersed yourself in a new identity or imagination, you are in a different universe than before. If you remain in it, this universe becomes your main universe. There are plenty of hard science indicators that an identity shift causes a reality shift, but here is just one of the more extreme examples. In researching multiple personality disorder, it has been proven again and again that extreme changes can occur when someone shifts identity. In clinical studies of MPD, people have been witnessed to lose 20 pounds within a few days. Facial scars suddenly disappeared completely, as if they had never been there, or they returned when the people shifted back. People's voices, memories, and looks transformed within minutes, and so on. But an identity shift does not only change the body, it changes the whole body of experience, as science will someday have the courage to admit. Since the outside world is not separate from consciousness, changing the self equals changing the outside world. In this light, you may understand how superfluous and unnecessarily complicated it is to use affirmations and visualizations in order to make something happen out there. You are always standing at the crossover point of many realities. Which direction you take is up to you. The next better version of self is already real and available for you to enter. And what if you take the wrong direction? That's completely fine, because you can just notice and alter it the next minute. Just like you no longer need to differentiate between real and unreal, neither need you differentiate between true and untrue. Instead, differentiate between truth, which is real, and fact, which is manifest. Anything and everything is true, but only some of it manifests in your life. Truth in reality creation is not the truth of religion, which not only tries to state absolutes you must submit to, but also makes everyone who doesn't submit wrong. It is also not the truth of empirical science, which teaches to concern oneself only with what was manifested. And a side point, scientific breakthroughs do not occur by this type of focus, but by focus on what has not manifested yet. Reality creation truth is the truth of identity, the truth of what you feel right now. Over time, facts do begin to align to your deepest convictions. Impatience and urgency about manifestation point to the event that you are not really identified. Self and imagination are the gateways to all worlds. Remember, whenever you wish to create something, it is something that already exists. What you have been waiting for is actually waiting for you to enter it. When you no longer look for the manifestation, but rather feel it, it comes to meet you. This is somewhat similar to flirting. When you give a woman or a man attention and then remove it, he or she moves closer to you. This same principle is taught in New Age as desire and let go. Desire is turned into the gratitude of having already received. This could also be called non-attachment or non-disinterest. You are interested in manifestation and evidence, but you don't attach to it as if it were something you are dependent on. Again, this is similar to flirting. You are interested in the manifestation, but you don't attach to it. In the flirting example, let's say you meet someone you like. You'd like to get closer to the person, you exchange phone numbers, and excitement increases. But you don't call that same evening, which would equal attachment, urgency, lack.
Back.
Instead, you wait for a few days. You let go for a few days. Maybe she won't be able to bear the tension of calls you before. Otherwise, you simply call after 3 or 4 days, and she is interested in seeing you again. But if you were to wait too long, let's say a month, that would seem like disinterest, and she would have long forgotten you. Chapter 12. Action and Reality. The statement, action creates reality, is not really true, but it's what most people believe the strongest. And by believing it with such conviction, they make it true. Someone might say, well, I go to the gym and I lift weights. I'll do this 3 times a week for 8 months. Then I will have muscles. Nearly anyone would agree that this is true, that it was the action of the training
Gonna go grab some food.
for 8 months that created the muscle. And from a purely physical point of view, this seems very true. But what actually created the muscles was the person's belief in the process, the person's decision to be that person, that version of himself. In order to experience a progression on a timeline with its result, the belief was connected to an action. Without those actions, he might not have been willing to believe it would work. Were he to believe that he has muscles without having to do anything for it, then yes, he would have muscles without having done anything for it. As unlikely as it may seem to some readers, it is possible to do nothing or hardly anything and still achieve anything. Action only becomes necessary for people who don't believe in belief preceding action. However, this belief in action to be source of a reality, and as deep as it may be ingrained into mass consciousness, does not have to be taken as a limitation to your creative power, but to your creative benefit. As you've come to this planet to live a life of physical being in a physical world, it is action, movement, doing, acting, and behavior. You can use this circumstance to the benefit of reality creation. Attention and intention create reality, because most believe that action creates reality and that it just isn't enough to visualize your dream, we will agree. While it is the intention behind taking the action which determines the result of the action, it is the action itself that midwives the energy into rough matter, into form. In the following, I'd like to discern 3 major types of actions. Number 1, action based on fear and urgency. The payoff of this type of action is that people believe it will motivate them to act. But of all 3 types of actions, this one is the furthest from the reality creation viewpoint. Not only is action deemed necessary, but bad consequences are stipulated if one doesn't act. This type of action is more reactive than active. You are presented with a problem, and then you fall into reaction, or you're working under time or money pressure instead of following your soul's path, or you're working to fix things that are broken instead of placing attention on what's good for you. Fear is used as a motivator to action. Many people actually believe if there is no fear factor, people will not act. While this may be true on a low level of spiritual development, it is no longer effective if you wish to live a conscious, deliberate, spiritually mature life. The only time this type of action is helpful is when you are in the deepest apathy or depression and need a wake-up call, or when you have dozens of unfinished things that are building up due to your neglect. In these rare cases, action based on fear and urgency is helpful. Otherwise, it's just compensatory action. Compensatory actions are things you do to make up for bad thinking, bad feeling, bad reality creating. You attract something unwanted into your life through negative thinking and feeling, and then you act to make up for it, to make it better. This is not very effective and will, in most cases, cause even more unwanted events to happen. Making important decisions, taking steps, going into action out of fear or urgency will cause events like that to create even more fear and urgency. Remember, like attracts like. The more incompetent a political leader or corporate leader is, the less he will assign tasks based on vision, the more he will assign tasks based on fear. Fear of an enemy or job loss. Action number 2. Inspired action or action towards your desires. This type of action will create much more of the results you want in life. This is the action you take from a positive state, a good point of view. Actions that arise from well-being. This can be planned and coordinated action that you take after you've written down a specific action plan or timetable, or this can also mean to act upon opportunities that present themselves to you after you've given off positive energy. In the first variation, you set a goal, then you write down actions to it, then you follow through on those actions. This is the contemporary mass consensus way of creating a reality. In the second variation, you set a goal or desire, send off the energy to the universe, and simply relax and wait for opportunities to present themselves, and then act upon them. In any case, you don't act out of fear, but out of joy and inspiration, out of the positive expectation that you are heading toward your desire. In this second type of action, you actually work and do less. The more energy you have, the less you have to do. Or another way to put it, when you're energized, your actions don't feel like hard work or effort. To outsiders, you may in fact appear to be doing a lot, but inside you are having a great time. Often action becomes fun when you associate it with some personal benefit. Maybe you remember a time you didn't want to go to school or work. You felt heavy in the morning, needed plenty of coffee to drag yourself there. Then something changed. You fell in love with someone at school or work and couldn't wait to get there, feeling energized, forgetting even the coffee because you had to rush to work. That's the difference between inspired action and pressured action. Number 3, acting from the viewpoint that something is already real, what some errantly call acting as if. This is by far the most magical of actions. In this type of action, you take on the being of the desired reality. You are not acting towards the reality, towards the goal. You are acting as the reality. You are doing the things you would be doing if that were already real. You are going to the places you would be going if that were already real. You are meeting the people you would be meeting if that were already real. You are behaving like you would be behaving if you were already in your desired reality. Since the universe of energy is a copy machine that reflects your vibratory being, you demonstrate to the universe an energy of who you are, and it will reflect to you the events that match that. Physicalizing a desire means to come as close as possible to the real thing, to bring the real thing into the here and now, into today, acting it, role-playing it as close to the original as possible. A convincing role play is not very far away from the real thing. This is one way of turning in. From a certain perspective, this third type of action may take some courage at first. But once you notice the magical results you get from it, you get more used to it, then you will apply it with joy. Because here, you are actually taking the most direct path. If you can already be something today, you won't need any exercises or any patience or any proof, because you are representing, you're being, you're demonstrating that reality you said you want. You are already experiencing it and no longer have to achieve or follow or create it. Now, to help you differentiate between the three types of actions, I'll share some examples with you. Remember, action type 1 is fear-based action, will rarely yield any positive results. Action type 2 is inspired action and will eventually always yield positive results. And action type 3 will yield positive results and quick results. The difference between action type 2 and 3, in working towards a goal, you say, okay, I'm going to do this, then that, then this, then that, and then I experience this. That's creating reality on a timeline. In working as a goal, you make the end the starting point. You say, I'm going to be this today, and from this being, I will do this and that. So here are some examples. We'll look at Michael, Tom, and Sharon. Michael always applies level 1 type actions. Tom always applies level 2 type actions, and Sharon always applies level 3 type actions. The first desire they want to manifest is to have more money. Michael buys a book called Overcoming Your Fear. Tom buys a book called How to Get Rich. Sharon buys a book by someone who is rich. Michael starts working much harder, putting in overtime and talking bad about other employees behind their backs, a move he thinks that will put him in favor with his boss. Tom starts prioritizing and time planning his work to become more effective.
I'm gonna go outside
He starts talking good about his
for a little
boss,
bit.
a move that he thinks will get him a pay raise. Sharon leaves her old job and starts doing the creative, self-employed work she always wanted to do, because that's what she would be doing if she were already wealthy. The second desire they want is to find the right partner for their life. Michael starts running after a girl from the office. He really doesn't like her.
He settles for second best. Yeah, never settle. Never, ever fucking settle. Never fucking settle. I will never settle for second best. I deserve the best, so I shall have the best. You can't win. I can win. And plus, it gives me something to do outside to keep me engaged. I'm hearing the book right now.
Overcoming challenges can also be done with joy. Taking the bull by its horns and just doing what needs to be done rather than running away from it can be a very liberating experience.
Yep.
Suddenly ending procrastination. Think about or list something you've been putting off or postponing, not confronting for a while. Something unfinished that needs to be taken care of because it has been dominating your attention or mood for a while. Think of the feeling of relief you have when it's taken care of. You like to have behind rather than in front of you. And then suddenly, simply put an end to your procrastination and take care of it. Do it.
The wind is crazy, y'all. It's wild. Whoa. Holy smokes. Holy Talito, y'all.
Committed to as a priority is taken care of. You are in a clean slate of free attention. Tabula rasa. A clean slate. It is from this point, from this state, that it is much, much easier to focus on what you want. Conscious and deliberate action. This exercise is designed to change your state of awareness and mood for the better. It's designed to exaggerate a state of complete conscious awareness and completely self-determined action. To begin this exercise, announce what you will do next. After you've announced it, do it. Having done that, announce what you will do next. Having announced that, then do that. Continue for a while
most
in this
important thing
manner.
to understand, there is no outside world and there is
doing.
nothing outside of you.
Announcing,
This is all a
then
projection
doing.
of your consciousness.
Announcing, then doing.
That means there's nothing
And
outside of
only
you. It's
do
like a
what you
dream,
announced. An
and we
example
are
of
all
this
contained
exercise,
within your
I
dream.
say I will
Everything
go
and
over to the
everyone
window,
is contained
and I
within your
do
dream.
it.
Everything
Touch
and
the window,
everyone,
and I
you
do
is a
it.
fractal of
I will
God.
turn around, and I do it. I will sit down, and I do it. I will play with the alarm clock. I do it.
Contain
So this
everything. You
exercise
contain
is
everything
initially
that
done with
exists in the
small things that
multiverse that
don't
exists in
take
you.
long to do.
So you're not missing, lacking anything.
For at
You
least
contain
15
everything.
minutes. It is the
So every
consecutive
experience, everything you
repetition
desire to
that
experience,
allows
whether
you
you
to
want is it to
experience
manifest
state
a
of
trip to Bali or
self-determination,
manifest a freaking Ferrari
willpower,
or
and
manifest
awareness.
your
In the
divine partner
exercise,
or
you
whatever.
only do what
All
you
of those
said you
things
would
exist
do.
within you
You
now.
say it,
They're not
do
things
it.
you're going to get.
Decide it,
They're not things you're going to
do it.
acquire. They're not things
This
you're
will
going to
also
become.
help train
They
your
exist within you
ability
now.
to decide
So
and
literally all you have to
focus.
do is go
The advanced
into
variation of this
your
exercise
archive,
is to do the
all
very
the
same
different
thing.
versions of you that
Announce
exist, the
things
infinite
and
versions
do
of you
them.
that exist,
But
and choose the
additionally,
one of that
notice
version of you that
moments
already
of
has the
insecurity
manifestation.
and subconscious or unintended behavior and actions and create these deliberately. So I'd say, I will go over to the window. On the way over to the window, I notice how I pull up my pants. This was an automatic action that was not announced. So I stop,
What's up?
deliberately, intentionally announce this action. I will now pull up my pants. I do it intentionally.
That's so hilarious.
This frees up the subconscious behavior. Then I once again announce, I will now go to the window. I go to the window, but arriving at the window, I perhaps notice that I touch the window without having announced it. So I deliberately announce and do that.
Very windy.
I continue until there are no more automatic reactions and behaviors within the exercise, and then I feel in complete conscious control. There will also be phases where you're not sure on what to decide to do next. Relax into these.
We're going to watch Nero's video.
The very advanced version of this exercise is to choose a habit you have on automatic, a habit you want to get rid of. Then define the opposite of it, or what you want instead of that habit. Once you have the two sides of the issue, the bad habit and what you want instead, you deliberately alternate between doing the old habit intentionally and the new preferred behavior. And you repeat
Is it raining?
both sides
It
again
is raining.
and again and again until you have full conscious control over both sides.
It's raining again.
And can simply decide which one you want to do. This little miracle technique will eventually break any unwanted habit you have. Let's say, for example, that every time you speak publicly, you arrange your eyeglasses when you're nervous. But instead of that, you want to take in a good body position. So you'd have to exchange the habit of nervously arranging eyeglasses with taking in a good body position.
Yep.
You definitely need something to do instead of the old habit. So in this exercise, you'd hold a speech, either alone or for real, and you deliberately and intentionally arrange your eyeglasses. Then you deliberately and intentionally take in a good body posture.
Yep.
And you do both several times intentionally during your speech. And if you notice yourself touching your eyeglasses automatically, you do it again intentionally and then immediately switch to the good body posture. The habit will be broken after several repetitions. The reason this technique works so fantastically well is because unwanted habits can be only maintained if you're not fully aware of them. Let's take another example. Let's say you always switch on the TV every time you start feeling tired. So you ask yourself what you'd like to do instead of automatically turning the TV on when you feel tired.
Exactly.
You'd come up with, okay, when I start feeling tired, I'd like to close my eyes for 5 minutes and take deep breaths. Or, okay, when I start feeling tired, I'd like to take a walk. Or every time that happens, I'd like to read a book from now on. So in the days to come, you alternate between switching the TV on intentionally when you get tired and doing the other thing intentionally when you get tired. Soon, both behaviors will be under your conscious control, and you can simply choose what to do next time you feel tired. Next, you can even apply the technique to getting tired itself. You realize, every time I talk about this particular subject on the phone, I get tired, and so on and so forth. Being and doing.
Being and doing.
Someone said to me, when something is happening, do nothing. When nothing is happening, do something. I love this phrase because it reflects the balance between being and doing. Someone else once told me, the basis of dynamic action is relaxation.
If
And the
nothing's
basis of
happening,
relaxation
also
is
still do
dynamic
nothing.
action. And this is so true. If you can't relax properly, you won't be able to work properly. And if you can't work properly,
True.
you won't be able to relax properly. Because many people don't know how to fully identify with being and doing anymore. They have a bad conscience when they are being lazy or relaxing, thinking, I have to do so much, I can't just be lazying around. And when they work, they think about relaxing or taking holidays. They
Yep.
neither fully relax nor fully work. I firmly believe that you will increase your productivity and ability if you learn to fully relax and fully act. Fully relaxing means deep relaxation. While going to the sauna or the beauty studio or taking a walk or doing a short meditation or watching a movie will relax you a little bit, deep relaxation could mean taking a full day's hike, going into a so-called flotation tank, or doing hours of meditation, or hours of massages, or hours of being lazy. Really learn to relax fully and deeply without any reservation or hesitation. When you have fully stopped doing, you will soon notice the rubber band that has been pulled to one side to boomerang to the other side. That you will be really, really keen on acting, working, moving. And when you work, how about trying to work with full commitment and concentration? Setting a day's plan of work and working so much that you are pleasantly exhausted at night and just fall into bed and immediately fall asleep, like little children do. Once they relax, they can be knocked out immediately and sleep deeply. And when they get excited, they can be active intensively. Learn both sides of the coin. Things you don't have to do. A common misconception of most people is that they have to take care of and do everything, control everything, micromanage everything. This is a fear-based concept of believing that life will go out of control and they can't trust anything to happen by itself. But realize, life will continue working just fine without you.
Yep.
And realize many things that happened in your life happened by themselves, naturally, automatically. You don't have to control and do everything.
That's so
You
true.
can trust others to do things. You can trust life to take care of things. You can trust synchronicity, which is another word for meaningful, universally orchestrated coincidence, to take care of things.
Yep.
There is an invisible energy orchestrating things, and there is a higher invisible aspect of you who is bringing things into your life as well.
Exactly.
There is a universal manager you can delegate desires to. This may be a new concept to you, but I recommend you try it out. Take out a sheet of paper and make these categories. Things I don't have to do, that the universe will take care of for me. Things I want to do. Now, make those two lists, but allow the first list to be longer than the second one. Then put the list aside. The more you get used to this type of focus, the more you trust that many things will be taken care of by themselves, simply because you allow them to. The more you will see evidence of this in your daily life. Planned action. Write down a few things you want or want to achieve this week. Not things you want to do, but end results you want to achieve. Write down why you want these things to happen. What are the emotional motivators? Write down what you are going to do for these things to happen, your action plan. Then write down when you're going to do each of these things. Assign certain times to them. If you're doing this exercise for a team, group, or a company, then assign each action to a certain person of the group. Now you have an action plan you can follow. This plan is not to be a corset that you must follow. It's to be an orientation. You can always move the dates of certain actions to later dates. You can always change the action plan. You can always change the goals. You can always act on new opportunities that come up. This type of plan is written for a focused orientation. Don't become a slave to it by thinking you absolutely have to follow it the way it's written down. That's what stops most people from consciously planning in the first place.
Welcome
They
back.
believe if they don't follow through exactly as it's written down,
We're gonna
they'll
watch a
somehow
Nero
fail.
video just
So
now.
better not to plan in the first place.
I just finished
Plans
eating.
are there to give you a general direction and
Ooh,
focus, so that you have
cold.
something to focus on.
It's raining.
At times you don't know what to focus on.
A little windy.
Not as something that most occur
Listen to an
exactly
audiobook
that
called
way.
The
Some
Parallel
people
Universes
find
of
this type
Self
of action
by
planning very
Frederick
helpful.
E.
This exercise
Dobson, or
corresponds with
Dodson.
the type 2
Keep
action
thinking it's
mentioned
Dob,
earlier.
but it's actually Dodd. D-O-D
Magical
instead of
action.
D-O-B.
Now, this exercise
Dodson.
corresponds with the type 3 action, the acting as
It's
if something were
raining.
already true.
I'm gonna go back inside just now
Define a reality
because the
you
rain
would
is
love
like
to
blowing
experience.
this way.
Then,
So it's like,
answer the following
it's actually
question in
making
written form.
the area a little wet.
If this reality were already true, ...
Dot.
Ask, what places would I be at? What types of people would I meet? How would I dress? What body movements would I be doing? What material objects and equipment
Okay, so I
would
know
be
you had
touching and handling?
Nutella and I think,
How and what would I be conversing and talking about?
I think I know you had
What interests
Nutella
would I have?
and
What would I be doing?
mayonnaise at one point, if I remember correctly.
Correspond to this reality.
I don't know if that was what you
Once
had.
answered these
It was
questions, you
something
have a pretty good idea
like
of
that.
what to do in order to synchronize your energy with the reality
Jam
of what you
and
say you want. Be courageous and demonstrate to yourself, others, and the universe
jam
who
and
you are. Remember, life reflects who you are. Copying imagination.
jam and
into reality.
wasabi sauce.
This is the most powerful exercise when you are unsure of what the next
Jam and
steps
wasabi
are,
sauce.
or want guidance and inspiration as to which way to go next. It's also a method to fish for new information from unconscious parts of your mind.
Then
If you sit or lie down, close your eyes, come to rest. Then you build up a feeling of peace, joy, or excitement.
I mean, it's
within
not
you.
raining that hard, but
You don't need
it's
any
starting to
reason
get
feel
wet.
this joy. You just let that inner smile build
All right,
up
we're
within
gonna go
you
back inside.
without using too many anchors or thoughts to do so. Then, feeling this joy or excitement, simply wait and observe what thoughts come up.
I just came outside for a little bit. We're gonna watch a Nero video
Observe what
in a moment. I'll set you all up. It's a losing battle with these leaves. Go.
You in finding out your truest paths in life. After finishing this meditation,
Let's see.
write down
Hot
all the
Cheetos
actions you saw
dipped
yourself
in
taking
apple
your
juice,
imagination.
dipped in
These are the
mustard.
actions
Wow.
you can copy into real life for the quickest and most
I mean, the three together, or three separate are great, but the three together, that's quite the combo. That's quite the combo. All right, one sec. Man, it is. If it wasn't for the wind, it'd be all right, but because it's windy, it's making it colder than it has to be. Ugh, it's the damn wind. The dang wind.
higher self knows what to do because it has the overview of many lives and existences, the overview of your complete life's plan, and it will feed you.
I'm gonna go wash the dishes shortly too.
See what happens when you act upon what your dream tells
We'll go back outside in a bit.
Information, and especially the application and repetitive exercising of it, will be useful to you for the rest of your life and even beyond. Remember,
Blank is not necessary now.
repetition is the mother of all skill. If you want to really integrate a new philosophy or ability, then exercise it. Creativity. Do something
Hot Cheetos, huh?
times, but in a new and different way.
Well, I'm gonna go have me a peanut butter slice, even though I just ate.
Write down 4 different ways to have a relationship. Write down 4 different ways to do your job.
4 different
Do
ways.
something you can't do. Examples. I can't look at my body in the mirror and love it, so do it. I can't enjoy my poor balance sheet. Do it. I can't smile at everyone, and do it. I can't feel awake after only 3 hours of sleep. Do it.
Do it.
I can't work, watch
Let's
children,
see.
go shopping, and write this book in one day. Do it.
Hmm.
I can't help you. Then do it.
That's the one.
I can't get myself to
That's the one thing I can't really eat much of. Hot dog.
talk about it with him. Do it. Change of surroundings.
Yeah.
It is true that wherever you go, you take yourself with you.
Wherever you go, there you are. Yep. I'll be right back. You're on an angle. Yeah, you all face that way for now. Yeah. Just gonna wash the dishes quickly. And as I come back inside, now it's sunny again. Oh, universe. Why? Why, oh, why? You're gonna hear lots of crunching, lots of crunchies. I got my slices again. So cheers, y'all. Cheers. Pew. Dang it, universe. Okay. It's time to watch that Nero video. Let's see what Mr. has to say to us. What does Mr. have to say to us? What does Mr. have to say to us today? Let's go. I feel like the tank of your mustard makes it so much better. Interesting.
How to maintain frequency no matter what reality throws at you.
Oh, this is gonna be a
Oftentimes
good
on the
one.
journey to materializing your desired reality, which,
This is
as
gonna be a
you
good
know,
one.
spirituality without the ability to control your reality is vanity. We often run into obstacles or instances of adversity or laws of reality to which we feel has completely jeopardized and ruined all the progress you've been making through visualizations, your reading, your meditation, centralizing and immersing yourself into the state of consciousness of the reality or the self-concept or the frequency that you wish to materialize. And it's important for you to know how to maintain frequency, because unfortunately, your frequency is only worth as your ability to maintain it. And that's a bar, write that down. What I mean by that is this: if you don't have the capability of maintaining your frequency, then you're never actually going to materialize what you want. And a mistake that majority of people make when it comes to manifestation is they have the capability of immersing themselves into the frequency resonant with their desired reality, or the state of consciousness reflective, or the mental attitude, or the self-concept, which are all interchangeable, egotistic terms, mind you. But they don't have the capability of maintaining it, because you have to have the capability of maintaining reality long enough for it to solidify itself into existence. So in this video, like our boy here, you can see he's maintaining frequency. You see, he is, yeah, no. Let's get into it.
Wait.
Because I'm too messy.
Where the hell's the piano?
And then I'm too fucking clean. You told me get a job and you asked where the hell I've been. And I'm too perfect till I open my big mouth. I want to be me. Is that not allowed? I'm too clever. And then I'm too fucking dumb. You hate it when I cry unless it's that time of the month.
What's good, Nero?
Whoa.
You're changing lives for real.
Okay, what's with the accent?
I waited to write this testimony for a long time, but I knew it was
Apologies to
coming.
whoever he's reading out, whoever's comment he's reading out. Apologies in advance.
I just manifested 18,000 USD as a grant for my entertainment business.
Wow.
Congratulations, that's sick.
18K.
Yeah, crazy.
That's hard.
It's as if the universe has a tap waiting open once your self-concept is cemented. Shout out to AJ. Shout out me. Thank you. I'm now manifesting headlining at Lola Pazzola. What's that?
What? Does that say Lollapalooza?
Oh, yeah. What's that?
I think it's some American event.
Ah, never heard of it.
I think.
Never heard of it.
I think.
You guys already have VIP tickets already.
Jeez, you got VIP tickets, yeah.
Time just has to catch up with my reality. Peace, gang.
No, congratulations on the 18K grant.
Yeah, that's sick.
That is amazing.
Someone said Nero's a Virgo. I could swear on that. Can't bet on that though. I know that you're not into
How did you know?
astrology.
How did you know I'm a Virgo?
How did you? Yeah,
how did you know?
That's crazy.
How did you know? See, that's what you gotta say to the girl. I'm a Taurus, darling. I'm a Taurus. And funny thing is, all my friends that are into astrology say I'm a typical Taurus, whatever that means.
They're all just waxing. It's
You
all
think so?
nonsense.
Cool. So, how do you actually maintain frequency? Because like I said, if you don't have the capability of maintaining the frequency of your desired reality,
Yeah, I don't hear the piano music. It's interesting.
materializing it. It's the maintenance that leads to materialization, and that's a bar, write that down. And there can be no materialization without first maintenance. So it is a non-negotiable prerequisite to the materialization of your desired reality, which, bear in mind, I like to start off my definition of manifestation that I've cultivated through experience of working with anything from NFL players, Hollywood actors, professional football players, 7 to 9 figure entrepreneurs. My definition of manifestation is this. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. I repeat, manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. And what you have to focus on in order to maintain frequency is that internal change. Because everything going on outside of you is completely irrelevant. Because as we know, whether we want to conceptualize this as frequency, whether we want to conceptualize it as self-concept, as we want to conceptualize this as one's mental attitude, whether we want to conceptualize this as one state of consciousness, all of these things are all interchangeable terms for the same thing, which is the idea that it is your internal shift that leads to the external shift, which typically in the realm of manifestation, most people focus on the idea of getting that career promotion, materializing that job, getting more sales in their business, closing that client, manifesting that person, which all of that is getting you to focus on the external. And when you get focused on the external, you focus on the illusion. And focusing on illusions can only lead you into delusion. And that's a bar. Please write that down. And I say that to say most people's idea of delusion is actually the idea that you are seeing something that nobody can see. Which, bear in mind, we only see 0.0035% of what actually exists anyways. So there's actually more unseen than there is seen. And most people define the potentialities based upon the seen, which is 0.0035% as opposed to the unseen, due to the fact that visible light is only a tiny portion of the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum. So the focus has to be on the internal, because it's the internal that leads to the external. Whereas most people focus on the external, you focus on an illusion. Focus on an illusion. Illusion is a fancy way of saying something that is a trap, something that's not what it seems. And then you end up being confined in the same particular position. With that being said, in terms of my definition of manifestation, I need you to understand one thing in particular. And bear in mind, this video is based upon the assumption that you've already been doing the internal work to materialize whatever it is that you want. Because now this is the equivalent of, you saying to me, I've planted this seed and now I'm going to teach you how to water it. I'm going to teach you how to make it nice and wet so it can grow. Pause. Now, the first thing that you have to come to a realization of in order to maintain frequency is that there is nothing to maintain.
Bar.
And that's a bar that now you're probably confused, and I'll come to that point in like 3 or 4 points. But just remember that there's nothing for you to maintain. What often happens is
it's a paradox.
The spiritual ego gets involved with the old frequency, and they want to do something very dangerous. They want to present the illusion of perfection.
Yep.
Chances are, as you've been maintaining the frequency of your desired reality, you've been doing the work, and things still may not be going right. In fact, adversity may even be striking. Lows may be sweeping you from underneath, and you're probably confused as to what the fuck quite literally is going on. And this confusion all stems for one false idea that is planted by the old frequency and the spiritual ego, which is the idea that you exist in the realm of perfection. What often happens is this, like I said, between the reading, between the meditating, between the visualizing, between the affirming, between the scripting, between rubbing your crystals, between being not a fucking asshole, just being a decent human being, we often become entitled to this idea that everything in our world should be perfect. Not only do we fall for the idea that everything should be perfect, we fall for the idea that we should have no adversity in reality. And we know this to be true, and I know this to be true based upon my own experiences of having gone through this shit, because I'm like, the fuck? Like, I've read hundreds of books, I've been meditated countless hours, I've highlighted so many things, I've visualized so many times. Why is it still not working out in the direction that I would like for it to? What is going on? And this confusion stems from the false notion of perfection. And the false notion of perfection is something that is cultivated from the spiritual ego based upon the knowledge that you've cultivated, which is giving you this superiority complex, and the old frequency also gassing you up, which simultaneously, it gasses you up over the wrong thing. Because the thing that it attempts to make you think that you are above is the universe.
I've had that.
There's something very, very important that I want to highlight here. So let me just make some space.
His spray bottle's different too. Everything's different.
Show me.
Everything is different. The spray bottle's different. The piano music wasn't playing at the beginning. Yeah, I can see where he's going with this already. It's all a paradox.
Hey, knowledge. Have you watched The Full Metal Alchemist? What's The Full Metal Alchemist?
Full Metal Alchemist. It's an anime. Of course I watch Full Metal Alchemist. Have some manners. You get me confused with the new gen anime watchers like AJ. Some of us were watching anime before the Great Shift.
Nigga said the Great Shift.
There's 2 great shifts. Every person knows this. Every dark skin knows there was a great shift for us.
Yes, yeah.
There was a moment in time where if you were dark skinned, it was basically like you had Ebola. Like it was a rough time for us. I remember getting violated all the time. Then one day, people started being like, your complexion is so nice. Your skin's glowing. I love your color. Da, 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 da. I remember what they were saying. Dark skin, great shift. Anime, great shift. If you was watching anime, you were a nerd, you were a loser, you were weird. To be fair, I don't think that was as much as a great shift. It's just that us anime niggas sometimes are quite weird and we'll like quite and we'll pretend to be anime characters in public. It's a bit, like you can't be in school running like Naruto, like it's a bit mad, innit? So
I know a few men that did that in my primary schools.
Going back to what I was saying, the spiritual ego and the old frequency join in unison to present to you the false illusion that based upon all the acquisition of knowledge and all the internal work that you've been doing, because bear in mind, this makes sense, right? You can believe this. It makes you think that you should have no problems.
Oh, yeah.
It makes you think you should have no problems, you should have no lows in reality, and you should have no adversity. Which is an illusionary idea because it goes against the very foundation of the universe. And if you attempt to go against the foundations of the universe, you are attempting to go against the foundations of yourself. And if you're having conflict with yourself internally, that disharmony is always going to lead to external disharmony. An individual would respect, we all respect gravity because we've all seen the implications of what gravity will do to somebody. Yet we have the inability to see how we go against the other universal laws, and one of them being the universal law of rhythm.
Oh, here we go.
And rhythm comprises that there's highs and lows, the time goes in and out. And it's the dual nature of reality based upon polarity that life just has its rhythm. The swing to the left is equal to the swing to the right. That's what it says in the Kabbalion in terms of the pendulum swing. But like I said, we attempt to go against the universe without realizing that we're truly going against an aspect of ourselves because you're bound by universal laws because you are a walking universe. Hence why you need to stop thinking like a human and begin thinking in accordance to the universe. And that's a bar, write that down. And I say that to say, we often get gassed up by the spiritual ego and old frequency to think that we should have no problems, which then indirectly, when problems strike, they strike even harder. Because it's like, what the hell is going on? Why isn't things working the way that it should be? Which, bear in mind, is still an indication that there's an association with manifestation being something external as opposed to something internal. Because the dependency that you have on reality, you will be punished for it. And you'll quite literally be punished for it because the dependency that you have on reality, you got into reality, you may not be getting the promotion. You may be applying for jobs that you may not be getting. Clients may not be closing. You may be continuously dating just terrible people. And then you think to yourself, what's going on? Why isn't things going the way that they're going? And the issue is here, you just admitted that you're focused on everything outside of you as opposed to everything inside of you. Because remember my definition of manifestation. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. And because you should be no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change, your dependency upon seeing reality change based upon the adversity and the laws that are striking you shows dependency on reality. And the dependency on reality will make you a slave because it's not a dependency on reality that you have dependency upon an illusion. And remember, illusions always lead to delusion. And the illusion that you need to stop falling for is the idea that everything should be okay just because you meditated, nigga. Just because you read a couple books that now you should have no problems in your life. And I can't even begin to articulate the amount of people that come to me and they're like, I just don't get why things aren't going well. Like, I've really been meditating, I've really been visualizing, I'm thinking from the end, I'm feeling from the end. What's going on?
What's going on?
You've fallen for the illusion of the old frequency and the spiritual ego to trick you into thinking you're in a world where you have no problems and you're not going to experience adversity and you're not going to experience the lows. So when you get caught off, it catches you off even more because it wasn't something that your mind even conceptualized as a possibility, because it has convinced you that you should live in a world where it's perfect because you read a couple books.
Yeah.
Listen and listen carefully. The knowledge that you have doesn't place you above the universe. It merely puts you in a position to navigate it much better.
That's a bar.
The knowledge that you have doesn't place you above the universe. You can be above the universe no more than you can be above yourself. You're bound by universal laws by you being a walking universe. But you need to know how to deal with yourself, because you're not dealing with universal laws, you're dealing with yourself. You're dealing with your own rhythm of the highs and lows. The adversity, the good, the bad, the swing to the left is equal to the swing to the right. But when things swing in the direction that you don't like, how are you dealing with it in the moment? Because most of us, based upon the spiritual ego and old frequency gassing us up to think that we should have no problems, when it strikes, it's like, whoa, I don't deserve this. This isn't, I didn't meditate for this. I did not visualize for this. What's going on? And the confusion creates a cognitive dissonance, because the confusion says you don't deserve this. The cognitive dissonance actually tricks you into thinking that you shouldn't be going through what you're going through, and it doesn't comprehend, it doesn't register, it doesn't make sense. But here's the thing that you have to understand about reality. You can escape the lows no more than you can escape the highs. You don't want to escape the highs, so why would you want to escape the lows? The true issue is that you're actually seeing highs and lows, which is an indication of the fact that you're still submitting to polarity. The fact that you're seeing separation is why you're separated from the infinite intelligence within you, which is exactly why you're descending into the internal states that you are.
That's a bar.
There is no low or high. There is no problems. There is no particular degree of adversity in reality. That is the issue. The issue isn't necessarily what begins to take place in the universe. The issue is how we define the things that take place in the universe. Because as I said in previous videos, it's not necessarily the snake bite that kills you. It's the venom that kills you. It's not about what goes on outside of you, but what goes on inside of you. And what goes on inside of you when you begin to be met with adversity or problems or lows. You then say to yourself, should we go out through this? What the fuck is this? Fuck this spiritual shit, man. Yeah, we'll do some meditation. What's even going on? Doesn't even make sense. That person's not spiritual. What's going on? And then between the frustration, the self-condemnation, the irritation, you then end up giving the universe new frequency to build momentum and capitalize upon, which then leads to materialization of you being confined in the exact same circumstances, because now there's a distortion in your frequency. Now there's an alteration in your state of consciousness. Now there's a chink, or what's the word?
Anchor.
Is it chink in your armor or kink in your armor?
Kink. It's a kink.
I think it's chink. Kink sounds like, you're a kinky guy.
I'm not sure.
I would say chink, but
it's kink in your
I
armor.
think it's kink. I think it's kink.
Yeah, it's kink.
I think it's kink.
It's kink, boy.
Either way, now there's a disruption in your identity, in your self-concept, based upon this idea that you shouldn't be going through things, and you're always going to be dealing with the lows of reality. It's actually about making peace with the universal rhythm that actually puts you in a position to navigate them better. Because the issue is this: when there's something that is abnormal, when it strikes, it's like being punched randomly when you're not even in a boxing match. If you know you're in a boxing match, then getting punched is something that you can navigate. It's something that you can anticipate. It's something that you can prepare yourself for. But if you're walking down a nice field full of daisies and then you just get banged in your face. You'll be like, where the hell did this come from? And you're going to be even more angry because it's like, this isn't what should be happening right now. The sun's there, the daisy's there, the music's playing, she's running towards me. Or he. But that's the first thing that you have to understand. You need to make peace with the universal rhythm.
What you're giving us felt like gold to me.
Wow, how sweet. Wow. Even you reading that, that's just wow. It just feels lovely. Thank you.
I genuinely say that your speech touched hearts.
Aww.
We feel your passion right here. After listening and watching fake people on the internet, I am shocked that I found you. I never felt so grateful than hoping to meet you one day. Hope will get you bigger and create more. Hope you will get bigger and create more. The world needs people like you. You are the definition of greatness, but still so humble. We love that about you. Can't you see it? How amazing.
Who's cutting onions in here?
How amazing.
I'm not crying, you're crying. How sweet.
Thanks, Nero and AJ, but now that I manifested a well-paid job as a video editor for a big football agency, I don't even have time to watch y'all video because I have a lot of work to do for pro players. God bless y'all for real, for real. Thank you for everything.
Nah, get to it, my boy. Get to it. Bear in mind, I'm also going to show you guys how to navigate the lows. Don't worry.
This is a good video.
Relax. It's right. Wipe your mouth. It's right. Do you go 2 hands or 1 hand?
2 hands with what?
When you're riding a bike. Can you even ride a bike?
Yeah, I can. 2 hands.
I've never seen you ride a bike.
I mean, we can... Is the bikes to ride in Birmingham?
Don't expose where we are.
Sorry, Wolverhampton?
People actually don't believe I'm from Wolverhampton. People don't believe I'm from Wolverhampton. Everybody thinks we're from London.
Wolverhampton's bad.
Don't listen to him. This is propaganda on my town. Don't listen to him.
I would never step foot there.
Don't do that.
Unless I was forced.
Make it sound like that place in Hunter x Hunter. You know where the Phantom Trope are from?
Yeah. Oh, what a show, man. So was Demon Slayer. What a show.
This is new gen shit.
Attack on Titan. It's terrible.
What?
Stay.
Top 3 worst animes of all time.
Whoa.
Okay. You're going to... See, now you're rage bait. When I get the strength to leave you, always tell me that you need me. And I'm weak cause I believe you. And I'm mad because I love you. So I start to think that maybe you'll learn to appreciate me. If it all
Rage baiting is a real thing, by the way.
You ain't never gonna change. Never gonna change. My days are cold without you. I'm with you. And my heart can take no more. Running back to you. This is something when it comes to the maintaining of your frequency that is of the highest importance. Please make sure you're taking notes and make sure to leave them in the comments as usual. But this is something of the highest importance. I honestly can't stress this. And this is going to be something that gives a light bulb moment. Because here's the thing. Nothing is wrong or a problem until you make it so.
Bar.
I repeat. Nothing is wrong until you make it so.
There are no problems.
Nothing is wrong until you make it so. On the journey to materializing your desired reality, you'll be maintaining your frequency. You'll be carrying yourself with this atmosphere, this air of seriousness. I'm maintaining my frequency. I'm completely focused. Perfect. Then, low strikes, adversity strikes, and based upon the point that I just made previously, we then end up thinking, fuck, this is an indication of something wrong in me. This is an indication of something wrong in me. Give you an example. Let's say somebody has been maintaining more client sales for their business. They get on calls with clients. The clients don't want to work with them. They think to themselves, what's wrong with me? There's something wrong with me. Something wrong in me. Somebody will be maintaining a healthy relationship, seeking to materialize a healthy, good relationship with a good person, and then they get into a bad relationship or end up dating someone terrible. They're thinking, something's wrong with me. Why am I experiencing this person? How can this person even be in my proximity? Somebody will be going for a promotion in their career. Apply, don't get it. Something's got to be wrong with me. Something's got to be wrong with me. Somebody will be applying for a job. Don't get it. Something's got to be wrong with me.
This is the trick.
And see, this is interesting because we've been maintaining frequency, right? We've been maintaining frequency, but I promise you that says maintaining. It doesn't look like it, but I promise you that says maintaining. In fact, I'm too embarrassed. Let me just write that again.
That's funny.
Cool. We've been maintaining frequency, and then we experience something in reality, and we take it as an indication of wrong. But the truth of the matter is, nothing is wrong in reality. In reality, until you make it so. What do I mean by that? So remember, the one thing that you have to remember about reality is that reality just is. Oftentimes, because we live our own lives and we live in our own worlds, there's one planet, there's 8 billion worlds. Two different things. One planet, 8 billion worlds, 8 billion frequencies. We live in a world where we feel as if shit's happening personally to us. Like when you run for the bus and the driver drives off.
Yep.
You think, why me, man? We have this personalization of reality, and of course, because it's our experience. But the alchemist knows something that the average person doesn't know. And if you can remember this, you have the capability of transmuting any particular situation that you want. And I truly mean that. The alchemist knows that life has no meaning. And what do I mean by that? Do I mean life is valueless? No. But the meaning that we attribute to life is just that. What we give to it.
Label.
And the thing about meaning is that everything that has meaning has emotion.
I was
emotion
literally talking about
is equated
this
to
morning.
meaning. But the thing about emotion is that emotion in of itself is energy emotion. That energy emotion emits a vibration.
I was literally
that
talking
vibration,
about
when it
this
compounds,
earlier.
becomes a frequency. That frequency eventually materializes into reality. So, and this green's dead. You served your purpose. Thank you. It's life, man.
Which color are you picking up?
You get replaced. It's life, man. You got a new green. But anyways, emotion is equated to meaning. When we attribute meaning to something, that is it. We attribute meaning to it. When we attribute meaning, we attribute emotion. Emotion is energy, emotion, vibration, frequency, reality. So by the meaning or the emotion that we give to things, we actually lead to a particular reality. So let's look at the idea that things are going wrong. What is the meaning associated with wrong? It's a bad feeling. It's disharmony, confusion, irritation, frustration.
Yep.
And then without even realizing, by the meaning that we've attributed to a reality that just is, because bear in mind, outside of our third dimensional realm, there is no polarity. And because there's no polarity, there's no separation. Because there's no separation, everything is one. Because everything is one, that is the only thing it is. But as we descend into our third dimensional realm, we experience polarity, we see separation. We see separation, we label things because the human mind likes to begin to categorize things in order to understand it. In doing so, we attribute meaning to things. By attributing meaning, we unconsciously imply a particular emotion within that meaning. So when something is going wrong, it's because we've attributed the label of it going wrong. So what I'm saying is, you make the mistake of thinking that things going wrong means you are doing something wrong, which throws off your frequency. How the fuck can you maintain your frequency if you're taking everything that's going on outside of you as an indication of wrong, as opposed to what's going on inside of you? And what's going on inside of you is the fact that you have made it a problem. Because here's the thing, as I wrote here, the subconscious mind. There are no truths in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. There's no truth in the reality that you will experience other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. There's no truths in the reality that you will experience other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. You make the laws of your reality. That's a bar, write that down. And when something happens in reality and you take it as an indication of wrong, and then you declare internally, why are things going wrong? You have then created wrong internally based upon your subconscious mind's acceptance of that, due to the fact that your subconscious mind is primarily programmed by emotion. Emotion is attached to meaning. The meaning that you attribute to reality being wrong has a particular emotional state, which is representative of bad, disharmony, confusion, frustration, irritation, apathy. That emotion gets charged into the subconscious mind, and then you make it wrong. Whole time, nothing was even wrong in the first place.
Exactly.
What if, just what if, you've been materializing that promotion? You don't get the promotion. What if that's not anything wrong? What if you've been trying to get into a healthy relationship? For whatever reason, the next person that you end up with or the next person that you start dating turns out to be a fucking asshole. What if there's nothing wrong with that? What if the wrong that we attribute in our lives is the things that we declare as wrong? There is nothing wrong with things going wrong, but there's everything wrong with thinking things are going wrong. That's a bar, write that down. I repeat, there's nothing wrong with things going wrong, but there's everything wrong with thinking that things are going wrong, because in doing so, you create a different path. You create another path, another space for reality to move towards. And you have to be very aware of the fact that you can't take the indication of things not going your way as an affirmation of things are going wrong, because then you diminish the frequency that you're seeking to materialize. You've been trying to materialize a particular frequency, but then when you say things are going wrong, you are indirectly producing a frequency that's in direct contradiction to the frequency you've been maintaining. So how the fuck can you maintain it if you're creating a frequency that distorts the one that you need to materialize a reality that you want? So sad, and
all the things that we get.
Why is he using that bottle?
So all of my ladies, will you come and sing with me? See, when I get the strength to leave,
You,
always tell me that you need
me,
and I'm weak cause I believed,
you,
and I'm mad because I loved.
you,
So I start to think of me.
be,
You gonna learn to appreciate,
me,
and it all remains the same. That you ain't never gonna change, never gonna
change.
Nah, she cooked with that one.
Yeah, cooked stuff.
She cooked with that one. See, that's why I'm always confused when people are like, they want that R&B love.
You don't.
When I get the strength to leave you, you always tell me that you need me. Like, what? Like, is that the love that people want? Like, Usher,
That's
you
the
make
love
me
you
want to
already got.
leave the one I'm with. Start a new relationship with you. I used to think that I wasn't fine enough, and I used to think that I wasn't wild enough, and I will waste my time trying to figure out why you playing games, what's this all about? And I can't believe you're hurting me. I met your girl, what a difference. What you see in her, you ain't seeing in me, and I guess it was all just make believe. Oh, love, never knew what I was missing.
The mind
That's
is
a
very
10 out of
sneaky,
10
y'all.
tune.
True.
10 out of 10 tune. Easy. Easily. Orange, right?
Orange.
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 What was I just talking about?
Orange. Orange.
Maintaining frequency.
Orange.
Yes.
Orange.
There's something very important to understand. What often begins to happen is that on the journey to on the journey to materializing your desired reality, two things will begin to happen. And these two things are nothing more than tactics by your old frequency to delay or distort the frequency that you're seeking to materialize. These two things, one is overthinking, and the second thing is self-doubt.
Oh yeah.
Now, the worst thing that people do on the journey to doing so is that they begin to overthink, and then they internalize that particular degree of overthinking as an indication that something is going wrong. Once again, the problem is really the problem. The problem is nearly always the perception to the problem. It's not about what's going on, but it's about how you define what's going on. Because how you define what's going on is the meaning that you attribute to it. The meaning that you attribute to it is the emotion that you attribute to it. The emotion you attribute to it is what you put into your subconscious mind. What you put into your subconscious mind goes into your reality. So how many times, despite all the meditation, all the affirmations, all the visualization, and everything else in between, when you begin to overthink, do you then begin to descend into this particular paradigm as of that overthinking being representative of something wrong, of that self-doubt being reflective of something wrong? How many times when we doubt ourselves, we think to ourselves, should I do this? Should I post it? Should I apply for this job? Should I apply for that promotion? Should I put my new product out on the market? Should I try to reach out to this person? Should I DM that girl? Should I DM that guy? Should I do this? No, you shouldn't do that. You know they're not going to like you. There's no point. They're not going to promote you in that job. You don't have the qualifications. You're not qualified to get that. You think you deserve that? Why would you deserve that? And between the overthinking and the self-doubt, what ends up happening is that you attribute that to be something wrong, because naturally, nobody likes that feeling in their head that their mind is out of control and is running in 10 different directions. So then when you begin to overthink, you think, really, this is messing up my frequency, man. Remember, nothing is wrong until you make it so. The declaration that overthinking or self-doubt is an indication of something being wrong is the only thing that makes it wrong, based upon you making it wrong, which then makes it wrong on a subconscious level, and there are no truths in the reality you experience other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. Like I said, these two things are tactics by the old frequency to finesse you out of your desired reality. Because how many times when people overthink or they doubt themselves, do they think that's something wrong? The entirety of humanity, and I kid you not, the entirety of humanity that overthinks and self-doubts themselves as they're beginning to progress towards their desired reality, take that as an indication of wrong and don't end up moving. And that's the mistake. What you need to come to recognition of is that your old frequency will only begin to cause overthinking and self-doubt when it begins to feel under threat of transformation. And that's the bar, write that down. What do I mean by that? Your old frequency, as you're beginning to move towards your desired reality, as you're doing your meditations, your visualizations, you're thinking from the end, maintaining the feeling, reacting to reality different, seeing things different and whatnot, it begins to do something very dangerous. It begins to become threatened, because your old frequency, of course, is an entity with the psyche, and it wants to maintain its existence in your mental real estate, because if a belief can own mental real estate, it can own your world. That's a bar, write that down. And based upon that idea of it being under threat, when it's like, you're doing too much now. You're doing way too much. You've been feeling the emotion of that desired reality way too much. Nah, you're not reacting the same way. You're not thinking the same way. I don't like this. So its tactic, its defense mechanism is overthinking and self-doubt. And when it's feeling under threat, it will get you to begin to overthink. So what if
Sound like you were stuttering, buddy. In the beginning.
You know what, Fez, you got me. What if each and every time you were overthinking and you began to doubt yourself, it's because you came to the realization that your transformation was working?
Yep.
Then the journey to maintaining your frequency every time that you overthink, as opposed to it being a reflection of something wrong, it's a reflection of something right. And when it's a reflection of something right, you don't get thrown off, because here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with the boat rocking. When the boat's rocking on the journey to the destination, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you think that there's something wrong with the boat rocking, you then end up shipwrecking yourself. And it's about understanding that the alchemist has the capability of understanding that life has no meaning. So we can redefine the things that we experience in reality to benefit and lead to the construction of our desired reality. So as opposed to seeing overthinking as a reflection of something that's wrong, as opposed to seeing self-doubt as a reflection of something that's wrong and then perpetuating wrong based upon the idea of making it wrong, you realize it for what it is, which is nothing more than a defense mechanism from the old version of you that when it feels under threat, it begins to get you to doubt yourself and self-doubt yourself. But that's an indication that it feels under threat because it knows transformation is around the corner. And if transformation is around the corner, that means everything that you're doing is working. And if everything what you're doing is working, then you now have the confidence and conviction to further carry on, because instead of it being an indication of something wrong, it's an indication of something right. Wajukuja, oyoyoya, ajukuja, oyoyoya, ajukuja, wajukuja, 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 wajukuja.
Nero, our reality is materializing. Just landed a content creation gig that I've been wanting for such a long time. Finally, brother. I am so thankful. About to be pulling 1K a week and will leave my hospital job after this next season.
Wow.
All praise to love.
I don't know how I feel about you leaving the hospital though.
See what you're doing? People are now not saving lives. They're creating content, you know what I'm trying to say?
Nah, see what you're saying?
It is the strongest frequency, as you always state. Appreciate you, Nero. You are my fucking ninja. Stay up, King.
Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. That means a lot. And congratulations. All jokes aside, congratulations.
Yeah, for real.
You know, who cares? You know, it's just a hospital.
Yeah, who needs doctors in here?
You know, who needs doctors? You know what I mean? I want your body na meat pie. Your body na real price. I need to stop singing these tunes. People think I'm Nigerian. The Jamaicans think I'm Jamaican.
Don't want the British think you're British.
What was brown wine now? I want you to stay till I'm in the grave, till I run away, till I'm in the casket. Carry, go, I'm going to. Cause it was always you. You can never fall to zero. This has to be one of the most detrimental things that I've seen people do to themselves, especially as they're on the journey to materializing their desired reality. Like I said, this all stems from how we perceive and how we deal with adversity. This all comes down to our perception towards adversity. And more often than not, when some fuckeries happens in life and you get thrown off by whatever's going on, the mistake that the old frequency attempts to present to you is that you can fall to zero. But the truth that you have to remember is that you can never fall to zero. This is the illusion that reality presents to you on this side. It presents the illusion that, you know, you're doing your meditations, you're doing your affirmations, you're doing your scripting, you're maintaining your state of consciousness, you're maintaining frequency, you're on the journey to creating your desired reality. Some fuckeries happens and then you fall all the way back down to ground zero where you came from. That is an illusion. But if you buy the illusion, you will make it a reality. And that's a bar. Please write that down. And that's about more than just this topic that I'm talking about. You can extrapolate that to all aspects of life. If you actually buy the delusion that the old frequency attempts to sell you, it will quite literally get you to descend straight back down into zero. Because what's going to happen is your internal state is going to descend based upon the illusion that it sells you. And then naturally when your internal descends, your external descends, and then you go down with it. The right is actually a more accurate representation of what begins to take place. As we begin to maintain, create, and transition in reality, there'll be instances to which adversity may strike. And based upon the perception towards that adversity, may knock us off our balance. It's fine. But at this moment in time, as you can see in this depiction here, in this drawing here, this was the point to which people went up and then eventually down. Because what inevitably happened was that they were shaken. And the illusion that it presents to you is that you can fall to zero, but you can never fall to zero. Because even if you are to fall, go up, you're never going to fall all the way back down. You may fall, but you are never ever going to fall back to zero. Because here's the thing, the old frequency is very, very smart. How many times when something goes wrong or you act out of accordance to the frequency you're maintaining, you get thrown off, is it like, oh, you ruined everything now? Yep, you ruined everything now, huh? You was reading all of those books, for what? You was doing all of that meditation, for what? You ruined it now, you butchered it, you're done. You're finished. Jig's up, buddy. You're done. But here's the thing. It wants you to buy the illusion that you could actually fall back to ground zero to get you to descend yourself back to ground zero. What I'm trying to convey to you is you can never fall back to ground zero. Never, ever, ever. And I say that to say, you've come from a particular state of consciousness into another. Where you're at right now is a different level of awareness. So you don't have the same capability of falling unless you grant yourself the ability to do so, which all comes down to your ability to either buy or to reject the illusion that the old frequency sells you. It sells you the idea that you've ruined all of your progress. It's done. There's no point. Fuck it. It's done. Bear in mind, that's an illusion that it wants you to do. It wants you to think at any particular stumble, it has to be a fall. But a stumble doesn't have to be a fall. Just because one thing may not go the way that you might have wanted doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go back down to where you started. And that's a bar. Please write that down. And you can never fall back to zero. You can never fall back to zero. Say it with me. I can never fall back to zero. You cannot, unless you allow yourself to. Because it wants you, like I said, to descend into the apathetic line of thinking of you've ruined all your progress. So fuck this spiritual shit anyways. You've already ruined it. Now you're maintaining a world conscious. Fuck that. Oh, you're trying to be healthy. Fuck that. You wanted that job. Fuck that. You wanted that promotion. Fuck that. That's literally what it wants you to do. It literally wants you to descend into that particular apathetic thought by presenting the illusion that when you stumble, you fall, and that's not the truth. Unless you make that stumble into a fall by believing that you fall when you stumbled, and you have to know the difference. Because the individuals that maintain frequency aren't the individuals that think they go back to ground zero. The individuals that maintain frequency are the individuals that maintain awareness. And that's a bar. Please write that down. Awareness of how the old frequency attempts to finesse you out your position. Don't let your old frequency finesse you out your desired reality. Real talk. Yeah, I'm gonna have to write that one down, me personally. You might see that one on Insta. Don't let your old frequency finesse you out your desired reality. Because best believe it will. It will.
Nero started a travel TikTok page a month ago, and thanks to your advice and articulation of metaphysics, I have one video that reached 130,000 views, and 2 others with 10k plus. Small in the grand scheme of things of where I'll be, but I've never worked hard on growing a social media page in my entire life, and I haven't done any marketing research, only metaphysics. Thank you. Or thank the esoteric. Haha.
That's lovely. Thank you. By the way, guys, if you're an entrepreneur who feels as though they have a mental block that they can't figure out that's stopping their revenue from actually growing to the point where it should have been a long time ago, the link in the description. I was talking to one of my clients. He actually posted a video on his Insta. Shout out Matt. He's essentially gone from 200k a day to 400k a day in less than 2 months based upon the work that we're doing.
This morning I had a call with my spiritual coach, Nero, and yeah, I got a spiritual coach. And he asked me how the business was doing, and I said it's doing great. You know, we did almost 400K yesterday.
And his old frequency tried to finesse him into thinking it was simply because of everything that's taking place external, as opposed to the internal shift, which is, if you always look at the old frequency, it's always going to try to finesse you out of your desired reality by getting you to rationalize the coincidental synchronistic shit that happens. So just be aware of that. And shout out my other client, Malik, professional football player, Arsenal, made player of the month at his team, got put in the Alan Shearer. Did I say Arsenal?
Yeah.
I'm sure I said Newcastle.
You said Arsenal, where?
Malik at Newcastle. I'm tweaking. He made player of the month at his team. Alan Shearer match week 9 team. It's amazing. And it seems as though he's going to be qualifying for the national German team. It seems. Don't quote me, but we'll see. We'll see. And I love you. I love you till the day that I die. You must learn to love the adversity or the laws of your reality as they come in. And this is a concept that I call negative gratitude. And this is a very alchemical exercise that allows you to transmute reality in real time. Because remember, it's not necessarily about changing what goes on outside of you, but more so about redefining what goes on inside of you, because that leads to what goes on outside of you. Stay aware of that. But when we're talking about adversity, oftentimes when shit's happening, by maintaining negative gratitude is actually one other way that you maintain frequency. What do I mean by this? Realize one thing in particular. Anytime you've gone through some shit, right? You, after having gone through it, you look back at it and you're like, you know what? If that hadn't have happened, I wouldn't have learned this. I was able to learn this from this. Each and every time, typically, when we go through experiences of life that aren't necessarily too extremely terrible, right? We're able to look back at that particular instance with gratitude for it, because out of that situation, we either evolved, we either learned something, or we evolved, right? So it's either a learning process or an evolution process. You're like, you know what? I'm glad that happened because that gave me a chance to become this type of person. It taught me this. It allowed me to learn this. It positioned me for this. Anytime that we look back at the adversity that we've gone through in reality with gratitude, that indicates to the universe that we have overcome it. So on the journey to maintaining your frequency, as the adversity and the lows strike at you, you need to learn to be grateful for the adversity, because the gratitude for the adversity would indicate to the universe that you've overcame it. And if you've overcame it within, then naturally you put yourself in a position to overcome it outside of you. And then you're no longer internally affected. Because remember, maintaining your frequency is just a matter of maintaining the state of consciousness that you're in, maintaining your emotional and mental state to not be swayed, which all comes down to, as I said multiple times, how you define and how you perceive that particular situation. So you utilize negative gratitude for while shit's happening as an opportunity for you to then transcend time. Because bear in mind, like I said, we only have gratitude for the negatives in our life after we've overcome it. So having gratitude in the moment indicates to the universe that we've already overcome it, which sets up in motion that particular condition to transmute itself into a condition of reality that would be present if we had already overcome it, which allows that situation to dissipate in real time. And I see this all the time. Typically, most people have this idea that when they're going through the lows in life, they get caught up in the lows in life. And remember, there's nothing wrong with the boat rocking, but when you get rocked, it shipwrecks and you're off course, off destination. But if during the law of adversity or something that reality throws at you, that is just some fuckery, and you're just like, goodness gracious me. If you can get to a point where you're like, you know what, I'm glad for this situation. Reality is going to be like, oh, this isn't the type of energy that I wanted from this. I wanted the negativity, I wanted the suffering, I wanted the pain, I wanted the apathy, I wanted the frustration, I wanted the negativity. But you're presenting something new, it's like, I don't think this is for me. I think this is for someone else. Transmutation, and it rearranges itself. And this is how you need to begin to perceive the things that happen to you in real time. Now, bear in mind, this is a muscle, isn't it? Like, this is a muscle. So it's going to take some time for you to begin to exercise this. But the more conscious you can be in negative gratitude in the moment, the better you're going to be internally. And the truth is, the only thing that has to be good in reality for your reality to be good is you. And that's a bar. Write that down. The only thing you need to control in reality is yourself. It's not about changing what's going on outside of you. It's not about altering what's going on outside of you. It's just nothing more about making sure that even in an unwanted reality, you're in a wanted state. Because that's the truest definition of alchemy. And that's a real life bar. Write that down. If you can stand in an unwanted condition of reality, in a state of consciousness to which the universe interprets that you're in a wanted state, that's when you truly transcend reality's ability to fuck with you, because then it can no longer give you anything, because you're coming internally independent. You're becoming internally self-sufficient. The money doesn't faze you because you're already in a state of security. The love of that relationship doesn't faze you because you're already in a state of love. The amount of proudness that you have for yourself wouldn't faze you from that job anymore because you've already given it to yourself. And what you give to yourself, nothing can take, the world cannot take from you. And remember, the only thing you need to give yourself in order for the world to give you is the mental, emotional equivalent of whatever it is that you seek to materialize. Now, at the start of the video, I said something. I said there's nothing to maintain. And I said I'd come back to it. Well, here we are. There's nothing to maintain in reality. The idea that you actually have to maintain your frequency, the idea that, and when I say this, I mean it from a sense of consciously, like, I need to maintain frequency, I need to maintain frequency, I need to maintain frequency. That particular notion actually sets you up for folly, because the truth of the matter is, all paths lead to one place until you say otherwise. The idea that you need to maintain frequency shows that you're in a state of separation. Remember, polarity is a fancy way of saying separation, right? And we often create polarity in our realities based upon our subconscious definitions of things. So when you say something is going wrong, you've now created another path called wrong, which takes you away from your desired reality, without realizing that the things that happen are just things that happen. They don't have to take you to another place, because every detour will often lead to the same place. All paths lead to one place until you say otherwise. So the most powerful position that you can take ever in your desired reality is the idea that no matter where I go to my desired reality. Because that means as reality is unfolding, it will rearrange itself to lead you to that one particular place. And if you can maintain conviction in the fact that all paths lead to one place, then it really doesn't matter about the things that may happen in your reality. The adversity that strikes doesn't necessarily matter. The lows that strike don't matter necessarily, because you know, based upon the idea that there's no truth in reality that you experience other than what your subconscious mind accepts as true. If your subconscious mind can accept the notion that it's true that all paths lead to one place, then even a detour would just be another route to your desired reality. Even you being thrown off frequency, really and truly, it's just you being thrown onto another pathway to eventually get to your desired reality. Because you have to come to the idea that you need to transcend polarity. And when you transcend polarity and we go outside our third dimensional realm, everything is one. So how could there not just be one place for your desired? How can there not just be one place for you to go? Your desired reality. But it's oftentimes, as we descend into the third dimensional realm, we end up making the mistake, as I said earlier, of adhering to polarity and dictating things to go wrong. But when you step into the notion that there's nothing to maintain, because the very notion that there's something to maintain inevitably sets up more adversity to come to you, so you have something to maintain, which is very funny, because it's almost like being a firefighter. A firefighter's identity is built upon fires existing. If there's no fires, then there's no identity. You're no different. You call the adversity into your reality just so you have something to solve. When the truth of the matter is, if you take the stance that there is nothing to maintain, then everything that unfolds just is. It's not adversity. That client that doesn't close isn't a low or adversity. That employer that doesn't give you the promotion you deserve isn't adversity or a low. That employer that doesn't employ you isn't adversity or a low. That person that doesn't date you or does date you and it goes wrong isn't adversity or a low. There's nothing to maintain because all paths lead to one place, so long as you can maintain that conviction and maintain the definition of manifestation, which is internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. And with that being said, that is how you handle everything that reality throws at. How to maintain frequency no matter what reality throws at.
What the fuck?
That would throw people off in it if I started this.
Oh, the video is done. I didn't think he was finished. Okay. Katie, you're up.
If you've been on this journey of transformation, trying to change your life, but you found yourself stuck, confused, lost, back at square one, triggered, feeling worse than ever, losing clarity, losing motivation, and this video is going to clarify a lot for you. In order to transcend the current level that you're at and break through to the next level in reality, you need to complete a full cycle of transformation. And transformation is not something that is a one-step process. In my opinion, it is a 4-phase or 4-step process. And most people never complete the full cycle of transformation because they get stuck in one or more of the phases that I'm going to explain to you today because they don't know what's going on. They don't understand the phase that they're in, so they can't respect the phase that they're in, and so they're never able to move through that phase and make it to the next one. So these are the general 4 phases. Now, I came up with these. There's probably like 10 phases, but I categorize them into 4 just to keep things simple. The first phase is the initiation phase. The second phase is the purging phase. The third phase is the integration phase. And the 4th phase is the embodiment phase. We're going to break them down one by one. So as I walk you through the phases today, I want you to start paying attention to where you're currently at, like which one of these phases actually resonates with you. Because once you understand that, then you're able to know what step to take next. So phase 1 is the initiation phase. You're going throughout life and you're just kind of on autopilot. And then all of a sudden you realize, hey, this isn't working for me. I want something to change. So you suddenly have awareness that you want to change something about yourself or something about your life. And you start working towards that. So that's initiation. You start initiating the transformation. So the initiation phase looks like, I want to change. All of a sudden you realize, hey, I want to learn how to paint. All of a sudden you realize, hey, I want to actually set up that business. Hey, I want to actually go for that promotion. I want to change what I'm attracting in my love life, whatever it is. You realize that something in your life needs to change. And so usually what happens then is you start consuming content, for example, like fitness-related content, if that's your goal, business-related content, if that's your goal, and you start trying to put out feelers on how this change can actually happen for you. The key point with phase 1 is, although you're aware that you want to change, you're still attached 100% to the old self. First of all, you're too attached to the old self. And second of all, there's so much information online, you can get very overwhelmed on what steps to actually take. What I recommend everybody to do at the start of their journey is to come back into their body and to regulate. and to kind of have this detox from external reality so they can tune into themselves and figure out what they should do. You're also addicted to the past, to your thoughts, and to your circumstances. Even the circumstances that you don't like, you're addicted to them because they're familiar. When you're in phase 1, the initiation phase, the most powerful thing you can do is to start mastering detachment. So I'm going to put down here what your priority is depending on what phase you're in. Your priority is detachment from your old reality, detachment from your old circumstances, detachment from the external in general, and then regulation and reintegration into your body, into your energy. Start doing things like meditation, anything to regulate your nervous system, like breath work, shifting, away from focusing on external reality to focusing on what's going on internally for you. That is the most important thing. And I'm going to give you a visual to help you with this. This is the mistake that most people make. They're here and they're super attached to everything outside of them. So let's say this is you and this is your energy field, okay? Here you're attached to news, you're attached to your relationship, you're attached to maybe certain foods, you're attached to scrolling. All of your energy essentially is getting drained and poured out into all of these things, maybe gossip, maybe like certain insecurities, certain worries, etc., etc. When you first start changing, the most powerful thing you can do is just flip this. So you take all that energy that you've been pouring into all of these distractions and all of these things that are taking you further away from yourself, and you decide, no, you know what? I'm going to call my energy back. I'm going to call my power back, and I'm going to master my attention and my energy. So you flip it and you just gain all your energy back. Every morning you can sit down and call your energy back, and also do an attention detox. This is so powerful. If you're familiar with any of my videos, or if you're in the community, you know exactly what I'm talking about here. But your consciousness, your creative life force energy is constantly being fed out to all of these things. Think about the amount of things throughout your life, throughout your day, maybe in the last week or the last month, that you're putting your attention on, that you're feeding into. You're energetically drained because you keep feeding your energy into these external things. And so in the initiation phase, you're just looking to come back into your body and to start releasing your addiction to the past and to the external and to your old way of thinking. So your number one priority should be to detach by coming back into your body, taking your attention, your energy, and your focus off everything outside you consistently so that you can recharge your energy, your life force, and reintegrate back into your body. You might, after even you do an attention detox, get really specific then about what you're consuming, right? So you might want to cut out everything and then just reintroduce anything that's going to help you with whatever your goal is or whatever your next level is. So maybe you just consume content that's relevant and you keep it very limited instead of just distracting yourself with a million different things. All of that is part of the initiation phase. Key thing to know, in phase 1, you're starting to do this work and you don't really believe in it yet. You don't know if it's even going to work. But that's okay. You're just in phase 1. Your only job is to keep coming back into your energy, keep getting your focus back, keep reintegrating into your body. Phase 2 is the purge phase. So phase 1 is typically quite enjoyable. It's quite easygoing. Phase 2 is usually where people start to get confused and start to fall off and start to question themselves. Phase 2 is the purge phase. So energetically, what happens? Okay, phase 1, you start to come back into your body. You start to become self-aware. What happens when your energy and your consciousness is finally back in your body is the emotions that have been stored in your body for a long time surface for you to clear them. And so typically what happens in the purge phase is you will get triggered, you will get challenges, you will have obstacles thrown in your way, you'll have emotions, fears, insecurities. All of this stuff comes up so you can clear it as part of your cycle of transformation. So for a lot of people, and I see this a lot in my community, somebody comes in and they have this dream of starting a social media brand, and they go through phase 1. They're feeling really good. They're in their body. They're feeling regulated. They're feeling clear. They're feeling better. Maybe they're able to set a vision. They're gaining a lot of clarity. And then all of a sudden, this deep fear, this fear of being seen, just comes to the surface. Maybe they got a nasty comment on their Instagram page, or maybe it just came out of nowhere and all of a sudden they're paralyzed by fear. This is part of the transformation cycle. And what I see so many people struggle with is they enter the purging phase and they resist what's happening, not realizing that it needs to happen so that they can complete the cycle of transformation and break it through to the next level. So here, doubt might be at an all-time high. You're still attached to old self and you're triggered. If you want to go to another segment in this reality, you need to become another self. Your frequency, your energetic frequency, has to shift to be resonant with the frequency of the reality that you desire. And so what needs to shift is your attention, what you're focusing on, your emotions, your identity, your beliefs, your thoughts. All of these things make up your energetic frequency. And so what's happening in phase 1 is you're shifting your attention. You're moving your consciousness on that plane. What's happening in phase 2, the purge phase, is you're shifting the emotions that are stored within you. And you're also shifting parts of your identity. You can see how this is a necessary part of transformation. But because it's painful, because it's ugly, and because sometimes it doesn't logically make sense, like what's coming up could be so seemingly irrelevant compared to what you actually want. The problem is we resist when this happens because it's uncomfortable, because it's painful. When something is stored with pain, it's going to need to come up with pain. And so if you're in the purge phase, I want you to think of this like it's winter, right? You have to respect that you're in the purge phase. You have to respect that during this phase, your clarity will be low, fear will be high. Your priority in this phase is acceptance and self-compassion. Stop resisting the stuff that's coming up. I know people who stay in the purge phase indefinitely because they stay judging what's coming up all the time. And they push it back down and they push it back down. And guess what? It doesn't go anywhere. It stays trapped inside you. So this part of you that's trying to be released, this insecure part, this part that's afraid of being seen, this part that's afraid of playing bigger, you know, these parts are coming up so you can let them go. But when you resist them, they will stay inside you. And your frequency then will never be able to actually shift because the frequency of this part of you is going to continue to live on inside you. And so then your reality will never be able to shift because you will never be resonant with the new reality so long as you keep this inside you by repressing it. I have 3 or 4 videos now on shadow work to help you with specific practices for the purge phase. But for this video, I just want you to know, are you in the purge phase? Are you suddenly overtaken by fear? Are you suddenly overtaken by insecurity? Has something triggered you? Have you reverted to a past version of yourself? These are all clues that you have entered the purge phase, and it is okay. It is a necessary part of your transformation. Give into it, surrender to it, and you will pass through it so much quicker. This is the work.
That was last year for me.
This is where you finally.
That was actually 2 years ago, but then I went back in it last year again.
Past, your insecurities, the things that have been holding you back, and you can't skip this stuff. If only we could, but we can't. Phase 3 is the integration phase. How you know
The action phase.
in the integration phase is you know a lot. You've learned a lot. You've become really self-aware. You've all of a sudden realized you have these fears, you have these triggers. Maybe you've processed a lot of them already. You've learned what you want and what you don't want. You've become more regulated. You know a lot, but you haven't actually been able to apply it and change anything. You don't know it to the point that it's actually changed you. That's how you know you're in the integration phase. It is time to apply what you know. And people get stuck in this phase because they keep
This one right here.
content, they keep consuming things, but they don't apply anything. This phase is probably the phase that gets long.
This is the one. This is the one that I had to stop.
Realize they're in the integration phase. They don't realize that the next step is not to learn more tools or techniques or
They
to
have enough.
overanalyze or overthink anything anymore. It's to actually apply what they already know. The easiest hack I can give you on integration is in the moment application. Okay? In the moment, in the moment, in the moment. So let's say, for example, you know you have limiting beliefs around money. You know how to rewire your beliefs because maybe you watched my video on how to rewire your subconscious mind. So you know the process on how to rewire a belief. And yet, you're walking around in life still speaking the same limiting narrative over yourself, still saying disempowering statements about money, still perceiving yourself and your money situation the same way because you haven't actually applied what you know. So in the moment application, what would this look like? Let's say you're going to pay for something. How you integrate what you've learned about changing your belief system about money, for example, is when you go to pay for something and you notice the limiting thought of, oh, I don't know if I should pay for this. That's really expensive, for example. You in the moment catch yourself and you apply what you know. Let's say you've been learning how to rewire a belief. And in that moment, when you say to yourself, this is too expensive, you go, oh, hold on a second, that's a limiting belief. And you go and do a rewiring process in your mind or in your notes or in your journal to actually apply this and integrate what you've learned. If you think you're in the integration phase, you can write down everything that you know and then ask yourself, how have you not been applying this? And how can you now apply this to your life? Again, this is going to be case dependent, depending on what you've been working on or working through. But if you've been learning, for example, nervous system regulation, and you know when you become dysregulated, you know how to regulate, are you actually doing it in your life? Can you catch yourself in the moment when you become dysregulated and actually change your behavior? This is how you integrate everything that you have been learning. So you want to take responsibility for your programming, for your belief system, for the way that you're speaking to yourself, for the way that you're speaking about your situation, for the attitude that you have every day, for your reactions, okay? And the way that you're focusing on things. Take full responsibility for that and then look at, does this actually align with what I now know is best for me? And if it doesn't, then change things. You merge. Integration is basically merging your awareness with your actual life, with your embodiment, with how you're showing up in the world. Basically, what happens when you start integrating is you're beginning to show yourself that the past is gone and that you're now stepping forward as this new version of you, that you're going to do things in a new way, that you're going to think differently, that you're going to speak differently, that you're going to believe differently, and that it's safe to do that. You're showing physically, you're showing your nervous system, you're showing your body, this is the new way of doing things, and this is safe. This is now normal. So if we go back to what I said earlier about changing your frequency, you change your attention, you change your emotions, you change your identity, you change your beliefs, your thoughts, and you change your actions as well, I suppose, is the kind of end result. So when we look at you changing your overall energy and frequency, in the first phase, you changed your attention, you shifted your focus. In the second phase, you shifted your emotions and parts of your identity. And in the third phase, you're taking responsibility for shifting your beliefs and your thoughts. And now in the fourth phase, you're shifting your actions. Phase 4 is embody. So this is the final phase because this is the physical phase. This is like the healing era is over and it's time to just be this new version of you in this new level. So the embodiment phase is essentially just expressing the new self through what you're actually physically doing and the actions that you're taking. You may think this is pretty natural and intuitive, but I have had clients before who got stuck in the identity of healing, of working on myself. So they got stuck in the
Here we go.
phase, in the trigger phase, in releasing their emotional wounds, or they got stuck on rewiring their
What's up,
beliefs
dude? I
or
didn't even
trying
know
to
you were here.
apply and integrate things.
Just checking some
They
stuff
were
out while I was
healing for
listening
so
to our
long,
sister
working on
here.
themselves for so long that it became their identity.
This right here.
In progress, when actually they had done enough inner work. They had released enough emotional blocks. They had shifted enough beliefs.
You already are enough, you had enough, and you know enough. So no more healing. It ends now.
When you're actually ready to graduate from the identity of healing and just be the new self that you've been working so hard to become. Because if you're trying to unlock a new level in life, the level that you're trying to unlock probably can't be unlocked by the version of you who's still in the identity of healing. You can't be in the identity of winning, of slaying life, and in the identity of healing. The two don't correspond, okay? Realize when it's time to finally open your wings and stop being a caterpillar and allow yourself to be a butterfly.
Bar.
No, I can't draw to save my life. That is kind of...
That looks good. That's a good butterfly.
The embodiment phase is the butterfly phase. So what does this look like practically? Let's move on. So you're in the new level because you're being the new self. A lot of people get stuck on entering this phase because they stay... What happens is they stay in integration, or they don't want to fully embody the new self yet because they're still looking at reality and waiting for permission. Do not wait for permission. You'll know when you're ready to go into this
Screw
phase
permission.
when
You didn't come here for permission.
start getting into a bit of a rut. You start feeling like you start feeling stuck, and you start feeling frustrated with your circumstances. When you get into a rut where you're frustrated with your circumstances and you're feeling stuck, it's because you're looking too much at external reality and you're waiting for that to tell you that you're ready to spread your wings and be your new self. And the only fix to that is to accept the circumstances as they are and decide you're going to fully be the new self now, even if you can't see anything outside you that's changed yet. And as soon as you do that, as soon as you decide that you are going to change yourself, regardless of your circumstances, that's when your circumstances will shift to match that change that you've made internally. Because as within, so without. So the embody phase, if you don't decide to go into
Another hermetic principle.
because you realize that you want more, you have all this awareness, but you're not giving the new self the opportunity to be expressed. So your life can start to feel very, very suffocating. If you feel suffocated, it's because it's time for you to step forth and start embodying the new self, regardless of what your circumstances look like. So here you want to start aiming for a big vision. You want to start setting new standards. You want to start
Bar.
taking bold action and start throwing yourself outside of your comfort zone. Start doing all the things.
All these videos that I've shown you all is the same thing I've just been saying. These are just other versions of you / me that's basically telling you the same thing I've been saying the entire time.
Your next level. The reason why you're not unlocking your next level is because you're resisting. You're in one of these phases. You don't know what's going on, and you're resisting it because you're not aware of what's happening and how it's actually necessary and part of your transformation journey, okay? So the initiation phase is you've started your transformation. You've said, hey, I want to change something in my life. Maybe you've started watching content. You've started writing.
Healing is an
thoughts down,
illusion.
and you know you're in the
You never have to heal.
because you just got a surge of energy to say,
But
you know what, I'm going to
the
change
world
this
has
thing.
convinced
I
people
wanna
that they
go
have to
this
heal.
next level. So the transformation has been initiated.
So we go through healing. I've said this to you. You just never heard this. So now it's time for you to hear it again.
Detachment and
So I'll explain it.
So coming back into your body, mastering your attention, calling your energy back, calling your focus back. That is the priority for phase 1. Phase 2 is the purge phase. Now again,
When you're here, you're operating at a level that humans don't usually operate at. We're on a whole other species of human level.
the second phase. Phase 2 is the purge phase. You know you're in the purge phase when you feel like hell, when you feel terrible, when you feel triggered, when you feel emotional, when all your traumas are coming up, when all your deepest, darkest fears are coming up, right? When the most insecure parts of you are coming up. It's okay. It's part of the cycle. You're just in the purge phase. So my recommendation when you're in the purge phase is to accept what's happening. Have self-compassion. Do things like inner child healing. Do things like shadow work. I have videos on those. I will leave those below. In the first purge phase, it's so important.
I'll get to why she's still saying healing.
Accept where you are. And it will pass. You have to allow these things to process and release from your energy. Yeah. Phase 3, again, this could be your phase 2, but phase 3 is the integration phase. You know you're in the integration phase when you have all this knowledge, have all this insight, have all this awareness, but you haven't applied any of it. Nothing's actually really changed. So in phase 3, my recommendation for you.
That's where I was for many, many years.
Honest with yourself about how you're not applying what you know and what you've already learned from your journey. So, for example, you have to catch yourself in the moment speaking a limiting belief or thinking a limiting belief. You have to catch yourself in the moment reacting in a way that you know is no longer aligned with you. It's in the moment application of what you know. So you're teaching yourself, you're teaching your body, hey, things have changed now, so that you can actually internalize what you've learned. And phase 4 is the embody phase. You know you're ready for the embody phase when you're getting really frustrated with your current reality. And you're waiting for reality to tell you that you can be this new person. And maybe you get into a rut. Maybe you feel really stuck. It's because you're not realizing that you're in the embody phase and you need to accept that it's time for you to embody this new self without waiting for reality to show you that, okay? So obviously, my recommendation for the embody phase is to allow yourself to express fully the new self, even if there's no evidence in your reality to show you that you are the new self yet. You're leading this dance. So you show up as the new self. You take bold action. You set a big vision. You set new standards that excite you. You fully allow yourself to express the new self. And then, and only then, can reality finally express that back to you. Usually, the embody phase, disclaimer, you jump before you're ready. There's still going to be parts of you that aren't fully ready to embody the new self. But
You're never going to be ready.
by getting outside your comfort zone and finally stepping forward as this new version of you, you will rewire those parts of you. You will show those parts of you, hey, this is what we're doing now. This is our new reality now. And then that will be your new reality. So please, next time you're confused on this journey of transformation that you're on this journey to the next level that you want to go to, come back to this video and identify where you're at, and then accept the phase that you're in so that you can actually prioritize.
She just helped me with another way of explaining my phases, my framework that I've created.
Every phase of transformation.
It's kind of the same thing that I've been saying the entire time.
Like, it's just like nature. Everything is the same, as within, so without. You have seasons as well, and transformation happens in a cycle in different phases. So you have to respect the season that you're in so that you can get the lessons that you need to get so that you can keep moving and finally complete the cycle of transformation. Your next level is not going to be found in avoidance, in only picking and choosing, the phases that you prefer. So I hope this helped you gain awareness as to where you might have been confused. I hope it helped you identify where you currently are so you can keep moving and you can finally unlock your next level in life.
She did good. She did good. She did good. She did good. She did good to explain all that. See, I knew all that stuff, but I couldn't explain it for a while. Last year, I was in that learning phase. They call it the integration phase. But I was afraid to take action. And it's funny how, I just laugh now because it really is just that simple. I'm going to move you over here so that you get more of me and less of like that. There. I feel like standing up and I feel like playing some piano music. So I'm going to do that. I'm done with content for today. So phase 1 is the phase of initiation. And like you're going to go down the road of healing, and every phase is necessary because I have to go through all these phases. So like this is where meeting people where they're at. This is the journey where I'm at now, is to recognize I see everybody for where they are, and it's valid. The healing is valid. I had to go through healing. She mentioned that you have to process these things and out of your system. But most people stay stuck in the processing forever, and then you're going to say, I have to heal forever. I have to heal forever. No, you don't fucking have to heal. In fact, you never had to heal in the beginning, but you created all these bullshit paradigms within yourself because of your experiences with other people. And yes, this is the human aspect, and it is valid, but you are the creator as well. And when you when you can tap in to the version of you who has fully mastered, this is where you're living in a paradoxical state, living two states at once. Be in this world, but not of this world. So essentially, what she was saying was people, there comes a point where the learning ends. I've said this. You don't learn anymore. The learning ends. You take what you already know and you run with it. And that part about I don't feel ready, ready is not a feeling, it's a decision. Most people will continue to like, I'll never be ready, or I have to keep consuming content. I'm gonna go quickly grab my food. I gotta keep consuming content and consuming this and do more of this and have more of this and keep doing this and 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 this. But in reality, it's a paradox. And the reason why it's a paradox is because in the beginning, you were born whole and complete. Some will say, but I came with past traumas. I came with past life things. It only is powerful if you allow it to be powerful. That's a bar. And you know, the funny thing is, you came on 2 weeks ago and you mentioned the word degree. And that word has been very powerful in the last little bit. You can change your life if you shift a little bit in degree, which is true. You can shift your life in any present moment. Give your life a little bit of a shift in degree and you will change your life. So, I have water, perfect. This idea of healing. So, I'm here now to mirror back to everybody in the world that there is a shortcut to all this. However, as she said, you may not be ready to feel that shortcut yet, and you're gonna have to go through the process of healing, like I did for years. I'm inadequate, I'm not good enough, I must consume more. Then there comes a point where, like Nero was talking about in his other video, where you feel like you have all the answers now. You have all the answers and you're above the universe. You can never be above the universe because you're a part of the totality of it all. But you have to adhere. So like life has a rhythm, but it's not about what's about to happen, it's about who you're going to be when it happens and how you're going to respond. Because there are no meanings to reality except for what meanings you attribute, and meaning is creating emotion. Life has no meaning. Life is just, it's valuable, but it has zero meaning. It's the meaning that you give to it. So there are technically no problems. So theoretically, when you're going through a breakup or some heavy thing, like we've all been through it, we think it's a, fuck, the universe it's got me, got me on like lockdown. I'm not getting anywhere. And so like something's wrong with me. That's what Nero was saying in his other video, the other brother. And so the thing is, the reason why I'm watching their stuff is not for information. I already have all the information. I am the master of all information. What they're doing is allowing me to speak it in a slightly different way. So I have another way to explain the same concept. So I have my way of explaining, they have their way, and I take their way and I also kind of reinforce my way of already explaining what I already know, what you technically already know. The thing is, you just maybe forgot. I'm not saying you specifically, bro. I'm just saying in general, right? It's whoever's like listening. You all have this information. It's nested within inside of you. So like all these spiritual people who keep saying, you're going to be healing forever. Healing's a lifelong journey. Misalignment. They're putting you in a box. You're a God. Does God require any more healing? Now here's the other question to that, the other side to that. Well, I'm not God. I'm not the creator. I'm not the creator. That's fine. You're not the creator. You see God outside of you. That's fine. But do you know you have God's power within inside of you then? No, I don't. I'm just a lowly old human. Well, what you tell yourself is what you're going to get. So if you think you have no power, then guess what? You have zero power. So a year ago on Facebook and Instagram, on Facebook and Instagram, there was, actually it was on Facebook. And if Soul Fam's here, I'm going to be chewing. I'm being mindful, but at the same time, like, no, I'm going to talk and eat. There was a guy who said that you can snap your finger and heal instantly. Let me tell you something. When I saw that reel, I wanted to fly and find that dude and punch him in his face. You know why? Because I told him, like, I said to myself, that's impossible. I have all this healing to do. All of this, this is before the live streams. You have all this healing to do. Because somewhere deep down, I bought into the illusion of this world that we have to keep healing and I use the word learning. But guess what? A whole year later, well, I actually came to the realization probably in like May or June, even though I went through a dark night of soul. I don't have to heal anymore. The healing's over. It's done. We're whole and complete. And been finding ways to get this third dimensional thinking mind that resides with this body to get in alignment with Orion. Because that's what, the thing is, it wants to keep playing small. It's been programmed, it's been designed to play small. So this is perfect. It's windy outside right now. I get to test to see how the table is going to handle with extreme winds. And it seems like it's handling it pretty well. So that's good. I want to read what you did say though. Yes. So, regarding that, you have to heal before you get into the next relationship. You want to hear the shortcut to that? You want the secret answer? It's simple. When you know that you're the creator, and you know your power, and you know who you are, and you know that this is an illusion. It's also real, but it's also an illusion. So you get to choose. You get to switch between at will. When you don't adhere to time, the healing is irrelevant. You can heal instantly and on to the next relationship. Do you know why most can't do that? Because they're unaware of that power within them. That's how simple it is. It's simple unawareness on how their mind works. So, and because they've built so much emotion and experience with that person, yeah, the average human's going to have to go through a healing process. If I'm getting into a next relationship and it doesn't end up the way it is, it doesn't faze me now. You know why? Because me and that and that other person are one and the same. You just weren't in alignment. No big deal. Onwards to the next. Humans have this tendency that when they lose something, they feel like they're broken and they have to heal, or something's wrong with them. And they start blaming themselves and feeling guilty. There's nothing to feel guilty about. This is a trap. Once you don't adhere to time in this realm, you can switch in between. You can go in and out of this realm as you see fit. You be in this world, you live in this world, but not of it. That might not register to some human minds at the present moment. Well, how do you live in this world but not of this world? How? That's the problem. You're wanting to know the how. I'll tell you how simple it really is, but you're not gonna like the answer. Be in the now. You're perfect and complete in the now. When you know you're the creator, when you know you have the power within yourself, and you let go of the illusion of like separation and polarity, you're here in the now. And when you're here in the now, you have everything within inside of you. How can you be missing anything? You ain't lacking shit. You have everything. You were born with everything. From the moment you came to the planet. You just have to come back to the planet to rediscover your gifts and your memories and your information that's lingering inside of your soul. Which, by the way, speaking of that, other people are mirrors and they just reflect back what you already have within inside of you and bring it back into your awareness. That's the process of learning. I can take something that seems so complex and make it so fucking simple now. Because I myself used to complicate things. It's going to take 10 million years to heal. It's going to take 10 million years to heal. 10 million years to heal. It's going to take forever to heal. Well, if you tell yourself it's going to take 10 million years to heal, then it's going to take 10 millions to heal. 10 millions. It's going to take 10 million years to heal. If you say, I have to go on this healing journey, I did that last year. To heal myself. Because you think something's wrong. Yes, there is a journey which you're going to have to go through. For me, when I'm speaking to someone who's on phase 1, the integration or the initiation phase, I can't tell them that they can snap their finger and they're healed. What I will share with them though is that when the shortcut is ready for you, and that's going to be a decision only you can make, you can snap your finger and you can decide to heal instantly. But in the beginning, someone who's just starting out, because I've seen all the phases, I've been through it all. I have my 4 phases. We have the personal development phase. This is her thing called the initiation phase. Then you have the spiritual phase, which is the purge. Then you have the esoteric phase, which is the integration phase. And then you have the God phase, which is the embodiment phase. Different words for me, same principles. Hers is more of a humanistic approach. Mine's is God level approach. So someone who's in initiation phase. Speaking of which, I'm going to add to this as well. Earlier today, there's another brother who I was listening to. He's a very powerful communicator. His name is Vin Gan, or Vin Jian. Vin Jian. And Vin, Asian dude with a lot of charismatic presence knows how to speak. And he was sharing about the 4 different types of people. He called it the color of people. The color communication. The color types of people. Red, yellow, green, and blue. And each person has all of the colors within them, but it comes down to which one do they default to. This is a communication style. So some are very direct, that's red. Some are more energetic and happy-go-lucky, yellow. Then some are more kind of like harmonious, green. So like the more, like the chill, calm ones. Well, calm is actually blue, but the green ones are more like peaceful, harmonious. And then you have the blues who are calm, but detail-oriented. So if a red, let's say somebody speaking as a red communicator is speaking to someone who's a yellow communicator, will it land? No. The yellow is going to misperceive the person who's red and say that person's too bold and too loud and too this and too that. And if the yellow, or if the red heard the yellow speaking, the red will be like, this person's like lazy, they're too energetic, they're not focused, they're all over the place. People have color styles. We all have all of them within us, and I came to the awareness today that that's what the live stream has been helping me to see what color styles you all are at. Now, of course, I can't hear your voices, but I'm taking a guesstimation of where you're all at in your journeys. And look, it's 4 seasons, 4 colors. But we all have all of them, and it's just knowing when to use the color. Like if I'm like, is that person a red? Okay, they like directness. But don't use the red for that person. They're more blue. They like detail, so give them analogies. That person over there is yellow. They love energy, so I have to be more optimistic with them. I'm not changing who I am, but I'm meeting people where they're at. And so, to get back to what I was saying just a moment ago, when I'm sharing with people that they are the creator, like in the beginning, I was telling you all, you are the creator. Take it or leave it. That's red. Very bold. But now, this is why this all has been preparation phase for me. But now when I'm on stages or wherever I'm going to be speaking, I have to read the room and see, okay, I have to remind everybody you all are on your own individual journeys. Some of you are going to misperceive me, and that's okay, based on your preconceived notions and your judgments. No big deal. It is what it's going to be. However, this is what I'm going to say to all of you. So if there are some of you who are going to be on this phase of the journey where you're going to be consuming content and you're thinking like you have to read all these books and all this stuff, and that's what I did. I've read over 300 I didn't have physical books. I have read over 300 books, and I listened to about 250 audiobooks. So I'm about 500 books in. And I can tell you that the answer is you. You want to know all of life's answer? Look within and you'll find the answer right there. It's been there the entire time. You don't have to read another book unless you choose to. See, I chose to read some books on the stream lately. Kabbalion and Outsmarting Reality. Why? Because I enjoy reading. It's fun. I like it. Not because I required more information. But in the beginning, if you're starting out, you're going to have to go through a phase. But I'm here to tell you that there's going to come a point in your journey where the learning is going to stop. I'm going to tell you that the shortcut is within you, and it's just a matter of you accepting the shortcut. All right, I'm done eating. The shortcut ends. The shortcut begins by you tapping into a version of you who has mastered it all. And this is where the paradox comes in. So someone's gonna say, so you're telling me, Orion, that there's a version of me who has mastered it all. Yeah. You be it now. You live as it now. Not as if, but as it now. While simultaneously, you're walking along the journey, getting to that version of you and embodying that version of you who knows it all, who has enough, who is enough, who doesn't have to heal, who has all the answers, who is confident, who can speak loud and knows how to speak in front of people and knows that they have enough to help anybody with anything. Be in this world, physical, but not of this world, mental. When you get to the stage I'm at, the phase, this is called the existential, beyond omni-God phase. This is the phase that humans are attempting to get to. I've reached it. But this phase is infinite. This is simultaneously mastered and mastering at the same time. But then you're going to say, but that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I know, because the third dimensional thinking mind likes only one or the other. It hates the idea of two different things that seem contradicting because it doesn't like contradictions. But reality is a contradiction. It's a paradox. It just is. But humans cannot accept that answer because the third dimensional thinking mind wants to always know the logic behind it. It's always logic. They want to know the how. They want to know the how. They want to know the when and the hows. This is how reality has programmed a lot of people. Last year, around this time, I wasn't where I was where I am right now. I was finding myself, but I was now implementing, integrating. I was taking action and I was embodying. But I wasn't fully in the God mode state that I am in now. I still felt like, yeah, there's a lot of people who are still kind of arguing against me and like, I don't want to upset them. I don't give a shit if I upset anybody. I'm not here to upset anybody personally or intentionally. But if it triggers some of you, that's on you for you to go figure out why does it trigger you. Because you think that I'm attacking someone's belief, but your beliefs has entered your identity and has wrapped itself around, and now you can't separate your beliefs with your identity because it's attacking the part of the brain that lights up your identity center, and that feels like a personal attack when I say that you're the creator, you are God, you are the infinite, the all that is. Because you've taken your beliefs, which by the way, you don't actually have beliefs, your beliefs have you because they're entities that has wrapped itself around your identity, and your identity is actually not real because your identity is actually the I am, but you think that you're not the I am because you think you're just a human with your human name. You think I'm Orion? No. I am the I am, just like you are. We are the we are. We're all one. You all just simply forgot. I have my memories. And I can tell you, clear as day, with no hesitation, and with absolute precision. And I can execute with the words with absolutely powerful accuracy. Sure, let's go with it. And that's who you are. That's who you've been. You just simply forgot. You chose your bodies, you chose your parents, you chose your circumstances. Some of you chose harder paths than others. No, there are no coincidences. However, there is free will and destiny at the same time. That's another contradiction. That's another paradox, but that is facts. But most humans are still operating from a human paradigm, thinking they have to chase, acquire, and consume and become something, which is okay. That's the phase. That's the phase I was in, the beginning phase, thinking I didn't know enough. But learning is a trap, because you can spend years preparing and preparing and preparing, or you can spend years healing and 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 healing, thinking you have more healing to do, because when something comes awry, you're thinking something's wrong with you. Nothing's wrong with you. But because there's no problems in reality, it's the perceptions towards the event that makes it a problem. But the problem, there are no problems. It's the perceptions of you thinking it's a problem that's a problem. That's the problem. That's the paradox. Let that one land for a moment. When your mind can start thinking in paradoxes and see the world from a paradoxical standpoint, you win the game. I've already won the game. I'm done. I have everything in my inner world. I don't care if it shows up in my physical world. I really don't care at this point. If I die without ever marrying my wife in the real world, in the physical, by real I mean physical world. This is actually not the real world. If I don't end up marrying my wife in the physical world, I'm okay with that. I already have her in my inner world. If I don't end up having my trillions of dollars, I'm okay with that. If I don't ever end up getting to San Diego, I'm okay with that, because I already know it's already done. Creation's finished. Because I've already mastered my mind. And I'm not like, yeah, I'm mastering my mind right now still. No, I've already fucking mastered my mind. It's done. And more humans are going to get there. It's only a matter of time. Human time. It's inevitable. The only problem is they have to go through their phases until they've processed enough, pull it out of their system, and freed themselves. It's all energy. It's just stuck energy inside of them, because they created all this bullshit. Now, if whoever's here, you can share your thoughts. I'm going to go quickly wash some dishes, but share your thoughts. I'll be right back in like 5-10 minutes. I know I have the mic with me, so whatever I just said, let that land. Let it land. Your mind is going to do whatever it can to derail you in every present moment. It's not going to like the things that was said, because it wants to fight for its identity to stay alive. But when you understand how the mind works, you will change your life instantly. Reality has been played backwards. Reality from society has been told that you should play small, you shouldn't speak loud, you should be this, you should do this, you shouldn't You shouldn't be too bold. None of this stuff. Why? Because it wants to keep you playing small and playing a little human character that you think you are. Yes, you are in a human vessel, but this is not your first time here. For those who have found me, you have not been here one time. You've been here countless of times. You just forgot that. I know there's questions in people's heads like, well, how do you know that? How do you know that? Because I have my memories and you don't. And every day, new memories keep getting unlocked. And I get to remember more of who I was. Why me, right? You're probably gonna ask, well, what's so special about me? Nothing. I just simply asked for it. And you did too. But it may not show up right away. You might get it later on down the line. Or you may never get it. And you're just supposed to hear me say that for you to maybe potentially just go your life with that knowing and kind of run with it. The goal really is for you to live your happiest life with no limits. That's it. That's what it comes down to. You can live your life with no limits, with joy. It doesn't matter what you believe at this point. As long as you're happy and you're in joy, that's all that matters. That's what the universe wants, for you to live in joy and to be happy. You can believe in whatever you choose to. There are no truths in reality except for what the subconscious mind entertains as truth. So again, if you're living your happiest life with joy at the center, at the forefront, you're good. Keep doing that. Just be more in the now. Don't worry about the past or the future. It doesn't exist. It's an illusion. Because every time you are in the present moment and you think about the past, you're in the present thinking about the past. Let that one land. That's the paradox. You can't travel to the past because you're in the now, putting yourself back into some sort of illusion that's called the past. Like, for example, if you thought about breakfast this morning, you're thinking logically, that happened this morning. But that thought that you're thinking, that action that you're taking right now to think that thought, aren't you thinking of it in the now? So thus it's happening in the now. But reality is very tricky like that, because it's going to tell you that the mind doesn't like that. It doesn't like that answer. It hates it. Because it wants the logic. It wants to obfuscate and make things more complicated. It can't be that simple. Orion, it can't be. There's no way it's that simple, Orion. It is. It really is. I was seeking the answers myself for years. For years. I was a truth seeker and a knowledge seeker for years. And the answer was in front of me the entire time. And the answer is you. It starts with you and it ends with you. Always has been and always will, till the moment you leave. Life has no meaning, but it's not valueless. It has so much value, but it's the value you choose to attribute, the meanings that you give it, that makes it worth living. But what reality it just is, it's just neutral. It's not some hell or some heaven, it just is. What you tell yourself is what you get. What you get is what you expect. What you expect gets normalized, and then what gets normalized gets crystallized. Cut this paper towel in half. Clean the sink. Awesome. I'm gonna have a muffin. Didn't you just eat? I did. get some water. And I will be back in the room in a moment. All right, I am back. I guess it's either Soul Fam chilling here or it's Young Goat. I don't know who's here. Whoever's here, thank you for your patience on that. You know, there's gonna be resistance. I'm well aware of that, but I'm not entertaining that there's gonna be, everybody's gonna be against me. It's me against the world when I'm sharing stuff. I'm simply here now I'm here to remind everyone to be in the now, to know that they can be anything and everything if they choose to, and knowing that they have the power within their hands in every present moment to change their life. You have the power in your hands in every present moment to change your life. Let that one land. I would have loved to have been outside, but it is dark. I think it's raining right now, or it's windy. It's miserable outside right now. But it's okay. We spent some time outside today, so I'm okay. As long as I'm not indoors all day, I think I'll be okay. Not I think, I will be perfectly fine. It's when when I'm indoors all day and I didn't leave out to go outside once, that's when there's a little bit of an issue. I want some fresh air. I require a little fresh air. So there, we got some fresh air going. So when the time arises, I'm going to do my best. I'm not going to be pandering to anybody, but I'm going to be considerate and understanding of everybody's journey because I've been there. But I'm so tired of seeing people suffer, and there are other versions of me who are helping people and making money off of people, which, hey, I'm not opposed to doing that because, you know, we're all making money off of each other. Let's just be real, right? You two's making money off of me. I'm making money off of you all. You all are making money off of me to some degree because you're not having to go and pay a coach $100,000 for this information. By the way, just so you know, the value that I'm here to offer is more than $250,000. Just so you know. So whoever's here, I really hope you're taking this seriously. Because you're going to go, if you're thinking he's not where he is, yeah, sure, whatever, go pay a coach $250,000 and see what they're going to give you. They're going to tell you 1/3 of what I'm actually giving you. But $250,000 is actually not enough for what I'm actually doing. It's actually 100 million minimum. But of course, can anybody pay that? Actually, everybody can pay that. You all have the resources within yourselves to pay that. $100 million. $100 million, are you kidding me? Yeah. If you want that transformation, you desire that transformation, cough it up. It's $100 million. Anyways, my point to say all this is to say, there are people who are charging a lot of other people things, but they're not even getting 1/3 of the things that they're required because they gatekeep stuff. I'm not here to gatekeep anything. I'm here to tell you straight up, this is where you are and this is where you can be. And I'm just here to show you that this is a version that you can operate from because I'm no different from any of you and you all have the same capabilities of me. Sure, I'm a 99-dimensional being who has been thrusted into a 3rd-dimensional body. But besides the fact, you all have the same capabilities as I do and I have the same capabilities as you do because we're all one. So there is no excuse that it's yeah, but you're more special. No, I'm not. I'm born just as equally as you. into this physical realm. I chose to come here to serve. It took me many years to figure that out, but I came here to serve. Some days the third dimensional thinking mind's like, I don't want to serve anybody. And I have to tell it to like chill the fuck out, relax. Got to remember to use nose breathing, not mouth breathing when I'm speaking. Because I can have all this information, but if I am speaking too fast and rambling on, then none of you take me seriously. So let me slow down a bit. And let me do the almighty pauses in between. You all have the answer. And the answer is you. I had to go through one more dark night of the soul, and hell, maybe I might get another dark night of the soul at some point. Reality is going to do this. Right? I'm not above universal laws, but I can use one law against another. You're not above the universe, and you are perfect, but the mind is striving for perfection, two different things. There's no such thing as perfection from the third dimensional thinking mind, but it's going to strive for this illusion of perfection. But the thing is, you already are perfect, so you don't actually have to strive for anything. You just have to embody it. But the thing is, the moment something goes wrong, you think you're not perfect. Remember, there are no problems. It's how you perceive the problem, if it is a problem or not. It just is. So when shit is happening, you're thinking something's wrong. And I love when Nero does like this thing where he's like, yeah, that person's, they're not that spiritual, but things work for them, but it doesn't work for me. I've been doing all these meditations, but it's not working. That person thinks they know more than me. I'm smarter than them. But it's still not working for me, but works for them. Why? It's because you perceiving there is it's a problem. Reality is going to do all kinds of shit. It's how you're going to navigate. It's about positioning yourself with the wisdom that you already possess within yourself to have a fighting chance to not be swayed back and forth from reality with the law of rhythm. You're meant to be like this. Because if you're going to get swung high, then you bet your ass that you're also going to be swung low. So like when you win the lottery, not if some of you play the lottery, when you win, it's okay to be excited, but don't allow that to be your source of happiment. Or happiment? I keep saying happiment. That's a word. Don't let that be a source of your happiment. That's right, we made up a word. Don't let it be your source of happiment. You are your source of happiment. That's just a third dimensional illusion that so happened to enter your physical world and you use it as a tool. Neutralizing. Because if you're like, yes, I won the lottery, I won it all, and then you're like, I'm going to spend all this thing, then somewhere subconsciously you are going to, you're going to self-sabotage and you're going to lose it all. Because you didn't build the proper foundation to hold it, and thus you're getting swung by the pendulum of the law of rhythm, the principle of rhythm. What has a right has a left. What has an up has a down. Let's see, Mr. Young Goat, what you got? What if I told you that it's not a sign, but you are the sign, and that there's a reason why I'm saying what I'm saying? There's no signs, you are the sign. That dream is definitely meant for you to know. And by knowing, you're remembering. I told you, when you come here, you're not operating from some third dimensional human. Don't peg me, I know you're not doing that, but don't peg me as some third dimensional human that doesn't know what I'm talking about. I'm a multi-dimensional being who has been thrusted into a third-dimensional body to deliver a message of remembrance. And so the sign, there are no signs. You are the sign. You don't have to seek any more signs. Whatever it is that you're seeing and experiencing, it was meant for you to know. I can tell you that. So like whenever you think of something and then something shows up, don't even get excited anymore. Like if you see random numbers, okay. Because again, you're still adhering to something external, but you are the sign. Nothing's external. All things are internal. It comes from you and you alone. It's just hard because we've been programmed to think that it all is external, but it's not. It's internal. It always has been. We've just been lied to from humanity, from society, I should say. So that argument with your dad was played out. Look, I get the same things too. In fact, my mind, not my mind, the mind that's with this body, this vessel, that I have to adhere with, that I have to use as a tool, has its own little programming with my parents. My dad with his BS and my mom with sometimes her BS. And when I'm in my dreams, it has to play out, to purge. So sometimes it may not play out in the physical, but when you're having the dreams in your mental, when your subconscious mind and your unconscious mind are kind of like, the logical mind is not at work, it's meant for it to happen so that you can purge it out of your system. So use the dreams when you see them as purging and that you're freeing yourself. That's a way of, you can literally create whatever law you desire. You can say all your dreams that you have going forward are simple purging. So I don't have to handle it in the physical world because I have other things to deal with the physical world. But your physical world is a reflection of your inner world. So like I've had dreams recently, right? There's a lot of family, and it was my Aunt Verna and my actual sister Jessica, like my blood sister, and we had to go somewhere, and I was at my aunt's house. I wasn't here, and my aunt said, like, you're like a know-it-all, and they started laughing at me and my, but not in a way of like negative laughing. They were just like chuckling, like, you really do know, you think you know, like you're hot shit, basically. I'm like, I do know I'm hot shit. You know why I know I'm hot shit? Because I have all my memories. And everybody else currently, well, when I say all, I have majority of my memories now. I just haven't been able to fully process all of them yet, but I can tell you a lot now that I couldn't tell you back in May. But anytime I have dreams now, and I can actually relive what I had in my dreams back then, like a year ago, even though a year ago is still happening simultaneously now, but we're using human time. A year ago, third dimensional matrix time, I couldn't remember anything. Like I would have dreams, I'm like, I don't remember anything when I would wake up. So you can use your dreams of either something that you have to resolve in your physical world or in your inner world. You can resolve all of your stuff in your inner world without having to do it in your physical. The only reason why it may not be easy is because you have energetic glue, aka highly intensive emotions towards maybe your dad, maybe your parents, maybe to some other people, and it's hard to it's like super glue, right? How do you dissolve super glue? The way to dissolve super glue is to use hot water, extreme hot water, to dissolve super glue. And that process of hot water is actually what you call what most people would call sitting and being or meditating and dissolving the glue, feeling the feelings until it no longer has emotional charge and that you can just look at the situation and just laugh at it now. So like, for example, when people look at their bank accounts, like I had to do this, $28,000 in expenditures, aka experiences, not debt. I looked at it and I started laughing. You know why? It's simple. It's an illusion. It's not real. You have an infinite supply within yourself, as within, as without. If you keep telling yourself you have lack and you have a fear of looking at your bank account, and like every time you go and spend some money, like she was saying, and you're like, I don't think I can, it's expensive and it's too much, or and you have these creeping doubts, that means there's still energetic glue, super glue, crazy glue, that's like binding you to that experience. But when you don't have glue, that's basically attributing meaning. When you don't have meaning to like your bank account, it's like, oh, it's just a bank account. It just holds, you know, binary numbers, digital currency. It's not even real, right? Until you hold it in physical form, but even that's not real because physical is not real. It's actually inwards, that's real. Reality is not real. Reality is actually within. It should be called inality. Reality is outside, inality is actually inside. That's probably a new word. Inality. I live in inality. Look at that. A new word has been formed. That was not even thinking. That was from the universe. You're in inality. Inality. There's reality and inality, which is inner world. So when you're living in inality, if you still feel like you're afraid of like looking at your bank account or approaching that woman or that guy, that business partner, talking to that person, then you've created this, there's still some super glue that has to be dissolved. That's how simple it is, dissolving the super glue. The super glue is basically the emotion, and the process of dissolving is you getting to a state of neutrality. God, I'm good. I'm fucking amazing. Wow. I can explain everything with an analogy and make things so fucking simple. And I know your soul gets it, but your mind's probably taking some time to wrap itself around. Every word I just said has a meaning that you've attributed based on your experience. And every word has an association, a nuance, a context, a definition, an experience, an association, a feeling, a paradox based on your experience. And it's real. And it's real and true to you. It's valid. But the thing is, it just is. Because everyone has their own version. There are 8 billion different worlds living on one planet, as Nero would like to say it. 8 billion different frequencies living on one planet. We are each other's frequencies. We have everything that everyone else has. The billionaire that has the planes and the cars, you have it. The poor person who sleeps under a bridge, you have that too. The person who's the drug addict, who's sniffing coke and doing needles, you have that. The person who is a world-class speaker, you have that too. You have it all. Everybody has everything within them. It's just a matter of what you choose to entertain. I'm just seeing what else has to be said. I wanted to keep the door open a little because I want some fresh air in here. I must have fresh air. It's necessary. It's cold though. It's making the room colder though, but it's okay. I can manage it. That's the reason why I have my layers on. I'm just seeing what else. So I came here to just mirror back the shortcuts. I had to go through an entire year. We're not even at a full year yet. In 2 days is a full year, just so you know. I had to go through an entire year to get to this level. But the funny thing is, it was always within me. I didn't cultivate something outside of me inwards. I cultivated inwards and brought it out. And that happened live on the live stream. All of you saw my transformation every day, whoever came on. It wasn't like you saw me 1 day a week and then I read like 10 million books and like I did things outside of the live stream. Like once I'm done the live stream, what do you think I'm doing? I'm in my bed, people. I'm not doing anything else. I'll probably watch a movie or watch an anime. I'm not really watching that much content. I'm watching like Friends, or I'm watching a movie or an anime, or I'm listening to music, or I'm just laying in my bed just chilling. I'm not doing anything else. I'm not like, yeah, maybe once in a while I'm still playing a video game off the live stream, but that's all I'm doing. I'm not going to like some personal development conference at like 11 p.m. at night and like secretly getting all this information and like, you know, something get outside of me. I'm not even doing any of that stuff. Y'all went to San Diego with me in April. I made sure that I live streamed the entire time from morning until I was going to bed. I showered. Like you saw me do my play out in the Airbnb quietly because, you know, I didn't want to disturb anybody. And then I put on the TV in the room. You all watched like some videos while I was showering. I came back, and guess what? We were in the BMW, and we drove. And we went to all kinds of places. We went everywhere. Hell, we went to fucking Laguna Beach. I didn't go to LA that time, but we went to Laguna Beach. We went to Santa Monica. Did we go to Santa Monica? No, we didn't go to Santa Monica. That was during the other time, the fires. Wait. No. Did we? Wait. Now I'm confusing myself. When did the fires happen? January? January, yeah. Fires. Yeah. That it wasn't in April. No, never mind. I didn't go to Santa Monica in April. I went to Laguna Beach. I drove on a Saturday to Laguna Beach early in the morning. We left super early. Like I got up at like 3:34 or something like that. Did my play out and then took a shower. I'm like, y'all, let's get rolling. I think I did my jump rope one that morning. Yeah, it was the jump rope exercise. I had to do very quietly. I had to use like the mat, and I was like using the red jump rope to be like keep it quiet, you know. Because thankfully he had like these little carpets that I can like use. And yeah, like I was making sure that like I was super quiet, but then we went to Laguna Beach. So I made sure that you all got a full like 12 hours of live streaming. The only 2 days of that trip that didn't get the full 12 hours was when I was leaving for San Diego and when I was coming back here to Toronto. You got to see me at the airport. You got to see me in the airplane flying, because you all got to see a little bit of me live streaming in the airplane. That was pretty badass. Like live streaming in the air, that was pretty dope. When I landed in San Diego, I got out, I turned on the phone, like, hey y'all, I made it, I'm fucking here, I made it to San Diego. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna take off the live stream when I get to the car rental place because I have to use the phone. And then I went into the car rental place, got the car. I'm like, hey, y'all, we got the car. Within like 20 minutes, we got the car and we're like good to go. Like, fuck yeah, here we go. And we live streamed. Now, of course, when I first went to San Diego in December, starting the live stream, I didn't live stream for 12 hours. I only live streamed for like 3 hours. I had the rest of the day to myself and I just did whatever because I was sleeping in the car and all that. Because I didn't have enough data to live stream for that amount of time. 12 hours a day for 30 days, that's a lot of data. I don't have unlimited data, unfortunately, not in Toronto. So I had to be mindful of had to be resourceful with my time of the live stream. Time for me to eat my muffin. I know I didn't really read too much what you said. So that last statement that you said, I see. What is that referring to? I said a whole bunch of things. So you tell me, what does I see mean? I went on a long tangent there. What's the last thing I'm putting in my system for the day? There's nothing else except for water. In any event, if you're here, if you're still here, basically, everything I just said this is how reality works. You have all the answers. It's just that simple. I literally can change someone's life in an instant now. But it won't feel an instant to them because they're going to have to go through their journey, their phases. And they're going to have to process things. Humans, unfortunately, have to process things. But when you start tapping into the God version of yourself, the processing is over. It just becomes a knowing. And you let go of this. You let go of like the processing of like, but how? You let go of the how. And you start entering the knowing. The knowing and the remembering. Life is really just that simple. It doesn't feel simple though, because we made it very complicated. What we got going on here? What does Pete have? All right, so look, I'm gonna read something that Pete just shared. The need for control only constricts the infinite flow of source energy that you truly are. Surrender means allowing the current of divine energy, intelligence to carry you to exactly where you require it to go. He says need, but his words are still low level. Exactly where you require to go. Exactly when you require to be there. It's the exact opposite of struggle, which is fighting against the current of your life. And of course, Nero wrote some stuff earlier too. There. Oh shit. That's right. 3 years ago right now, what is it? Today's the 23rd. Oh shit. 3 years ago today, I'm waking up in New York City, staying with Jessa. My story just popped up. Holy shit. The doggies are sleeping with me. This was the view, y'all. Look at the view I got in New York City in the morning as soon as I woke up. That was my view in New York City. This is when it all started. This is when the adventure truly began. And there's the doggy Bubba. That's Saturn. Wow. That's wild. And of course, there's a nice photo of Majin Vegeta. Look at that photo. Yeah, that person drew that photo nice. That's a nice photo. Of course, I stole it. Damn, son. Let me take my fancy dancy pen. Shit, that's crazy. 3 years ago. That's wild. Wow. That's wild. I'm writing, great reminder of how far I truly came to. We just posted that because, you know, it's nice to see that. Yeah, Burrs. I saved it as a screenshot too. So that way I have. So it's technically yesterday, 3 years ago, I moved to New York City. I totally forgot about that. Wow. Damn. That kind of slipped my memory. Shit. I left Toronto, Canada, and never thought I was going to come back. And that was the moment I started changing my life. Now, I was in New York for about 77 days. But it felt longer than 77 days. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'll put on some piano music. That's interesting. The icon for that kind of changed. What the hell? Actually, you all can hear this. This might bother some of you, though. This is the golden ratio healing sounds. So, this should... Enjoy. I'll be back. I would recommend to close your eyes and just chill for a moment. Damn, that's pretty loud. Actually, you know what? I'll not put that on because that's actually bothering me. Hold on. Alright. Here's more calming music. Alright, I'm back. Well, I'm not back, but I'm gonna go use the bathroom. All right. I think I scared away whoever was here with that loud ass noise. Apologies for that. I just didn't think it was gonna be that loud. My bad, but all good. It's so windy. All right, it's 6:06. Room's got some fresh air. Okay. Again, apologies for that loud noise. I wish I knew it was that loud. I mean, I knew it was loud, but I didn't know it was going to be that loud. And even I was getting affected by it from you know, upstairs. I'm like, oh shit, that's fucking loud. If they're like thinking this is, if I'm thinking it's loud, then damn, it must be loud for them too. So my bad. My apologies on that, but it's all good. Okay, I can drop some of these layers now, because gotta drop some of these layers. It's too much layers now. What's time on the live stream? We got 6:53. Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. I have to leave my socks on for the time being. Oh. Actually, I'll switch socks. These are my outdoor ones. I'll get my feet nice and toasty, and with my indoor ones. Alexa, what's the temperature at 7 a.m. tomorrow?
Tomorrow at 7 a.m., it'll be 0 degrees Celsius.
It's not cold. Alexa, what's the weather tomorrow?
Tomorrow in Toronto, you'll see partly sunny weather and can expect a high of 7 degrees Celsius and a low of 4 degrees.
Cool. Okie dokie. All right. I was just seeing if my live stream was stuck there for a moment. Okay, y'all. Okay. Let's see. Oops. And the question is, will Mr. show up when I'm about to play? I'm about to play some Dead by Daylight. 2v8's gonna run out soon. We got less than 2 days, because Tuesday I won't be playing until the afternoon. Damn, this scuff controller took a hell beating. Universe, no. Cool beans. Okay, Google, turn off light. Oh yeah. Oh, T-Bray.
Which light would you like to turn off?
I mean, I already turned it off. Oh, T-Bray. Yo, Holmes. Where you at, boy?
Finn's incredibly comfortable.
And now mocking Penta. Look at this.
As big of a fan of Finn Balor as I am, there is nobody who can successfully pull off the Penta strut quite like Penta.
Money will come and go. We know that. The most important thing in life will always be the people in this room.
Yep.
Right here. Right now. Salute me, familia. Salute. Money will come and go. We know that. The most important thing in life will always be the people in this room. Right here. Right now. Salute me, familia. Salute. Money will come and go. We know that. The most important thing in life will always be the people in this room. Right here. Right now. Salute me, familia. Salute. Money will come and go. We know that. The most important thing in life will always be the people in this room. Right here. Right now. Salute me, familia. Salute. Money will come and go. We know that. The most important thing in life will always be the people in this room. Right here. Right now. Salute me, familia. Salute.
Salute.
Money will come and go.
Money will come and go. Salute, my familia. Salute. It's been a long day.
We know that.
Dr. Brown? I left this note back from the future and now it's a race.
Of course it's a race.
But what does that mean?
It means your future hasn't been written yet. No one's has. Your future is whatever you make it. So make it a good one.
Dr. Brown?
I love it.
I left this note back from the future and now it's a race.
If you only see the worst in things, you'll miss the best part. Here, look. At first, a tasty marshmallow. Then, oh no, it's on fire and ruined. But blow out the fire and crack open the burnt stuff. You'll find something sweet and gooey inside. You just have to look for it. If you only see the worst
I love it.
things, you'll miss the best part.
And over here wondering, is it me or is it you? One of us is half crazy, and I know I seen what I saw. How y'all mad at me for telling my truth? My mama said the truth will set you free. Some of y'all need to learn how to live in y'all truth. That way you can deal with the stuff that's bothering you. Stop holding all that stuff in. Now you walking around here in the world angry, giving out bad energy because you don't know how to express yourself. The older I get, the more I realize everybody ain't got common sense. And I wonder why y'all kids be screaming and throwing chairs at teachers and stuff. Y'all not teaching them how to express themselves. My mom be telling us, I don't care who do you wrong, you better be speaking up on it. Because if you don't, they just gonna keep doing it. And it's gonna keep making you sad and wondering what's wrong with you to make people be so ugly to you. Whole time it's not even your fault. It's them people's fault. And when you can see it for yourself, you can learn how to accept
Bar. Bar.
People there. You don't know how to cut the wrong people out. If anybody around you is keeping you from your happy place, cut them people out. You ain't got to accept none of that stuff. Even Matthew 76 say, if the people don't receive you, shake the dust off your feet and keep it moving.
Hell yeah.
Keep on rolling.
Keep on rolling.
Cause y'all acting like y'all ain't catching the work. You gotta learn how to keep on rolling in life.
Hell yeah.
Don't stop because people not doing what you want them to do. Just because they won't do it, don't mean somebody else won't. Stop trying to hold on to people that ain't good for you. Learn to let it go.
Bar, girl, bar.
Because you already know you deserve better.
Hell yeah.
Settle it. You can't get what you want out of life like that. Say it with me, y'all. Keep on rolling.
Keep on rolling, girl.
Off your feet and keep on moving over here.
Not all sounds are healing. One of the biggest mistakes that I see sound practitioners make is choosing random Tibetan bowls without knowing the note, the tuning, or the intervals between them. So each bowl carries a unique frequency with various overtones. And how these frequencies and overtones interact with one another determines whether the sound harmonizes the nervous system or disrupts it.
That's a nice smile.
A. Avoid negative sources, people, places, things, and bad habits. B. Believe in yourself. C. Consider things from every angle. D. Don't give up and don't give in. Don't let a damn thing get you down. E. Enjoy life today. Yesterday is gone and tomorrow never comes. F. Family and friends are hidden treasures. Talk to them and enjoy their riches. G. Give more than you plan to give each day. H. Hang on to your dreams.
I.
Ignore the bullshit.
J.
Just do it.
K.
Keep on trying no matter how hard it may seem. It will get easier.
L.
Love yourself first.
L.
Love God always.
M.
Make it happen. N. Never let them see you sweat.
O.
Open your eyes to see everything around you. P. Practice make perfect. Q. Quitters never win and winners never quit. R. Read, learn, study about everything important in your life. S. Stop procrastinating. T. Take control of your own destiny. U. Understand yourself first so that you can better understand others. V. Visualize it. W. Wanting more than anything. X. You already want. Y. You are unique to all God's creation. You walk in place. Z. Zero in on your target and go for it. A.
Yeah.
Avoid negative sources, people, places, things, and bad habits. B. Believe in yourself. C. Consider things from every angle. D. Don't give up and don't give in. Don't let a damn thing get you down. E. Enjoy life today. Yesterday is gone and tomorrow never comes. F. Family and friends are hidden treasures. Talk to them and enjoy their riches. G. Give more than you plan to give each day. H. Hang on to your dreams. I. Ignore the bullshit. J. Just do it.
Just
K.
do it.
K. Keep on trying no matter how hard it may seem. It will get easier. L. Love yourself first and most love God always. M. Make it happen. N. Never let them see you sweat. O. Open your eyes to see everything around you. P. Practice make perfect.
He used all the letters to give you a inspirational quote.
S. Stop procrastinating. T. T, take control of your own destiny. U, understand yourself first so that you can better understand others. V, visualize it. W, wanting more than anything. X, you already mastered this. Y, you are unique to all God's creation. You are great. Z, zero in on the target and go for it. A, avoid negative sources, places, things, and bad habits. B, believe in yourself. C, consider things from every angle. D, don't give up and don't give in. Don't let a damn thing get through. E, enjoy life today. Yesterday is gone and tomorrow never comes. L, family and friends are hidden treasures. Talk to them and enjoy the riches. G, give more than you plan to give each day. H, hang up to your dreams. I, ignore the bullshit. J, just do it. K, keep on trying no matter how hard it seems. L, love yourself first and most love God always. M, make it happen. N, never let them see you sweat. O, open your eyes to see everything around you. P, practice make perfect. Q, quitters never win and winners never quit. R, read, learn, study about everything important in your life. S, stop procrastinating. T, take control of your own destiny. U, understand yourself first so that you can better understand others. V, visualize it. W, wanting more than anything. X, you already know this. Y, you are unique to all God's creation. You are going to place. Z, zero in on the target and go for it. A, avoid negative sources, places, things, and bad habits. B, believe in yourself.
Holy
C,
shit.
consider things from every angle. D, don't give up and don't give in. Don't let a damn thing get you down. E, enjoy life today. Yesterday is gone and tomorrow never comes. F, family and friends are hidden treasures. Talk to them and enjoy the riches. G, give more than you plan to give each day. H, hang on to your dreams. I, ignore the bullshit. J, just do it. K, keep on trying.
Oh my God. Whoa. He was behind me the entire time.
What if you could get rid of long tent setups forever? Stop wasting hours on old-fashioned tent setups. You know those pest...
A friend is one who will not even consider giving his life for you. That's a friend. Everybody you name are with me for money and for what they can get. I don't have no friends. I wrote a poem that says, friendship is a priceless gift that cannot be bought nor sold, but its value is far greater than a mountain made of gold. For gold is cold and lifeless. It can neither see nor hear, and in time of trouble it is powerless to cheer. Gold, it has no ears to listen, no heart to understand. It cannot not bring you comfort or reach out a helping hand. So when you ask God,
Man, everybody's fucking injured.
sins, not diamonds, pearls, or riches, but the love of real, true friends. Your friends are very rare. A friend is one who will not even consider giving his life for you.
Oh my God.
Everybody you name are with me for money and for what they can get. I don't have no friends. I wrote a poem that says, friendship is a priceless gift that cannot be bought nor sold, but its value is far greater than a mountain made of gold. For gold is cold and lifeless. It can neither see nor hear, and in time of trouble it is powerless to cheer. Gold, it has no ears to listen, no heart to understand. It cannot not bring you comfort or reach out a helping hand. So when you ask God for a gift, be thankful if he sins, not diamonds, pearls, or riches, but the love of real, true friends. Your friends are very rare. A friend is one who will not even consider giving his life for you. That's a friend. Everybody you name are with me for money and for what they can get. I don't have no friends. I wrote a poem that says, friendship is a priceless gift that cannot be bought nor sold, but its value is far greater than a mountain made of gold. For gold is cold and lifeless. It can neither see nor hear, and in time of trouble it is powerless to cheer. Gold, it has no ears to listen, no heart to understand. It cannot not bring you comfort or reach out a helping hand. So when you ask God for a gift, be thankful if he sins, not diamonds, pearls, or riches, but the love of real, true friends. Your friends are very rare. A friend is one who will not even consider giving his life for you. That's a friend.
Oh my God, we're just playing catch up right now.
With me for money and for what they can get. I don't have no friends. I wrote a poem that says, friendship is a priceless gift that cannot be bought nor sold, but its value is far greater than a mountain made of gold. For gold is cold and lifeless. It can neither see nor hear, and in time of trouble it is powerless to cheer. Gold, it has no ears to listen, no heart to understand. It cannot not bring you comfort or reach out a helping hand. So when you ask God for a gift, be thankful if he sins, not diamonds, pearls, or riches.
Shizers.
Real true friends. Your friends are very rare. A friend is one who will not even consider giving his life for you. That's a friend.
Oh my God.
Everybody you name are with me for money and for what they can get. I don't have no friends.
No way.
Friendship is a priceless gift that cannot be bought nor sold, but its value
Get the hell out of here.
Oh
my God, they're coming after me! Wow, they're both coming after me.
No heart to understand. They cannot not bring me comfort.
Jeez, both of them?
So when you ask God for gift, be thankful if he sins, not diamonds, pearls, or riches.
All right, Muhammad Ali. All right, cool.
Hey, before you scroll, just take 2 seconds and send this to a friend that you appreciate. Hey, I just want to take a moment just to tell you how much I appreciate you. Not just for what you do, but for who you are. You've shown up in ways that you didn't have to. Been solid, been real,
Been
and
real.
stayed true even when life got heavy. That kind of energy doesn't go unnoticed. You brought light, laughter, and peace into moments when I really needed it. And sometimes I don't say it enough, but I notice everything. The small check-ins, the words of encouragement, the loyalty that doesn't need to be spoken. That's super rare. In a world full of people who come and go.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Genuine.
No way.
And that means more than you will ever know. So I just wanted to remind you, I see you, I value you, and I'm grateful for you. Real ones like you don't come around often. Hey, before you scroll, just take 2 seconds and send this to a friend that you appreciate. Hey, I just want to take a moment just to tell
my
you how
God.
much I appreciate you. Not just for what you
No
do,
way.
but for who you are. You've shown up in ways that you didn't have to. Been solid, been real, and stayed true even when life got heavy. That kind of energy doesn't go unnoticed. You brought light, laughter, and peace into moments when I
Jeez.
really needed it. And sometimes I don't say it
Wah.
enough, but I notice everything. The small check-ins, the words of encouragement, the loyalty that doesn't need to be spoken. That's super rare. In a world full of people who come and go, you've been consistent. You've been genuine. And that means more than you will ever know. So I just wanted to remind you, I see you. I value you. And I'm grateful for you. Real ones like you don't come around often. Hey, before you scroll, just take 2 seconds and send this to a friend that you appreciate. Hey, I just want to take a moment just to tell you how much I appreciate you. Not just for what...
You can't break a person who's not afraid to eat alone. Who's not afraid to be rejected.
Yep.
Who's not afraid to lose friends in the process.
Can't break me.
That person, they've already faced the silence. They've already sat with loneliness.
Oh yeah.
They've already learned how to clap for themselves. You can't bring down someone who stopped waiting for validation, who turned their pain into power, who turned their wounds into wisdom. That kind of
Their wounds into wisdom. I love it.
by something stronger than applause. They're fueled by something so
Holy
powerful called
shit.
self-respect. And once you learn to stand on your own, they can try to push you, but you won't fall. If you're not following the vows, you will probably never hear my voice again. But if you are, congratulations. You're growing every day.
There's
You can't
3 of us.
who's not afraid to eat alone. Who's not afraid to be rejected. Who's not afraid to lose friends in the process. Because that person, they've already faced the silence. They've already sat with loneliness. They've already learned how to clap for themselves. You can't bring down someone who stopped waiting for validation, who turned their pain into power, who turned their wounds into wisdom. That kind of person, they're held up by something stronger than applause. They're fueled by something so powerful called self-respect. And once you learn to stand on your own, they can try to push you, but you won't
I
fall.
see what they're doing.
If you're not following the vows,
They're waiting to find the rest of us.
probably never hear my voice again. But if you are,
Yep, he got up.
congratulations. You're growing every day. You can't break a person who's not afraid to eat alone. Who's not afraid to be rejected.
Jeez, they're
who's
just
not
leaving.
afraid to lose friends in the process. Because that person, they've already faced the silence. They've already sat with loneliness. They've already learned how to clap for themselves. You can't bring down someone who stopped waiting for validation, who turn their pain into power, who turn their
Got
wounds
out.
into wisdom. That kind of person. They're held up by something stronger than applause. They're fueled by something so powerful called self-respect. And once you learn to stand on your own, they can try to push you, but you won't fall. If you're not following the vows, you will probably never hear my voice again. But if you are, congratulations.
They locked the. They locked the hatch on her. Oh, they locked the hatch on her.
Who's not afraid to be rejected, who's not afraid to lose friends in the process.
I think business is a beautiful.
I don't even know.
I think business is a beautiful thing, and also we're seeing the limits of the old way. This power over mindset. This.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Keep moving forward.
I mean, this stuff is way too advanced for me.
Keep moving forward.
And what if I can't fix this? What are we gonna do?
Keep moving forward.
Why do you keep saying that? And don't just say keep moving forward.
Keep moving forward.
That's my dad's motto.
Why would his motto be keep moving forward?
It's what he does.
What's that supposed to mean? But I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You failed! This is exceptional.
Outstanding.
I feel better. From failing, you learn. From success, not so much.
If I gave up every time I failed, I never would have made the meatball cannon.
I never would have made my fireproof pan.
I propose a toast to Lewis and his brilliant failure. May it lead to success in the future.
Look, I'm sorry your life turned out so bad. But don't blame me. You messed it up yourself. You just focused on the bad stuff when all you had to do was let go of the past and keep moving forward.
Keep moving forward.
What if the real tragedy isn't a failure, but never having the courage to fail at all? Most people are unstuck because of what went wrong. They are stuck because they never gave themselves permission to begin again. Keep moving forward isn't just a motto. It's rebellion against the gravity of your past. This wasn't just animation. This was therapy for our younger selves. If you're not falling, say goodbye for now. If you do, you know, you are already ahead of the game.
I don't even know if I have the words for this, man. I'm listening and I'm learning and realize that God teaches me through his women. Like, even being a good man and ready to receive love. Sometimes you're going to get met with a woman who's been hurt before, broken before, betrayed before. And you're not going to meet her heart right away. You're going to meet her protection first. Doesn't mean that she's not ready. But I had to slow down and realize that her being distant wasn't about me. It was about her defending what was left of her peace. Her being cold wasn't about me. It was just about her being careful. She said, Alex, man, my softness for me once meant survival. And every time that she trusted somebody, her innocence paid the price. And so I realized that it's okay to move slow and remain intentional and gentle with her. And not make it always about me. I don't have to try to fix her. I gotta just see her. I gotta listen without needing to prove anything. I gotta be consistent and let my actions speak louder than my promises. I realized that she wasn't testing me to play games. She was just testing to see if it felt safe. You know what I'm saying? She's been touched before, but not held. She's been heard before, but not understood. So what I'm saying is, at that moment that she realized that my peace was that I wasn't pretending, her guard started to fall, started to crumble. And then I met the real her, the nurturer, the visionary, the peace giver, the woman whose softness didn't weaken me. It crowned me. You know? Damn. But when a healthy man holds space for a woman who's learning how to trust again, her softness return, not as fragility, but as her divine power, birthright. And that's the kind of love that doesn't just heal hearts, man. It actually rewires her nervous system, but it also rewrites her history. I just wanted to share that with somebody who needed it. Because I'm learning too. It ain't always about me. I don't even know if I have to.
That was beautiful.
Love. Oh God. I don't even.
Wait a second. You volunteered to go to Earth?
I did. I had to. I had family trapped on Earth.
But how could you get trapped on Earth? You had to be there to understand. On Earth, you wouldn't remember anything.
Ooh,
What do
this
you
is a
mean
bar.
You wouldn't remember anything. I mean, you would have no memory of anything. You wouldn't even remember existing before Earth. What? How is that possible? It was designed that way. It was brilliant. To dive as deeply as possible into such ignorance, such darkness, and still find your way back to remembering who you were, that took true mastery. Wow. I still can't believe you went to Earth. Tell me more. Well, Earth had its own set of laws that everyone agreed to experience, like gravity. What goes up must come down, like linear time. Day is followed by night. Time? What's time? You know how when we think of something, it manifests instantly? Well, on Earth, there was a delay. The delay is
This
what
is
made
beautiful.
Earth so difficult.
I love this.
Interesting. Time. So tell me more. Before going to Earth, you would choose your family, whether you wanted to be male or female, what race you wanted to be, the
Yep.
location on the planet, things like that. Oh, so you could choose your own character. Exactly.
Yep, you get to
would
choose
enter
your
the
own
Earth
character.
as a baby and be completely dependent on others to teach you the rules. But since nobody could remember the rules, they made up their own rules, based
Yep.
on fear and giving your power away to others. Wait a second. You volunteered to go to Earth? I did.
I fucking love
I had family
this.
trapped on Earth. But how could you get trapped on
I
Earth?
fucking love
You
this
had to be
one.
there to understand. On Earth, you wouldn't remember anything. What do you mean you wouldn't remember anything? I mean, you
Someone's
would
like, how
have
the
no
fuck do I
memory
get
of
out of here?
anything.
You
wouldn't
chose this
even
path,
remember
boy.
existing before Earth. What? How is that possible? It was designed that way. It was brilliant. To dive as deeply as possible into such ignorance, such darkness, and still find your way back to remembering who you were, that took true mastery. Wow. I still can't believe you went to Earth. Tell me more. Well, Earth had its own set of laws that everyone agreed to experience, like gravity. What goes up must come down, like linear time. Day is followed by night. Time? What's time? You know how when we think of something, it manifests instantly? Well, on Earth, there was a delay. The delay is what made Earth so difficult. Interesting. Time. So tell me more. Before going to Earth, you would choose your family, whether you wanted to be male or female, what race
Somebody's like, how the fuck do I get out of here?
things like
You
that.
chose this, boy.
So you could choose your own character.
You
Exactly.
chose your
You
character.
would enter the Earth as a baby and be completely dependent on others to teach you the rules.
Oh,
But since nobody
shizers.
could remember the rules, they made up their own rules, based on fear and giving your power away to others. Wait a second. You volunteered to go to Earth? I did. I had to. I had family trapped on Earth. But how could you get trapped on Earth? You had to be there to understand. On Earth, you wouldn't remember anything. What do you mean you wouldn't remember anything? I mean, you would have no memory of anything. You wouldn't even remember existing before Earth. What? How is that possible? It was designed that way. It was brilliant. To dive as deeply as possible into such
There you go.
ignorance, such darkness, and still find your way back to remembering who you were, that took true mastery. Wow.
Aw, damn it.
Tell me more. Well, Earth had its own set of laws that everyone agreed
I
to
love this. I
experience,
fucking love this.
like gravity. What goes up must come down, like linear time. Day is followed by night. Time? What's time? You know how when we think of something, it manifests instantly? Well, on Earth, there was a delay. The delay is what made Earth so difficult.
How the fuck do I get out of here?
Time. So tell me more. Before going to Earth, you would choose your family, whether you wanted to be male or female.
Hello, Michaela.
what
You
race
looking
wanted to
you
be,
looking
the
tasty.
location on the planet, things like that. Oh, so you could choose your own character.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Enter
whoa,
the
whoa.
Earth as a baby and be completely dependent on others to teach you the
Yo.
rules. But since nobody could remember the rules, they made up their own rules, based on fear and giving your power away to others. Wait a second. You volunteered to go to Earth? I did. I had to. I had family trapped on Earth. But how could you get trapped on Earth? You had to
I
be
really
there to
love this.
understand. On Earth, you wouldn't remember anything.
Yep.
What do you mean you wouldn't remember anything? I mean, you would have no memory of anything.
You wouldn't even remember existing before Earth. What? How is that possible? It was designed that way. It was brilliant. To dive as deeply as possible into such ignorance, such darkness, and still find your way back to remembering who you were, that took true mastery. Wow. I still can't believe you went to Earth. Tell me more. Well, Earth had its own set of laws that everyone agreed to experience, like gravity. What goes up must come down, like linear time. Day is followed by night. Time? What's time? You know how when we think of something, it manifests instantly? Well, on Earth, there was a delay. The delay is what made Earth so difficult. Interesting. Time. So tell me more. Before going to Earth, you would choose your family, whether you wanted to be male or female, what race you wanted to be, the location on the planet, things like that. Oh, so you could choose your own character. Exactly. You would enter the Earth as a baby and be completely dependent on others to teach you the rules. But since nobody could remember the rules, they made up their own rules.
I want to read some of these
Fear
comments.
and giving your power away to others. Wait a second. You volunteered to go to Earth? I did. I had to. I had family trapped on Earth. But how could you get trapped on Earth? You had to be there to understand. On Earth, you wouldn't remember anything. What do you mean you wouldn't remember anything? I mean, you would have
This is
no memory of anything.
crazy.
A man who can't control his S3X energy is operating at the consciousness of a dog or a cat. Most men are so controlled by their base
What is this?
desires that they don't realize it's the reason that they're struggling to create great health, wealth.
Nope, that's not true at all. Congratulations, the universe has chosen you to be wealthy so that you can help others. With that said, so that you can help others with your wealth, send this lucky blue deer to yourself immediately. Sure, I've sent it to myself because I already know. I don't even have to question that shit.
I really hope you know how incredible you are. Because you've been through some really hard things in your life that you didn't ask to go through and that no one deserves to go through.
Technically you did because you asked for it before you came here.
Down, faced with obstacle after obstacle, and you didn't stop going. You kept handling shit. You kept putting a smile on your face even on days that you didn't want to. You kept breathing on days that it probably felt easier to just stop. And you made it through to the other side. And even if you haven't made it through to the other side yet, and you're still in the middle of it, you haven't stopped going. You're still here.
I love my Instagram, my Instagram journey because, or my Instagram scrolling feed.
Look back on that hard season of your life and realize that you made it through. And that is something to be so proud of. You have an amazing life ahead of you. Don't give up. Don't stop going. And if you're having a hard time feeling proud of yourself for where you're at right now in this moment, I'm proud of you. And I hope you have an amazing day. Because you've been through
With that, stop being their light, become your own.
Carl Jung noted a profound change. They don't become selfish, but rather dangerous. This danger isn't to others, but to the systems that exploit their generosity.
Yep.
Jung termed this process individuation, the most threatening thing an empath can achieve in a world that thrives on their self-sacrifice. Imagine the pivotal...
Oops.
Perhaps drained from another day of managing everyone's emotions. You've agreed when you wanted to refuse, smiled through your discomfort for others' sake, and absorbed their stress until you're overwhelmed. But this time, something shifts. You pause and ask a life-altering question. What if I stopped? Jung considered this the dawn of consciousness. For an empath courageous enough to truly answer, there's no return to unawareness. Jung also revealed a seldom discussed truth. The empath's intense sensitivity isn't inherently a gift. It's often a survival sensitivity, a trauma response masked as compassion. He saw this pattern repeatedly, writing, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Yet, empaths struggle with this, never having known themselves apart from others' emotions. The initial awakening isn't gradual self-awareness. It's what Jung called the collision with the unconscious. A sudden, startling realization that their entire identity is founded on a lie, the belief they are responsible for everyone else's feelings. Jung's work on individuation documented this, noting highly sensitive people often develop inflated compassion, becoming addicted to being needed as their sole source of self-worth. When this illusion shatters, the true self begins to emerge. Here, Jung's work is groundbreaking for empaths. He found everyone possesses a shadow, the rejected or hidden aspects of ourselves. For empaths, this shadow uniquely contains rage, pure, unadulterated fury at being exploited, manipulated, and taken for granted. Jung wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." For empaths, this darkness isn't evil. It's suppressed anger, denied needs, and a silenced voice. Confronting this shadow changes everything. The empath who embraces their shadow doesn't become cruel. They become consciously selective. They suddenly perceive manipulation, identify emotional vampires, and differentiate genuine need from fabricated crises. This isn't cynicism, but clarity. Jung identified specific patterns in sensitive people undergoing individuation. When empaths stop their people-pleasing ways and confront reality, Carl Jung noted a profound change. They don't become selfish, but rather dangerous. This danger
It really is the oracle that I was always dreaming of, an oracle that
I came up in this situation.
Lost millions and a marriage, but didn't lose this one thing.
It was all said and done. The marriage was done. Everything was lost. Sheriff showed up at the door of my 7,000 square foot house and told me, "You got 1 week to move out." You talk about a storm, and millions was gone. And so was all the friends and everything. Majority. I was low. I went so low and ashamed of myself and not knowing how did I get here. Until when I brushed my hair, I wouldn't even look myself. I would come home and I would just go to my room. And I remember one day a voice hit my soul. And it was a cheerful voice. And the voice said, "So what next?"
What next?
What next? I knew it wasn't my soul because my soul was so low. It was always asking, okay, what next? What next? I call it the Job experience. So when I said what next, I'm talking about what's the next problem that's going to hit me? I mean, how much more are you going to shove me into the grave?
Yep.
But this voice was cheerful. He said, "So what next?" And that one question.
What
is why I'm
next?
sitting here. Because what he was asking is, I know you think you lost everything, but the truth of the matter is, you lost a lot of things, but you cannot afford to lose the one thing that I need from you and that you need from you, and that's the belief in yourself. You cannot ever give up on you. When everybody walks away, when nobody believes in you, when you've lost everything you thought made you you, you still have to have that faith like David said. David said, "I encouraged too." Not everybody else. David said in the Bible, he said, "I did what? I encouraged myself."
How did you survive?
Oh, God, thank you for asking.
Your valley.
It was nothing but the grace of God. I came up in this situation, was a multimillionaire, had multiple properties and everything else. When it was all said and done, the marriage was done, everything was lost. Sheriff showed up at the door of my 7,000 square foot house and told me, "You got 1 week to move out." You talk about a storm, and millions was gone. And so was all the friends and everything.
Live streams at 7.
I went so low and ashamed of myself and not knowing how did I get here. Until when I brushed my hair, I wouldn't even look myself. I would come home and I would just go to my room. And I remember one day a voice hit my soul. And it was a cheerful voice. And the voice said, so what next? What next? I knew it wasn't my soul because my soul was so low. It was always asking, okay, what next? What next? I call it the Job experience. So when I said what next, I'm talking about what's the next problem that's gonna hit me? I mean, how much more are you gonna shove me into the grave? But this voice was cheerful. He said, so what next? And that one question is why I'm sitting here. Because what he was asking is, I know you think you lost everything, but the truth of the matter is, you lost a lot of things, but you cannot afford to lose the one thing that I need from you and that you need from you, and that's the belief in yourself. You cannot ever give up on you. When everybody walks away, when nobody believes in you, when you've lost everything you thought made you you, you still have to have that faith like David said. David said, I encourage too. Not everybody else. David said in the Bible, he said, I did what? I encouraged myself.
How did you survive
Oh, God, thank you for asking.
your valley?
It was nothing but the grace. I came up in this situation, was a multimillionaire, had multiple properties and everything else. When it was all said and done, the marriage was done, everything was lost. Sheriff showed up at the door of my 7,000 square foot house and told me, you got 1 week to move out. You talk about a storm, and millions was gone. And so was all the friends and everything. Majority. I was so low and ashamed of myself and not knowing how did I get here. Until when I brushed my hair, I wouldn't even look myself. I would come home and I would just go to my room. And I remember one day a voice hit my soul. And it was a cheerful voice. And the voice said, so what next? What next? I knew it wasn't my soul because my soul was so low. It was always asking, okay, what next? What next? I call it the Job experience. So when I said what next, I'm talking about what's the next problem that's gonna hit me? I mean, how much more are you gonna shove me into the grave? But this voice was cheerful. He said, so what next? And that one question is why I'm sitting here. Because what he was asking is, I know you think you lost everything, but the truth of the matter is, you lost a lot of things, but you cannot afford to lose the one thing that I need from you and that you need from you, and that's the belief in yourself. You cannot ever give up on you. When everybody walks away, when nobody believes in you, when you've lost everything you thought made you you, you still have to have that faith like David said. David said, I encourage too. Not everybody else. David said in the Bible, he said, I did what? I encouraged myself.
How did you survive
Oh, God, thank you for asking.
your valley?
It was nothing but the grace. I came up in this.
Imagine for a moment, at the beginning of your life, you were given a human and you were told, hey Drew, you have one job. For the rest of your life, you have to take care of this human. Most of us have not realized that that's our job. We finish our parenting where we were raised by somebody else. We go out into the world and we start looking for someone else to show up for us. But we are our human. The only person who's truly here to take care of Matthew is me.
Oh
He's
my
in
God.
my custody. And when you wake up in the morning and you say, what would I do today if I was taking care of my human?
Holy shit, all 4 of them got targeted? Damn, boy, what the fuck? Shit, did that gen get effed? Shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. She's gonna have to leave. Damn.
You are enough.
That sucks. Okay.
Why should you date me? Because I am the opposite of your mother. I'm fun. I'm crazy, I'm wild. We're gonna have fun together. Let's go party. Why should you date me? Because I am the opposite of your mother. I'm fun. I'm crazy, I'm wild. We're gonna have fun together. Let's go party. Why should you date me? Because I am the opposite of your mother. I'm fun. I'm crazy, I'm wild. We're gonna have fun together. Let's go party. Why should you date me? Because I am the opposite of your mother. I'm fun. I'm crazy, I'm wild. We're gonna have fun together. Let's go party.
Let's go party. It's 7:10, y'all. Okay. Okay, Google. Turn on light. All right, y'all. We've got a couple more minutes. Yeah. Got a couple more minutes. All right, universe. What's next? What's possible? What do you have in store for me? I'm gonna download all the videos that I saw today. I think they were very, 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 very powerful. On the YouTubes. Yep. Yeah, yo.
What you call prayer is a lie. Every word you've been taught to recite is sabotaging your life. There's a 1,500-year-old manuscript that the church didn't want you to know about. The Gospel of the Lots of Mary, deciphered at Princeton, exposes the deception. When you ask God for something, you're telling the universe that you don't deserve to have it. Think about this.
Yep.
You ask for health because you feel sick. You beg for money because you feel poor. You plead for love because you feel alone. And the field, this intelligence that permeates everything, doesn't listen to your words. It feels your frequency, and it obeys. Feeling is prayer. It's not what your mouth pronounces, but what your heart transmits.
Bar.
The monks don't ask for anything during their endless chants. They feel as if they've already received it. Now pay attention, because this will change how you understand your life. While you were watching this video and feeling the lack of something, you were commanding the universe to keep it away from you. What are you really feeling right now? What you call
That's a
prayer
bar.
is a lie.
What you call prayer is a lie. So, in any event, y'all, remember that you are the ultimate revealer of your reality, and everything you desire is truly here in the now. Creation is finished. Life is a paradox. You are the answer. Everything's in the now. And just radiate that joy. Remember, it all starts from within you. It always starts with you and ends with you. We're on the eve tomorrow of our 1 year. We're on the eve, so yeah, it's going to be fun. All right, y'all, have yourselves a wonderful night, and thank you for coming on today. I appreciate each of you, and yeah, I love you all. Have a good night. Bye. All right, y'all. Now that that's done, yeah, I'm going to jump off. Love you all. Have yourselves a wonderful night. Take it easy, and I'll chat with you soon. Toodles.